All right, let's make sure we get everything open. Alrighty. What's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? What's up? It should take a second for people to get up here. Do give it a minute for people to join. I'm going to let the Instagram know that I'm live, and I'm going to make sure everything is set up. Let me check. Do give it a second, everyone. Let me type this in the comments. We'll do that. There we go. Perfect. Alrighty. There we go. Now I've got to let the Instagram know that we're live. What's up, everyone joining in? What's good? We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. Only do send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria that I have listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. What's good, everyone joining in? Do give it a second for people to join up. Give it a little bit. We're going to start going here in a second. Let me let the Instagram know that I'm live. Let's let them know that I'm live. Alrighty. I am live. Alrighty. Perfect. Alright, let's get everyone joining in. We're starting the debates here in a second. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's get everything going. Do give it a second for people to join up. We're going to get the debates going here in a second. I'm going to start adding people up here immediately. Hopefully we can get a debate up here before Dean ends his live. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
25.
What's your birth year?
2000.
And what month?
April.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what year did you graduate high school?
I didn't graduate high school.
Okay. Alrighty. What year did you turn 18?
I don't know.
You don't know what year you turned 18?
No.
Can you do math in your head?
What is it, 2018?
Okay. By the way, we're just gonna go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah. Well, more than Kamala. Like, I don't support
Okay, more than
everything he
Kamala.
does.
Okay. Now, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump, yeah.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Mostly, like, his abortion and, like, I'd say his immigration policy just because, like, I feel like the Democrats like to, like, I mean, I guess, like, the due process is a big thing. I need to look up if Joe Biden and Obama gave due process, right?
They did, just to a greater extent.
Greater extent. Because I know they've deported more, but I don't know if that's just because they were longer, if it's going year by year. But that's besides the point. Just abortion and illegal immigration.
Yeah. So, what specifically about undocumented immigrants? Like, how is it negatively impacting everything for there to be immigrants coming to our country?
Well, I just think it needs. I don't like ICE, but I like that it is not like letting just because Joe Biden also had the most illegal immigrants to come in. So like because I feel like or I know undocumented immigrants are good for productivity, but when you have too much, it can definitely have a strain on the economy.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So then you're saying that there's too much as a strain on the economy. What evidence do you have that we're at a point in which there's too much strain on the economy?
No, I never said like. I said like if it gets to too much, like if undocumented immigrants kept coming in, it would eventually strain the economy.
Okay,
For
and
sure.
at what point would it start straining the economy? Because right now I would say
I
it's
don't know,
positively
but I mean,
it's positively impacting the economy for us to have an increase in the level of immigration.
wait, say that again.
Yeah, I said it's good if we're going to benefit the economy if we increase the level of immigration.
Well, yeah, but it definitely it benefits the economy. But I'm saying at some point it could strain it if there's so many. Like, okay, so say we make. I think it's good to have faster way to citizenship. But if we make a faster way to citizenship, wouldn't that mean a lot more would come into the country?
I'm okay with more immigrants coming to our country. You'd have to justify that it's going to be negatively impactful to our economy.
I mean, think about if there was a lot more. Say we passed a bill that made it so everybody can basically come in 20 times faster. We're not going to have the housing for it at the time. We're not going to have enough jobs for it at the time. You know what I mean?
You know, it
I mean,
increases
it's
the
good
size of the
in
economy,
small
therefore
portions.
increasing the amount of jobs that exist for people within the context of our system.
But I'm saying though, like at the beginning, for a couple months, it definitely wouldn't.
You could say there could be a short-term negative impact, but aren't you okay with that given that there's been an imposition of tariffs? Right? Tariffs have had a negative impact.
It's had a negative impact, but I mean, there's also good impacts to it a little bit.
Such as?
Protecting manufacturers in the U.S.
Okay. And you've seen that since Trump's got in office, we've actually seen a decline in domestic manufacturing investment?
Really?
Yes. And by the way, everyone, I have my microphone on full volume. Is it low for people? Because I've seen a few messages that it's low, but I have it on full volume.
Couldn't
So
that just be
I don't know.
because I don't know, I'm just guessing, but couldn't that just be because like the there's less quantity in America, but the like we're still helping the manufacturers in the United States, but there's just less quantity in the United States as there was before. Because it's helping bigger corporations. I'm not very familiar with tariffs. You kind of put me in it, but would that have an effect? The amount of quantity.
Quantity what? Sorry, repeat that.
I said I'm not very familiar on tariffs. That wasn't really my thing. I don't really support tariffs, but like I do see it could help a little bit, like not relying on other countries as much. But I said it helps U.S. man like why there's not as much productivity in the manufacturing is because there's less quantity, right? So when you take away the quantity in other countries, yeah, there would be less quantity in the U.S., but the quality, and you're still protecting the manufacturing companies, right?
Okay. By the way, is that better at all, everyone? I turned his volume a little bit down. I have like the ability to turn down. I turned it to like
Oh, am I
70%.
loud?
Yeah, no, I mean it's just the microphone in general, I think. But yeah, okay. So there's a few things. Better? Okay. All right, good to hear. Okay, yeah. So what do you think it's going to affect the quantity of? What was your point?
I was just saying because you said there's less manufacturing right now in the United States because of tariffs, but I said wouldn't it just be because uh, you're not getting other materials and stuff like that from other countries because of tariffs? Isn't that why the manufacturing's down? So there's less
Yeah,
quantity.
it causes the manufacturing costs to go up because materials we get from other countries.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm not. I was just saying like it does protect the United States companies for sure, though, right?
Again, no, because it negatively impacts the export industries that United States businesses rely on. Like they export the products made in America to other countries around the world, alongside the fact that we can point to jobs that are lost because of the fact that there's an increase in the domestic manufacturing costs because, again, materials have gone up in price because it's a blanket tariff across many of the different aspects of the economy.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with you on that. Like, I don't think tariffs are good for the economy.
Okay, so then what? Okay, so then even in the long run, because you were arguing that in the short term, it might have negative impacts, but in the long run, it'll have a benefit. Well, couldn't you say the same thing for immigration under your perspective?
Uh, yeah, but like it'd be a long time before it actually becomes beneficial. We're
No,
gonna,
it's not. It's not a long-term time till it takes beneficial, or
well,
until it
because
becomes beneficial.
they'll keep getting more and more people in the country until there's a limit.
Again, but you have no evidence to establish this limit, right?
I mean, yeah, you kind of
You don't.
there will never be a limit.
Okay,
more and
wait.
more
So, hey,
once
dude,
people
how is
realize.
an immigrant coming to our country harming you? Tell us that. How
I
about that?
never said it was. I
It's
said it
not
would
okay.
strain the economy. I
Then
mean,
that's a
it
harm,
doesn't
right? So
affect me
then,
personally.
and there's there any evidence you have that it's going to negatively impact the economy?
I said I said that. I already said it. I said if you make pathway to citizenship faster, 20 times faster, 30, because that's what you guys advocate for, 20, 30 times faster. If you make that happen, that more and more people are going to want to come than there already is. You know what I mean?
Okay,
So
you're
all
still
the
not answering my questions. You're just repeating the same point. Did you hear my
okay.
point?
So if you make pathway to citizenship 20 times, 30 times faster, people are going to keep coming year after year, more and more and more and more. We're going to have to keep building more houses, more infrastructure. That will lead shortages forever. There will never be a time where there's not shortages. That means more homelessness, more obviously right now
Again,
of
what's the
illegal
empirical
immigrants and
evidence?
immigrants.
What's the empirical evidence for this?
Well, there would be no empirical evidence because
Okay, if
pathway to
there's no
citizenship is
empirical evidence, wait, if there's no empirical evidence for this, then why are you making the claim?
because it hasn't happened yet, but it's kind of obvious it would happen. That would happen
Yeah, but you have provided no evidence for this. Now, if you want to say
because
that
there.
this is
That's like saying
listen before you speak, okay? If you're going to say that this is the negative impact that it's going to cause, one, you have to have evidence for it. Two, you have to take into account the other impacts that would be a result of the economy. If there's a greater amount of people in the economy, there's a greater amount of people producing the houses. Okay, if there's a greater amount of people producing the houses, costs are going to go down. And if you care so much about costs, why do you support tariffs that are driving these costs up? Because
did
materials,
I
what do you
say anything about
what is
costs?
building rely on? Yes, you did. You said housing prices are going to go up.
No, I said it would
Cause a
housing
shortage? You said,
shortages.
yeah, that's,
Yeah,
oh my God, that's because oh my gosh, you understand that people are going to have a reduction in the access to it because of the fact that the price has gone up. Shortages cause the price to go up, okay? You understand tariffs
yeah, but
cause
shortages
shortages?
can also
Oh, and you
house
know
it.
that tariffs cause shortages?
Okay, but can I say my point
Did you
before
know
I
mass
answer that?
deportation causes shortages because we don't have as many people that are specifically taking care of the construction industry? So
Yeah,
if
but
you don't
that's a
want to cause
different type of short.
shortages,
That's a different
why are
type
you
of.
doing
That's
things to
job
cause
shortages.
shortages?
That's not having enough workers. I'm talking about not.
That's a
I'm
sort
talking about the
shortage.
short. Yeah, that's a shortage, but there's also a different type of shortage where there's too
Again,
many
but
people
you
needing
provided
houses.
no
Too many.
evidence that we're meeting that point.
Because
And I would argue that
that's
the
just
policies that you're
obvious.
engaging
If
in,
there's more, I mean, you're
okay, we're just going to do this. I would argue that the policies that you're engaging in are going to inevitably lead to a greater amount of shortages comparative to the policies we're advocating for. And that's because of the fact that tariffs do cause a shortage in the economy because they reduce the amount of materials we're getting from other countries around the world and it increase costs alongside the fact that I mentioned the other thing and mass deportation, and you didn't want to address either of those points.
okay. I'm saying though, I think an over an overstimulated in the economy is worse than an understimulated economy, in my opinion. And there's not that much of an under. I mean, what is it called? Inflation is only up by like 3.1. That's like the projected for next. I mean, Joe Biden's was 2.9. Costs are up, but they're not like where it's killing us up. You know what
Well,
I mean?
this is killing people who are like in terms of their budget, in terms of the middle class, because it's shifting the burden of taxation from those that are higher income disproportionately to those that are lower income disproportionately.
I mean, we've always had the same tax breaks though.
No, we haven't,
Four hundred
because
thousand. I mean,
listen,
five
think
hundred
about it.
thousand.
Think about it this way. Think about it this way. When you tax people through income tax, does everyone pay that tax, or are there some people that don't pay that tax because of the standard deduction?
Yeah, some people don't.
Some people don't. If you increase consumer prices, does that affect everyone? Yes or no?
No,
Yes, it does. It affects everyone. Everyone buys consumer products. Name one person ever that doesn't buy any consumer products.
I must
Unless
have
they
just read.
live in the middle
I
of
hear you.
nowhere and hunt for their own food, right? And don't engage with the economy at all, right? And live in the middle of the forest. That's not going to be true, okay? So people buy consumer products, especially lower income individuals. So prior, they weren't being taxed through income tax. So when you reduce income tax, it doesn't benefit them. But it is negatively impacting them to increase tariffs because it caused an increase in the taxes for those that specifically didn't pay taxes prior.
Okay, but I feel like we're getting off topic a little bit.
That's not off topic. I addressed it
But
very
I'm trying to.
specifically.
Okay, my thing is, and because you're an econ major, I'm just saying, if you have too much supply, there's not enough housing, there's not enough jobs. Because it's never gonna be. There's never gonna be. Okay, if everybody immigrates here because of the I mean, not the due process, because the pathway to citizenship is way faster than it is. Because that's what you advocate for. You advocate for a quicker way to pathway to citizenship. If you make it way quicker, way more efficient, there's never gonna be an end where there's ever gonna be like, oh, there's not as many immigrants coming in. They're all gonna come to America. America's everybody wants to be in America.
Not true. Not everyone wants to be in the United States. First of all,
At least in the third world countries.
second of all, right? Again, you have to look at the level of immigration. Can you at least agree with me that we can heavily increase the level of immigration?
Oh, 100%, but we
Okay.
shouldn't be
Okay.
making it a lot. We should make it definitely
How many
quicker.
immigrants would you want to come into the United States on a yearly basis?
I'd say to not strain the economy, probably 3 million, 5 million, 3
Okay, well,
million.
currently we do 1 million. Okay, so if you want to do 3 to 5 million, I'm actually down with that. That
Yeah, but
sounds
there's
like,
actually a lot
to be totally honest with you, that sounds like a fair amount.
yeah,
Right,
yeah.
the amount
But I'm
that you
saying,
just said sounds like a fair amount, and that's actually more
yeah.
than what was coming under the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, but I was saying though, like, because if you make it quicker, then there won't be how many undocumented, though. So there's so legal immigrants were about 1 million, but then how many were undocumented? Probably around 3 million, right?
Well, there were a few million that you could say that are undocumented. The current population is 11 to 14 million undocumented immigrants into our country. I would love to provide a pathway to citizenship to any of them that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. They're already in our country, so let's make it better off for them. Let's make it better off for us, and let's ensure that the most amount of people are vetted and that people are safest to the greatest extent.
Yeah, I think right now, I mean, counting the undocumented and then legal immigrants, right now, 3 million is a good amount. But if you make it way more than that, it definitely will keep straining the economy. But
Okay,
and that's
well,
just simple.
one, you don't necessarily have evidence for that, but
But
that's
obviously, I
fine to
wouldn't
me.
have
Hey,
evidence
hey,
because
listen,
it doesn't happen.
listen,
It's just
listen.
educated guess. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine to me. Right, I don't have an issue with that many that specific amount of immigration. I think that's actually good. That's more than what we have right now. So it seems like we more agree than disagree there.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we more agree than disagree there, well then what's the point here? Why do you agree with Trump on immigration? Because he doesn't
Because
want
it
to do
kind of
that.
sounded like you wanted immigration to be like really quick. Like you wanted a lot of immigrants.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
sounded like you wanted more than
I do.
3 to 5 million.
I mean, I think that's a good amount. I appreciate it. I don't obviously like. I mean, obviously, I don't think that we could like have 100 million people come into our country within a 2-3 year basis. That doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah.
I acknowledge that, but I do think that the policies that I advocate for wouldn't lead to that level of immigration.
So to make pathway to citizenship quicker, what would you do?
Give
Or
a
like what
pathway.
was
Yeah, like
Harris
we invest
Harris
into. Well, I mean, I don't know necessarily know
more
what Democrats
more
would have done to a great, but I do know that they would have invested in making the process significantly quicker by like hiring more immigration judges, all right, and essentially expediting the vetting process. So hiring more people to vet, that's an important thing. That's one of the most important things, I would say.
Okay. Well, do you want to talk about my second reason why I support Trump?
Yeah.
I mean, if we're kind of like
Yeah. So like,
what?
why do you think abortion is immoral?
Well, my biggest thing on why it's immoral, I have two things. My first thing is the amount of people that get more than one abortion. I mean, the people that get more than one abortion, I don't want to butcher the right percentage, but it's around 60 to 50% get another abortion without without the three bad things, RAPE, all that stuff. Has a chance to die, all that stuff, they get more than one abortion. I just think that I feel like, do you agree that when people get an abortion, unless it's with the three main things, that it's because they made a mistake, because they're not fit to afford it, they made a mistake because they're young and stuff
I'm
like
not gonna
that.
make some generalized claim, but like I don't think elective abortions are wrong. Why do you think that they're wrong?
Because the amount of people that get more than one elective abortion.
What's wrong with that?
Because I feel like, shouldn't you learn from your mistakes? Like, if you make more than one mistake, I mean, I don't know. Like, you make you make a mistake. Shouldn't you know? Okay, I made a mistake. I'm not going to do it again. Why would you do it again? Especially with something that big.
So, how could you make more than one mistake? Are you saying that you haven't made more than one mistake in your life?
I mean, not something on to that extent. No. Like, if I got a DUI,
Hold up, I don't
I
think it's
probably won't
comparable
get it
to.
again.
Hold up, listen to this.
It
If you
definitely
are,
is
if
comparable.
listen, if you are utilizing, say, birth control or like some sort of contraceptive, and you happen to get pregnant more than once, is that your fault?
I mean, after the first time, say you're on birth control the
So
first
should you just
time.
like stop having sex?
I mean, you definitely should be safer. You should definitely tell the guy, hey,
What
pull
does
out,
what
pull
does that
out, pull
mean?
out.
Yeah, pull out is not effective, genius. You think that pull out is effective?
Yeah.
Then you're stupid. Okay?
I mean,
That
if
is
you're wearing
probably
a
the
if you're
least
wearing a
that is probably
condom,
one of the
if you're
least
wearing a
effective
condom and you're
methods.
pulling out,
Hold up,
if
I'm
you're wearing a
sorry.
condom and you're pulling
Stop,
out,
stop,
it definitely
stop.
is effective. And you're on birth control. Like, what are the chances of you
Yeah,
actually
so
getting pregnant?
yeah, but you understand that
Like,
it still can happen, right?
oh, name the amount of
So
people that got elective
let's say
abortions
that
that
that's
were on
happening. Let's
that
say
did birth
listen,
control, a
hey dude.
condom, and pull.
Holy shit, dude. This is in conversation with you genuinely wants to make me throw my head through the wall. You're the first conversation of the day. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Can we fucking reduce the level of fucking bullshit for 1 second, please? All right? Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, it is extremely unlikely to get pregnant when utilizing contraceptives in the first place. Saying it's unlikely to happen is not a dispute to the point I'm making you. Okay?
Hello.
Yeah.
So you're saying just because it's not
And
likely
also,
to happen.
can you move back from your microphone? I think maybe your microphone is also just super loud.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I mean, what do you want me to say to that? You're just saying, I forget what you said, kind of, because you muted me. Could you say it again, please?
Do you remember what we were talking about?
Yeah, we were talking about. You were talking about how it's very unlikely for somebody to get birth control. I mean, somebody to get pregnant under birth control and all those other receptives.
Yeah, so
But you
the point
said
I made to you was that people can still get pregnant after doing what you're referencing. So what should they do otherwise? Okay? If they're taking every measure like what you said, yet they still get pregnant multiple times, should they be able to get access to an abortion?
I mean, yeah, I'm saying.
Yeah? Okay, so then you believe it should be legal.
Is wrong. No, I think abortion is wrong, but I believe you should be able to get one abortion in your lifetime.
Wait, so it should be legal.
Not multiple abortions. I do not believe
Why
in
not
that.
multiple?
I think one abortion is, in my view, illegal, but I get how people can make mistakes and mess up and they need another chance.
Dude.
I think it's personally wrong. If it happened to me and I got somebody pregnant and they wanted the child, I would say, okay, I would not push her to get an abortion.
Okay. So what is the relevant difference between it happening once and happening multiple times? That means one should be legal, but multiple should be illegal.
Because you're supposed to learn from your mistakes. A big mistake. I mean, I can't advocate that enough.
Okay. So you say you're supposed to learn from your mistakes. That doesn't mean it should be illegal. Okay? Can you please acknowledge this point? Why should it be illegal if you have more than one, so if you have two, but not if you have one?
Okay. So when you have one, what happens? You're like, you have a big scare, right? This is like, you said a DUI isn't relevance to it, but it is. When you get a DUI, you're not going to want to get it again. You're going to lose your license for, what, 10 years? You're not going to want to do it again. You're going to take actions. You're not going to drive while drunk.
Why are you comparing accidentally having a child that you specifically in a scenario where like you want to have an elective abortion to engaging in driving drunk. Explain to me what the comparison is here. Are you saying that you're engaging in negligent behavior just by having
Yeah.
sex?
I mean, yeah, I don't think.
You
I
think
mean,
sex?
sex.
Wait, so to clarify, you think sex is negligent behavior?
I mean, you want to do it in front of your mother, like like
That
that's.
what?
I mean,
What
I
type of
wouldn't say
fucking
sex is
stupid shit
bad.
is that? I'm
I
sorry.
wouldn't say.
What? Stop. Stop. Do you know what negligent means?
What is that bad? Right? Bad behavior means bad behavior. Is that what negligence means? I don't know.
Okay,
What's
so
it mean then?
let me explain. So, negligent behavior is when you're engaging in a behavior that does not meet a certain quote unquote due standard of care. Meaning that we think you have to take certain types of actions in order to reduce the risk of things happening. Like, for example, if someone is driving inebriated, right, we would say that they're not meeting this due standard of care because we believe that you should be sober when you are driving and operating a motor vehicle.
Yeah, I mean that kind of proves my point more. I mean,
Okay?
if you get one abortion, right, and you
Can
don't
I
put
can I
you
make
don't
my
do
point without you saying something dumb? Like genuinely, let me make my full point.
well, you
Let me
don't have to
get
be
let me
mean about it. I've been pretty respectful, but you can say it. I mean, I don't think I've been sounding dumb, but go ahead.
maybe I'm just annoyed. Like genuinely, like talking to you is
You
kind of
might
annoying
be
right
because I
now.
feel like we're just debating. I'm not annoyed with you. Sorry. Like, I
I
mean,
don't know. Maybe I'm just getting annoyed right now, but like
no, you're
genuinely, like
good.
I do feel like this
Maybe
conversation
my
is a
voice
little
is
bit of annoying.
annoying. I mean, we're just debating about your prompt, right?
Yeah. Okay. So the can I make the full point and then we can move on to another one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So when we're saying that like in terms of the likelihood of there being something in which is going to lead to a pregnancy, if you are engaging in the use of contraceptives, you are meeting that due standard of care, right? At least from that perspective. You're not engaging in behaviors that we would deem as negligent because you're meeting a due standard of care in engaging in this particular action to reduce the likelihood or risks of these things occurring. So if you're going to
Yeah,
use a
but
standard
most
of
people don't.
negligence.
Sorry, go ahead. I thought you were done with the point. That's on me.
So if you're using a standard of negligence, then again, this whole point here in saying like, oh, because you can't do this multiple times, you after the first time should have realized that that like, oh, you shouldn't be having sex like this. That would be a ridiculous standpoint. I don't think that there is a due standard of care of someone being abstinent after having one abortion. Okay, so what under your view would be the due standard of care to not be engaging in a negligent behavior?
I mean, yeah. I mean, most people that get. I want to. Can I look up the percentages of most people that do unprotected sex get pregnant? I mean, I'll look it up later. It doesn't even matter now. I know it's definitely high. I know a lot of people that don't do protected sex. Okay, but after your first abortion, you should know. Wait, I don't want to do that again. Have to go to the. You're calling me, bruh. All right, sorry. Uh, calling me. I I can't fucking talk because my fucking sister, man, she keeps spam calling me. But uh, what is it called? What was I trying to say? Oh, the amount of people that. Okay, so if you get your first abortion, right, the second time you do it, you're gonna take. If you're gonna do it, I'm celibate. I don't pertain in any of that stuff. You know, I'm a celibate person. You know what I mean? So I don't really have to like. No, but if I
Incel?
did get it, huh? What?
Incel?
What's that mean? Like I'm underage,
No,
and it
no.
doesn't instantly mean underage.
Involuntarily celibate.
Oh, that's funny. Nah, bro. I got girls flaunting over me, bro. I'm trolling. Am I though? I don't know. But what I'm trying to say, they're saying lies, bro. Y'all don't know, bro. Y'all don't know my body. All right, let me get back to the
That
the
was
thing we're
so
talking
cringe.
about.
The fact that you felt the need to say that tells me that we were right. Incel.
Bro, stop playing with me, bro.
Do you watch red pill content?
Bro, I watch all that shit, man.
Not
When I
surprising.
saw Charlie Kirk, I said, Hey, that's my guy. No,
Charlie
I don't
Kirk
like
wasn't
Charlie
even
Kirk. I don't
necessarily
like Charlie.
red pill. I meant like
He
the
definitely was red pill. I'm not red pill, but
no
Charlie Kirk was
red pill.
definitely.
Red pill is like Fresh and Fit, whatever podcast, like those types of individuals. That's red pill.
I'm
Myron
looks
Gaines, like
maxing, bro. I be
okay,
looks
so I mean
maxing,
that's
bro.
I would also say that's pretty close to it. You're
I
you watch Clavicular? That's kind of cringe.
no. I watched that one dude, the one black dude that rates people. He's funny.
Marlon?
No. The one real fit X fearless. That's his name, bro. You know who that is.
I
He
actually
he
don't
like
know who this is.
he's funny as fuck. But what I'm trying to say is, after you get your first abortion, your second time, you're gonna take all the actions never to get it again. But a lot of people don't. That's why I'm saying you shouldn't be able to get just like, oh, have an easy scapegoat when you make a mistake. Because when you get a DUI, you make the same mistake. I mean, that's what I'm saying. When you're saying negligence is, oh,
So
not having.
what standard of care should they meet? Should they not just have sex? They don't have sex?
I mean, if you can't take the right precautions never to get a kid again, probably.
So what do you mean? So like what are the right precautions? I'm asking you, what's the due standard of care? And you're not telling me what the right precautions
Okay,
are.
okay.
The due standard of
I
care
didn't
means
know that's
what
what you were asking.
precautions? Yeah, due standard of care means what precautions do you have to meet in order to be not engaging in a negligent behavior? Okay? Because negligence simply is just defined as you not engaging in the certain amount of behaviors that we would want you to in order to reduce the level of risk to a acceptable threshold. Okay, that's what due
Well,
standard of care is. That's
I'd
what
say the first
negligence
one
is.
is definitely not just having sex with anybody you meet. I feel like a lot of people, guys too, they'll just. I knew a guy from high
Okay,
school.
so if
He
you're not
he would
doing that,
just.
if you're not doing that, and you're just in a relationship with your partner, and you happen to get like pregnant multiple times, and you need to get multiple abortions prior to you settling down to specifically want a family, if that's what you want, are you saying that it should be illegal for you to get the second abortion, even though you
Well, you
aren't
said
quote
if you're
unquote
trying to settle
sleeping
down and
around?
make a family, wouldn't
Yeah,
that
in
be?
the future you will, but you're not ready quite yet. But you're in a long-term relationship. You've been with that person for years. Would it be wrong to get an abortion in that circumstance because you're not engaging in sex with everyone you see?
But I feel like you're escaping the fact that a lot of people that get the second abortion aren't taking those actions. Like they're not using condoms. They're not pulling out at the right time. They're not
How? What do you know?
on birth control. Huh?
What?
I mean,
Again, I'm asking you, what
before I
is the
was
standard?
celibate,
And you're
I
doing
wasn't.
everything but telling me what the standard is.
That is the standard. You're supposed to
No, you're
wear
not. So
condoms.
then
You're
wearing
supposed
using
to go.
so if they use contraceptives, then they can get more than one abortion.
I mean, it's probably never gonna happen. I mean, dude, I'm telling you,
I'm
they've got it
asking you the
to
question:
a
is it
crisp.
yes or no? Yes or no? If they have if they utilize contraceptives, yet they still get pregnant multiple times, can they get that second abortion?
Yeah, but it would never. They
Yes.
don't do.
Yes. Okay. So then here's the issue with your perspective: is everyone can just claim that they use contraceptives. How are you going to check? Should they keep the condom?
Well,
Like,
that's why
how
I
are you
don't
going to
really
check?
support abortion because I feel like it's more of the fact that people are unresponsible.
No. Okay. So then it should be legal then, right? In all of these circumstances, because you're not going to be able to verify whether or not they utilized a contraceptive. They can just claim that they used the contraceptive. Does that make sense? So
I
from a
was more
legal
saying on
perspective,
the fact.
whenever they want to get an abortion, they'd be able to. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, but you're just kind of making it. That doesn't even make sense. I don't know.
So it doesn't make sense. What doesn't make sense about what I just said?
Because you're getting past my point. Most people, okay, yeah, they could just say that. I'm not saying, oh, make two abort. I'm not saying make a law on that. I'm saying that you're not people that are getting second abortions, third abortions, are not doing the right precautions. You're supposed to. So when you get a DUI,
Dude, how
you're
do you
gonna take
know? Wait,
precautions.
you just said the right precautions are utilizing contraceptives. In most of these instances, they probably are using some form of contraceptive. It's just that there's a probability that some people are going to get pregnant even if there's a 99% chance that you won't get pregnant, okay? Think about this.
But the
What
majority
is
not. Though.
listen, what is 1% of our population?
What? I mean, how many we have in America? 347 million. So probably like what? 1 million.
Wow, your math is dog shit. It would be about 3.4 million. Okay? 1% of 340 million would be about 3.4 million. Okay? That means that there could be millions of instances of this happening, even if there's a 1% chance of this occurring on a yearly basis. Okay? So the issue that you're not understanding is that people are using contraceptives in most of these instances. They just happen to get pregnant.
All right, I'll ask you something. Why is abortions when the mother gets killed when she has a kid? Why is it called a double homicide?
Okay, so people defining it as a double homicide doesn't mean that prior to the point of sentience that it has some notion of personhood. There could be a notion in which you're saying that it was planned, and yet under that notion you consider it a double homicide, but you don't have to, okay? Now to clarify, like think about it this way. An unjust termination of a pregnancy, right? An unjust termination of human life would be murder, right? It's unjustified because you took out the pregnancy and you ended that without the consent of the individual that's pregnant. Does it make sense? So you're still unjustifiably taking the human life. Does it make sense? So you could use that definition and consider it murder, but it's not murder in the context of an abortion because it would be a justified situation. So it depends on how you define the term. It depends on how you're using this language, and using the language in that manner is not necessarily indicating that you think it's a rights-bearing individual at conception. And I don't think you think that either, because do you think that IVF should be banned?
What is that? Birth control, right?
No, IVF, in vitro fertilization.
Oh, like sterilization.
What? No, in vitro fertilization. It's like when people have issues with fertility, they're going to cause
Uh, okay, okay. Dude,
life to
that my
occur, and
friend,
it.
my friend was a test tube baby too. That's funny.
Okay, and do you
Uh,
think that it should be illegal because they discard many of the zygotes and embryos as a part of the process, because they are cellular human lives that you think they are unaliving?
but that's just a sperm cell, right?
No, it's not a sperm cell. It's fused. The sperm and the egg have fused.
Oh,
Therefore, it's
okay.
cellular life.
They get rid of those.
What?
They get rid of those embryos sometimes. Is that what you're saying?
They get rid of the embryos? Yes, they
Like you're
discard the
saying,
zygotes and embryos.
really?
Yeah, they
Why?
don't use all of them.
Okay. Wait, so, but it's not in the mother's womb yet, right? Yeah, it wouldn't be in the
No,
mother's womb.
no, not yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like when when you shouldn't abort a baby is when it starts to form in the womb. That's
Okay,
my biggest thing, but I
okay, so
agree
so
that
then
some of these
so then
people.
here's the issue with your perspective. As you're saying the human life at conception isn't valuable, but you're saying once it implants into the uterine wall, then it's valuable. So what the difference in terms of whether or not it's valuable is the location. Okay? That's no different than someone saying that it has value once you give birth. Because that's a difference in location. There's nothing different about the entity in of itself. It's just that there's a difference in location. Okay? That's not a good argument for its value because there's nothing different in the qualities of the individual. It's just the difference in location. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, it makes sense, but I still can't wrap my head around like once it's in the mother's womb with no abortion, no anything, it will develop into something like me and you. But like when you say like
And
the IV.
it could also wait, it could. It's not always going to, not in every circumstance is it. It could. And the same thing is also true for IVF. For the embryos and the zygotes that are created already, they could have been turned into people with sentient experience in the future. But the issue is if you don't specifically follow through with it, well, then it never would be in the first place. If you have an abortion prior to the point in which it's sentient, it never will be sentient in the first place. And what you're doing is you're wanting to restrict sentient individuals' rights, autonomy, and determinations over their body in order to save a non-sentient embryo. Something that, if you have an abortion, will never have had an experience ever. And I care about the experiences of individuals that are pregnant and the health of them to a significantly greater extent than something that, if you had an abortion, would never have existed in the first place in terms of its sentience.
But my thing with it is, so right now we're at declining birth rates. In 2030, would you still have like the same aspect of abortion, or would you just allow
I
them
don't think
to?
the way to address birth rates is by forcing people to go through pregnancies. Is that your view?
But isn't it just as painful to get the abortion, or do they just have to take a pill? What do they have to do?
I think
I thought they
that's to
have to
be.
go in.
I think whether or not someone wants to go through an abortion or go through pregnancy and birth is up to the person who's pregnant to make that determination based upon what they would consider to be the best.
Because my thing is, I remember there's this famous pastor, right? And his mother was sadly, and I don't agree. I think you're allowed to get an abortion for this, but she had him. She was raped, and she decided to keep the baby, and then he became who he is, and he's like a famous pastor.
That's their choice. That was their
But like,
choice.
isn't that
That's the
sad
choice
if you
we
think
believe
about
in.
it? Like all the people that could have been killed. I mean, all the people that got
It
killed
is the
or had an
person's choice.
abortion.
You want to know what's sad to me? The fact that under this notion that children in this country are raped and have to go to different states to be able to get access to an abortion. Because of the
I'm pretty
state's
sure
abortion
rape
laws,
is the
because Donald
exception,
Trump.
right?
No, it's not. There are states in this country in which literally children have had to go to different states just to be able to get access to basic health care. Okay.
Well, I don't
So
agree
the
with
inevitable
that.
reality of the policy that you're advocating for is that great victims and people in the exceptions do not get access to it. And also, I just want to let you know this way: why would I want, right, a person to have to undergo risks associated with the health of their pregnancy and the health of their body, right, for a non-sentient embryo? Think about it this way: you have a significant other, right, and it is the case that they, right, have already had children. You can't afford children anymore. It could be a detriment to their health in terms of going through the pregnancy. They could possibly die. Do you think that they should have to undergo those said risks just because you care about a fucking embryo that's non-sentient? That's not a person? No, they should not have to undergo any of the risks involved with pregnancy, of dying, of medical complications, of anything to do with
But
such.
they would tell you all those beforehand. They would tell you if you
Wait,
had
by the way,
medical conditions.
you don't, in many scenarios, you don't know what will happen. Do you think in every scenario where someone gets a negative implication from a pregnancy, do you think that they knew it was going to happen beforehand? Obviously, they
Most of
didn't
the
have
time,
that.
yeah.
No, obviously, they don't have that determination. So if that's the case, then can you please acknowledge that someone should not have to undergo all of these said risks for something that is not sentient? And if you had to do the same thing, you would understand it. If it impacted your physiological health, you would understand it.
No, because I feel like at that point, when you have a kid in your room, at that point, you're not only thinking about yourself, you're thinking about them. I feel like it's like I don't want to be
You think
mean
about
to
it once
women.
it's sentient, right? I care about sentient individuals. I don't give a shit about some cellular fucking clump of cells. I don't give a
I feel
fuck.
like you care about like 2 to 4 weeks, 8 weeks, 2 to
No,
8 weeks.
sentience happens 20 through 24 weeks in the womb.
I just feel like it's kind of selfish in my opinion, because I feel like
Selfish? Wait, says
I
the
mean, a
guy who
little bit,
voted
yeah.
for
I don't
Donald
wanna
Trump.
be mean.
Wait, I'm sorry. Selfish is a crazy statement. You're the one who's selfish, saying that you're putting the desires of a non-sentient embryo over sentient individuals that will be forced to go through conditions in which will be harmful to them because of that. I think it's selfish of you to claim that you have a determination on what's going to be best for them. That's selfish, if anything.
no, it's selfish
Yes,
for them.
it is.
For
It is selfish for
getting
you to say that
multiple-
you have a determination over what they get to do with their body.
I don't have a say. I'm not
Because
I'm not going.
it's for your care for the non-sentient embryo and not the benefit of society as a whole.
I mean, I'm glad my mom didn't abort me. Like,
You can be glad about that. That doesn't change anything.
I mean, there's probably
Someone
a
could
million
also
two-
someone could also
Honestly,
be
we
glad
probably
that they're
wouldn't
wait
even-
listen someone could also be glad that they exist and be like, oh, I'm glad that my parents specifically went on a first date. But if one of the parents decided to not go on that first date, would that have been wrong? If they didn't go on that first date,
You're
you
talking
wouldn't
about
exist.
A date?
Yes, a first date. If they never went on that first date, you wouldn't exist. So if
I
if they
guess.
declined access to the first date and they said they don't want to go to that first date, would that be wrong? Because it would mean that you wouldn't exist because of it.
No, but I feel like once it's already fused,
So do you see how
that's
ridiculous this assertion is? Oh, I wouldn't have wanted my mom to abort me because it would have led to me not existing right now. Well, there are plenty of things that they could have done that you think aren't wrong that would have led to you not existing as well. So why are you virtue
but that's
signaling and
external
using that?
factors. I'm talking about
What you're
internal
doing is you're
factors.
virtue signaling and you're using that as something like you care about. When, by the way, to be totally honest with you, if you were in a burning building and you could either save 100 million zygotes or one newborn baby, you'd pick the newborn baby every time. Okay, there's no
Uh,
reality where you would
it
pick the hundred
depends. Are there
million
going to be a
zygotes.
hundred? Are there going to be 100 women that are going to pregnate those zygotes?
Yes, in this scenario, there would be 100 million new people that would exist in the future, right? If it is the case that this
But
was
are
the
all the
scenario.
women? Are all the women going to have the kid?
Yes, there are scenarios in which people are going to have the children. Yes,
Every one of them would have
every
the
single
kid.
one of them would exist in the future.
Well, yes. I mean,
So by the way,
100%.
you would save 100 million zygotes over one newborn baby that would burn alive.
You're saying zygotes. I'm saying they're 100% going to be a life in the
Do,
future.
do I need to spell it out for you? Do I need to use crayons? How many more times do I need to tell you?
Whoa. Calm
Genuinely,
down,
do I
bro.
need to say it again?
Hey, chill. I said yes, I would.
So
If they're 100%,
you would save the zygotes over the newborn baby that would burn
if they
alive.
were 100%, there's gonna be 100 women that are gonna uh uh care for that baby and do all the things. Yes, I would. It's
Okay.
a 1 over
Okay. Well
100.
then I'll ask you this: 10 zygotes or one newborn baby?
Again, are there gonna be 10 women that are gonna have that kid?
How many more
It's gonna
times
be.
do I
Is
need to
it in the
spell this
womb?
out for you? I don't need to restate that every single time I ask the
Well, I don't want people
hypothetical.
to think I'm just saying zygotes versus a baby. I'm saying 10 potential lives that are 100% going to be life over
In the
one
future,
child.
over
Yeah,
one newborn baby. It's either the zygotes burn alive or the newborn baby. Which would you rather save?
I would save the zygote.
Okay, so then I'll ask this question: 2 zygotes or one newborn baby? Who would you rather save?
The two, bro.
You would rather save 2 zygotes over one newborn baby that would burn alive.
What about the potential lives that would burn alive?
Who gives a shit? It's a fucking single cell organism,
But you
dude.
just said that they would be 100% gonna be a
Yeah,
kid.
in the future. They're not right now.
You said, but
They're
yeah,
single right now they are single cell organisms.
that's like saying would you rather save the 8 month over the
Think about it
10
this way.
month?
Think about it. So you
It's
hear
younger.
listen, you hear again, well there's a distinction based on sentience that I'm providing. Okay? A single cell organism at conception, okay? You're saying that because in the future it could possibly or it will be a person in the future, you're saying that makes it just as valuable as a sentient baby that exists right there. The baby is crying and cooing, and you're gonna specifically save the fucking single cell organisms that you would have to use a microscope to look at.
Okay, how about this? How about I ask you something?
Can I have an answer to my question?
Would you rather save a
No,
mother
is that a
and
no?
its kid in the womb, or a baby?
A mother and a wait, are you saying or is
A
it
mother
sentient?
that's pregnant. Would you rather?
Wait,
Would you
that's
rather?
one
Yeah,
versus one. That's
but the mother wants to have the kid, so that's a
wait,
double homicide. So that's two, right?
again, so based
But
on
he
this
plans on having the
listen,
kid, right?
listen. Is it a person yet?
Hmm?
Does it have sentience?
No, but the mother wants to have the kid.
Okay, so in this scenario, you're saying there's a pregnant individual or a baby. I would be indifferent to a pregnant individual and a baby as I'd be indifferent to any humans. Okay?
So who would you rather save?
Me versus a baby, I'd be indifferent because again, these are sentient beings, sentient humans.
Okay, who would you rather save? The pregnant lady, or the pregnant lady wants to have the kid, and she's 4 weeks pregnant, or would you rather save?
I already told you it's indifferent. They matter equally. The newborn is just
Okay,
as
then
valuable
how about
as
this?
any
How
other
about this?
person.
How about this then? The Let's just take the mother's belly. It's in the belly. The mother wants to have the kid, right? but take the mother out of the
How
equation.
many more times are you going to ask the same question?
No, but I'm saying it without the mother. But you just think about it. It's in the belly.
What?
She wants to have the kid. Okay, it's in the
What are
belly.
you
She wants to have the.
saying?
Just let me talk. Trust.
By the way,
I'm
wait,
getting
where
to
does
it.
abortion occur in the human body? Or not abortion, where does pregnancy occur in the human body? Sorry.
What, the uterus?
Okay.
I feel like that one's kind of obvious. I know I sound dumb, but yeah, that one was obvious. Parker, you're funny, bro. That face you're making is funny as hell, bro.
I genuinely want to go on to the next person. Like this is not even a productive dialogue.
No, okay.
What are you asking me right now?
Okay. So say you take the mother out of the equation, right? And you just have the mother's human belly, but she's gonna have the kid. It's 5 weeks pregnant.
Uterus, by the way. So
okay,
so
yeah,
you,
but
you
I'm
just
saying
have
like
so by the way, you have a uterus on a table. Is that what you're saying? What are you saying?
Yeah, but she's gonna. I'm trying to take the mother out of the equation because when you say zygotes,
would you?
I feel
How about
like
this? How about this? Would I rather save an embryo or a newborn baby?
And an embryo is when it's in the belly, right?
No, not yet. It could be prior to being. Why do you
I'm
keep
saying,
saying
would
belly
you
in
rather-
the uterus, dude? Jesus Christ.
Oh my gosh, that's so like minor. That's so minor. But would you rather save the mother? I mean, the kid that's in the uterus or the baby?
So would I rather save an embryo that's non-sentient or a newborn baby from a burning building?
And that an embryo is just in the uterus, in the mother's uterus, right?
So there's a pregnant individual there as well.
No, she's pregnant,
No?
but it's there. No, I'm trying to.
What
I'm
the
trying to
fuck are you saying, dude?
I'm trying to take out the mother, so then you can say.
Then it would just be an embryo.
But it's in the belly. So what's
that doesn't
in the
make
belly?
any. So there's a person.
No, listen.
What are you talking about?
What
What are you saying, dude? What the fuck is this conversation? Jesus Christ, dude! I feel like you're wasting my time.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to waste your time. I'm trying to have a productive
totally are.
dialogue.
This is not a productive dialogue at all. What are you saying?
I'm sorry.
A floating belly, a floating uterus.
That's basically
what
I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Okay.
Like a floating, but it's.
I just want to let you know, a floating uterus by itself will not lead to a person in the future because the embryo won't be able to continue.
If it's in the mother's belly, just think about it like that. Like it's in the mother's uterus, but in this equation, it's like in the house.
What the fuck is this guy saying? What are you saying?
I feel like I'm making sense, but I think I am making a little.
No, you're not. Not a single person in this live stream actually thinks you're making sense right now.
I'm just trying to take out the
Stop. Type 3 in the comment section if you think he's not making sense.
Well, obviously, they're going to say I'm not making sense. I feel like I'm making a little bit of sense, but I could definitely see.
Yeah, you're the only person in this entire live that thinks that.
Well, okay? I'm sorry.
There's 8,000 people in this stream right now on YouTube and TikTok, and not a single person in the live stream thinks you made sense there. I'm serious. I don't even think people on your own side would say that you're making sense right now. Not even pro-lifers would think that you're making sense right now. Okay, I'm serious. You are incoherent.
Well, I'm trying to, because what I was saying before is if there's a pregnant woman in a burning building with the newborn baby, and you said it would.
So that means that there's a person who's pregnant. I've already answered this question multiple times.
I'm trying to say, think about it. If it was like she was pregnant, like take the uterus, but like think about it as like.
So someone isn't pregnant. They don't have it. So it's a floating uterus. I don't know what you're saying then.
Okay. Let me just get past this one because honestly, I don't think I'm making sense on that. Go back to the zygote versus the newborn because like I get what I'm saying, but I don't know if I can articulate it to you because like I feel like my dialogue's off.
I don't think it's making any sense at all. Okay, apparently you have Dean Withers saying that you think he's making sense. Dean, please join the live and explain this to us. I don't know what you're saying, bro. What are you talking about, Dean? Please join the live.
I think he's trying to make fun of me. It's fine.
Please join the live.
I'll take it.
What are you saying, bro?
Hey, can I say one thing, Parker?
No.
Dave, yeah, no, I think he's making sense.
Go ahead, Dean. Go ahead.
Yeah, so he's basically saying, if you took the fetus out of the woman, but the fetus was still like not in the woman, but kind of in the woman, and the uterus out of the body of the woman, and the uterus was in the room. Would the uterus be as valuable as a woman without the uterus in her body?
Okay,
Does that
so
make
the
any sense?
uterus. So to clarify, the uterus is out of the body, right? There's no connection to the person, and it's just in
Sorry,
a
I'm just-
uterus. So I
I'm
just
just-
wanted. I clarified to him that if it's in a uterus, there's no development alone. If it's just in a uterus alone.
No, I'm partially trolling. But the one thing that it was
Okay.
that I think did make a little bit of sense was I think what he was trying to articulate and inevitably like set himself up for is like if the pregnancy was unattached to the woman, right, and there's just like a floating uterus, right, where like pregnancy was still like successful, would the fetus inside of this floating uterus unattached to the woman have any moral value? So it's like the reduction of his question is, do you think the fetus is morally significant?
Yeah. So prior to the point of sentience, right? Would I
Dude,
rather
you're
save a
actually a
newborn
smart
baby?
guy, bro.
Would I rather
He
save
explained
it?
it really well. That's
Yeah,
exactly what I was trying to say. But
yeah.
he
By
was
the
making
way,
fun of me. But I agree. When I heard what he said with the uterus, I was like, oh,
this is actually something I already said to you that you said wasn't the explanation. Okay. I already said this, by the way. I'm going to be very clear. I said this already. We said a uterus where there's an embryo with inside it or a newborn baby. And I said multiple times already, I would pick the newborn baby. You're telling me in that scenario, you'd pick a non-sentient embryo over a newborn baby burning alive? The baby experiences it. The embryo will not.
yeah. I feel like that is bad that the baby experienced it. I can't wrap my head around like if it's 100% going to be a baby in the future that like it doesn't have any moral value at all. I don't know.
Wait, that
Maybe
wasn't an
it's
answer.
just like
Your
inconsiderate of
response to
me.
this question, should be that you're indifferent. You are indifferent to saving the newborn baby or the
Oh, is it
embryo.
1 versus 1? I thought we were doing
that's
2
that's
versus
that's what you have to say. You have to say you're indifferent. My response is very clear. I think you should save the newborn baby.
Oh yeah, my question was asking if which one you would pick. Yeah, I'm indifferent. You're right. But
You would be
I guess
indifferent in that
there's no way
scenario.
I,
You would be indifferent to the newborn baby that's going to burn alive, or the non-sentient embryo.
well, yeah, if it's gonna have 100% potential of life,
Dean, can you talk to him?
100%.
Can you talk to him for like a minute?
Is that
I just
messed
need to
up?
grab something real quick.
Maybe it is messed up.
I got
don't know.
I got like maybe a minute tops before I gotta go. Do
Hey,
you,
I'll see you, Dean.
okay.
Have a nice
So
day.
have you genuinely?
Alright.
I didn't say you gotta leave yet. Don't leave, Nate. Okay. Have you genuinely?
What you eating?
What?
What are you eating?
Oh, some fucking Cheez-Its. I didn't know I was gonna get the mic tossed back to me.
Haha.
Anyways, here we are. So if you genuinely view the zygote like as identical to the newborn, I think I could set you up for some like pretty crazy reductios here. So women, when they have IUDs, the IUDs can kill the zygote by not allowing it to successfully implant into the uterine lining, essentially starving it. Now, the IUD starving the zygote would be like a newborn baby going on without breast milk for a month and dying, right? Now, if a woman knows that this is the way that an IUD can function, still decides to get one knowing that this outcome can occur, if that outcome were to have occurred, okay, this would label the woman as a murderer under your view. Are you following so far?
Yeah.
Okay. So now women with like certain forms of both birth control that know how those certain forms of birth control work would be labeled murderers under your view. Do you think that murderers should be able to like work regular jobs?
Wait, birth controls. I got a question because maybe I'm just not informed on it. Birth control, right? When you have a kid and you take a birth control, it starves the kid, so you don't have the kid.
Well, so
doesn't
one
work?
function of an IUD. So an IUD is an intrauterine device, and intrauterine devices can function in such a way to prevent conception altogether. However, a second potential outcome of IUDs are to allow for said conception to occur, than to prevent the now conceived zygote's implantation into the uterine lining, which basically starves it. So, like in other words, just to be super basic, when a woman has this certain form of birth control, the IUD, there's a chance that it will allow for new human life to exist, but then it will almost immediately kill it. Okay? Right? And if a woman has an IUD, knows that this can happen, then it does happen, under your view, it would basically make her culpable for murder.
I mean, it wouldn't be murder under the system we're in, but I mean, like, it's kind of sad. Like, think about like if you were like starving. How you said it kind of made me sad.
So it would make her culpable for an action that is very equivalent to a mother of a newborn, just like killing her newborn. Since you value the zygote just as much as you do a newborn. Now, here's the next question. Do you think that murderers should be able to like work regular jobs? Do you think that murderers should be able to work at McDonald's? Do you think that murderers should be able to work down the street at your local bank or church?
Yeah,
Brother, what?
like work at McDonald's. Murderers can work at McDonald's.
I
Not at a bank, not at like a corporate job, but like
I
a regular 9 to 5. A murderer.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna like completely disregard that because you did say they shouldn't be able to work at corporate jobs. But just to clarify, I don't think that violent felons should be eligible for employment even at McDonald's.
Really?
Now, at least I like a lot of violent felonies. Yeah.
But like after like
now-
5 years, aren't
Now,
they
but
allowed
like
to start
you said,
working
you said
again?
that they shouldn't be able to work at corporate jobs. So let's focus in on that. So are you telling me that women that have IUDs that are also sexually active shouldn't be able to work at corporate jobs?
No, they should. But I said it's wrong, but like it's definitely not legal.
Wait, but like under your view, you said that it was murder.
I mean, it definitely tells a story.
I mean, would you hold this same type of sympathy to a woman that literally killed her newborn? Would you
I
say
mean,
that there's a woman
if
that
I was-
literally
if I was-
killed her
if I was a-
newborn, that she
if I
should
was-
be able to go
sorry.
work at your local bank?
I mean, if I was a manager and I was hiring people and they told me at their application for some reason that they got 3 abortions, I'd definitely look into that a little bit more than somebody that's more, you know what I mean?
Okay. Well, listen, this is where I got to take my exit. I got to go buy a Christmas tree. You guys take care.
Hey, have a nice night, man.
Have fun,
Good
Dean.
luck,
Have
Parker.
fun, Dean.
Good luck.
Have a happy Christmas, Dean.
I was about to say to Dean, I was like, "Do you love how like you'll ask him a question and then he'll just ask you some obscure, random, clarifying thing about one thing, and then you don't even end up answering the question ever?" Like, dude,
No, my bad. If I do that, just tell me. Straight up. Just tell
I'd
me.
have
and
to
I'll-
tell you
I'll
every
fix it.
time then. To be honest, with you. I want you to watch back this
Dude,
conversation
I feel like you could definitely be friends, like if, in another life, in a reincarnated life. You know?
in a reincarnated life. Maybe when you didn't have the horrible and atrocious views that you do.
I mean, I don't think it's atrocious views. I think they're different.
I'm gonna be totally
views.
honest with you. It is atrocious. Would you like me to run down a set of questions for you just to show you how atrocious it is?
I mean, do you want to?
Yes, I actually genuinely do. I've been wanting to do this for a while.
I mean, if it makes you sleep at night, no, I'm joking. Yeah, you can.
Okay. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
I already know Donald Trump did that, right? But it was civil, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'd say I definitely have to look into it more. But if it was, what's the other form? Civil, and then it's what? Civil, and then
And criminal.
and criminal. If it was definitely civil, and then it went to criminal, and he got found
It wasn't
liable
in criminal
in
because of
criminal,
statute of limitations, which means after a certain amount of years you can't try it regardless in a criminal court,
Yeah.
regardless of the amount of evidence. So
I
again,
definitely
I'll ask you the
say
question
it
one more
definitely
time.
makes- okay.
By the way, I just want a yes or no answer to these questions, and then we can go on and explain them. Like I'm writing them down just so that we
Oh,
can
yeah.
do this later. So
Oh, yeah.
would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
In the middle. I think it's completely wrong, but I'm saying civil and criminal are definitely two different things. Civil, you don't need enough evidence, so there's not so much. Obviously, there's a lot of evidence in it to get found for civil, but I'm saying criminal is definitely a more liable and reliable source. But it definitely changes my views a bit because when I heard it, it definitely changed my views.
So let me clarify one more time. This is a yes or no question. There is no in the middle.
Okay. Sorry.
So
I'll say yes.
let me just ask the
It
question one
definitely-
more time.
Honestly,
Yeah, yes or no?
Because I have 3 sisters.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
have 3 sisters. I would say yeah. He shouldn't have done that.
So you would vote for him or you wouldn't vote for him?
Well, again, it's in the middle because it's not civil. I mean, it's not criminal. But it definitely makes me look at, who's
Okay,
the
I'm
other
gonna.
candidate? That's what
So
I'm saying. It's like in the middle. You know what I mean? It's definitely completely freaking wrong. I'm not
So to
denying that.
clarify, if you were taking a test and it said
Like if it
true or
was criminal,
false,
100%, I would not vote for him.
if you were taking a test and it said true or false, answer the question. Would you go up to the teacher and be like, you know what? I actually don't think it's true or false. I think it's in the middle. Would you
Bro,
ever
I
say
actually
that?
did that to my professor one time. I swear to God. I swear to God, I was in a test. I was like, because I looked at the slides and it was what was the question? I remember because she was completely wrong. She's like, oh yeah, I see what you're talking about, but think about the three that are really similar than the other one. I was like,
Dude,
oh, it was
dude, it's a, if,
which
okay,
ones are?
if it's
I
oh
know the
my
question.
Jesus
It was
Christ, dude.
which ones are direct
This is what
mail
I mean,
marketing,
bro.
and it was catalogs, telemarketing, email, and then there was one other, and they were all directory marketing or direct marketing advertising. So I was like, how can they all be direct marketing advertising? I told her that. I was like, aren't they all right? And she was like, I could see how you could get confused with that.
Okay. By the way, that's not a true or false question. Okay? I'm asking you, if you were asked in a classroom a true or false question, would you go up to the professor and be like, you know what? I don't think that this is true or false. I think it's in the middle. Would that make any sense to do that?
Yo, do I actually sound like that? No,
Yes,
I wouldn't
that's
do that.
literally
Okay,
what you sound
I'll
like
say
right
yes. I'll say yes. If he was held
Okay.
criminally liable, yes, I
No,
would
no.
not vote for him.
I'm going to ask the question over time. Again, the answers to these questions should just be yes or no, because I have multiple questions to ask you. We haven't even gotten through number
Okay.
one yet because of all of
Okay,
these
I'm
different things
sorry.
you have to add on top. Would you vote for someone held civilly
You're funny.
liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will?
Man, I'll just say yes because I don't support that.
Okay.
I don't support that.
Okay. Would you vote for someone that has sexualized their daughter?
No way he did that. Did he? Can you show me the video of him sexualizing her before we make this no or yes?
I actually can, but I would love for you to answer the question first.
I mean, it depends how bad he did it, but yeah, I would not support that.
You would not vote for him if he sexualized his daughter.
I mean, it depends on how he did it. 100%. Yeah.
It depends on how he sexualized his daughter. What?
Because I'm pretty sure I know the video you're talking about.
So
and
by the
didn't
way,
just
he
call
said
her,
he
like,
said in
dirty?
certain contexts, if he sexualizes his daughter, he'd
Voluptuous?
still vote for him. But
But
in
didn't she
other
say she was, like,
contexts, if he
luscious or
sexualizes his
something?
daughter, then he wouldn't vote for him. Okay, let's play the video, and then we'll see what your position
Okay,
is.
then I'll make my claim. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Donald, Ivanka, and mother. And
Listen to
introduced
all
her
of these. There's multiple statements I have for you to hear. Listen real quick. This is
Man,
of him
Donald Trump
sexualizing
needs
his
to get a
daughter.
better PR team.
Listen.
That's what I'll tell
father
you.
at the
Parker. He needs
Republican
a better PR
convention.
team.
Yet
I
at
could do this
times,
PR
his
man.
fatherly praise is downright cringeworthy, like on The View in 2006.
Said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know.
Oh, it's so weird. Stop You know what? You are sick.
Far from protecting his daughter from being talked about as a sex object, he has encouraged it multiple times. On Howard Stern's radio show in 2004 and then again in 2006.
By the way, your daughter.
She's beautiful.
Can I say this? A piece of ass.
Yeah.
She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous.
It's
She's tall.
unbelievable.
She's almost 6 feet tall.
In
Voluptuous just means curvy and sexually attractive, by the way. And he also said yeah to
Okay.
Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. Now that is definitely sexualizing his daughter. Would you vote for someone who has sexualized his daughter?
Nah, bro, that's messed up, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
So you would not vote for him.
It definitely makes me look into it more. I'll tell you that.
So
'Cause
you
I feel
would
like-
or you wouldn't vote for him?
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't? Okay. Okay, so then you don't support Trump anymore.
Oh, hello? Hello?
Hey man, go. How old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 18.
And what's your birth year?
February 13th, 2007.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I support Donald Trump
And
on
if you
his
could go
pro-life
back
policies.
in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Well, as of right now, I would vote for Kamala Harris on a different aspect than I would.
Okay, Kamala Harris. Okay, they by the way, they said I was bad faith in the comment section. That was a crazy statement. Definitely, this is definitely
Nah, you're
not bad
good,
faith.
Faith.
This is a
You're
very,
respectful,
I
bro.
feel like
You're a
this is
respectful
a
guy.
very clear question. It's just a basic point. So I
Nah,
mean,
ignore the
if it is the
haters,
case that
man. If you got haters, man, you're up, bro. That's all I'll say,
so,
Parker.
so let's clarify. So if you wouldn't vote for him if he sexualized his daughter, and he did sexualize his daughter, that means you wouldn't vote for him anymore. You don't support him anymore.
I mean, compared to his other candidate, I probably would. I didn't like Kamala's
So yes,
policies.
you would vote for him, Kamala.
I mean,
And by the way,
I didn't like
these
her
questions
policies.
are would you vote for him over Kamala Harris if this is true about him? Okay, let me clarify the question. So, would you vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris if he sexualized his daughter?
Yeah, because I think it's more morals. It's bad
Okay,
morals.
so now
but...
we've changed the question to yes. Okay, so I'm going to keep going. Would you vote for
so
Donald
it's only
Trump?
because of Kamala.
Kamala.
Only
Well,
over
well,
Kamala.
listen.
Okay.
Would you vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris if Donald Trump called for the execution of some Democrats?
Yeah, he didn't really do that, so yes, I'd still vote for him because he didn't really say anything like that. Because I saw what he said on his Twitter page. I mean, if he actually
He
did
did.
call for
He
the
did.
execution,
He literally
if he
reposted
actually,
someone. Hey, let me
nothing
clarify.
would ever. If he actually did that and they actually felt threatened, they would get security. Like, there's no way they would act.
They have. Let me clarify. So
They
he
got
literally.
security and stuff.
Yes, he reposted someone saying HANG them George Washington would. Isn't that not explicitly calling for their deaths?
Because isn't it on the form of when they were made the video about the military not
Yeah, like
doing
you
the
should
cause,
not
right?
abide by unlawful orders. That's all they said, which is the exact same
Well, I
thing.
will say George
God, dude.
Washington. No, because remember when
let me
America.
hey,
no,
hey,
no, no. Okay.
when I make
sorry,
statements, I would love for you to let me fully finish the statement and then
No, that's on
respond
me. I'm
after.
sorry.
Just because oftentimes when you cut me off like that, you miss out on some relevant points that I need to bring up. Now you can say
No,
whatever you want to
100%.
say,
My
but
bad.
I'm just trying to.
You want me to
clarify.
say it?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Fuck, man. I keep doing it. I'm sorry. Dude, you look mad. You say what you want to say, then I'll say what I want to say.
Go ahead.
You can go.
I'm letting you go.
Actually, because you can go. I swear to God.
Go ahead.
I won't. Okay. I'm sorry also. I didn't mean to do that, cut you off. But
It's okay.
okay. So what I was saying is, when when America was first colonized and they went to America, they had I forget which region it was. I think it was the South. It was one of them. And they had to get their whole military to come over there and shut it down. Do you remember that? So technically, because they weren't abiding by the Constitution, the U.S. orders. So technically, he is right. I don't think it's right that he said that, but technically, he is right because that is what George Washington would have done, low key.
Okay, so again, there's not just a claim that George Washington would have done it. There's also a claim to do it. Okay? And by the way, just because George Washington has done something doesn't mean you would do it. George Washington owned people as slaves. Okay?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't think that you think that just because George Washington would have done something, that means that you would do it. Or that you would call for people to do it.
Yeah.
Okay?
You actually, I don't think he was being for real about it though, because
okay,
they
so
would have
then-
already happened if he was.
So
being for
he's
real.
joking? You think it's okay for the president to okay, so then if Barack Obama called for the execution of some Republicans who said the exact same thing as the Democrats did on the video, would you say that that would be reasonable to still support him after he did that?
Man, he just needs to shut his mouth, bro. He needs to get a PR team, bro. I don't know why they still have him running his own social media pages, because it's like, bro, I go on Twitter and I saw how much stuff he was posting, like essay paragraphs. I was like, bro, what are you doing? I don't know, man. Who cares? I'm just not gonna vote next year, next election. I voted this year just because.
Okay, I'm just gonna take it. Dude, I asked questions and they just never were answered. Oh my gosh. I genuinely I can't do it anymore. I tried my hardest. I'll take it that you're not gonna vote in the next election, but geez, dude, That was a really tough conversation to have. He was respectful though, so I mean. Taylor, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Taylor. Amanda, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Amanda. Maze, thank you for the $5. Amanda as well, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $10. Maze, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Jade, thank you for the $5. Ivan with the $7. Chase, thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Paige, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. POT, thank you so much for the $4.20 as well. Thank you, thank you. That would have been a better way to explain it, actually. Allie, thank you so much for the $30. I really appreciate it, Allie. Give me some W's for Allie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Allie in the comments. Chase, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you so much, Chase. Let's make sure to go on to the next person here on TikTok real quick, and then I have a few more people to thank. Brandy, thank you so much for the $1. Sierra, thank you for the $5. Brandy, thank you for the $1. And Kelly, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next person up here. Then I have a few people to thank on YouTube, and then we'll go on to the next conversation here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just so good for some debates. Gabrielle, thank you so much for the corgi. Alright, let's try to get the next person up here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty.
Yellow.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Hello? Okay. Alrighty, I have a few people to thank, and then we can go on to our conversation. Do give me 1 second. I have a few people to thank real quick. Audra, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10 on Venmo. Thank you. Mr. Demon Sushi, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Katie, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Andrew, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Nico, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Elena, thank you so much for the $1. RAK, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Brian, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Mad Scramble, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Jay, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Luke with the $5. Thank you. Cameron with the $20. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Cameron in the comment section. Karen, thank you for the $2. Dylan with the $5. Really appreciate it. Luke, thank you for the 5. Mirage, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you. BA Paul, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Feisty, thank you for the $10. Andrew, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you. Jules, thank you so much for the 5. Luke, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for some W's for Luke in the comment section. Kim, thank you so much for the $7. Decito, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and in the pinned comment on my YouTube, as well as make sure to hit that thumbs up on on YouTube, and tap the screen if you're on TikTok. Alrighty, so why do you support Donald Trump?
All right, so I just wanna bring out. Can we just talk about policies, and can we just not bring up anything personal about Donald Trump? Would you be able to do that or no?
No, we will at some points in the conversation, but we can talk about policies first.
Okay, but what do you think makes a better president? Having better policies or having a better personality? What do you think?
It's not just personality; it's like moral character. Okay, so I think moral character is relevant to leadership. I think both are relevant. I don't think you just look at one. Do you think moral character is irrelevant?
Okay, but what would you say? All right, out of 100%.
Wait, so to clarify, can I ask you this question? Do you think moral character is irrelevant?
Did I say that?
I'm just asking you a question. Can you answer
I would
the question?
say it's 25-75% for sure. 75% policies,
Okay,
25%.
so then you at least acknowledge that you do look at that to some degree.
25% out of 100.
Okay, so I'll bring it up 25% of this conversation. Now go ahead.
Oh, I was going to ask you the question. What would you think out of 100%? What do you think is more
I don't specifically prioritize one over the other.
Okay.
Would you like to answer my question here?
Well,
What policies do you support of Trump?
What was that?
What policies do you support of Trump?
Tax cut.
We were swiping out of the app. I can't hear you, man.
The tax cuts he had, the immigration laws. What else? I'm just thinking at the top of my head here. You put me on the spot. Tax cuts, the immigration laws he had. I think like he's a better leader in general than Kamala Harris.
Kamala. Okay, so let's go. Let's talk first about why you think he's a better leader.
Well, the first point I brought up about the tax cuts, he brought, what was it, 30? I think it was 38% at the time to 21. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. And then the leadership, we could talk about how he's, I think he's a better leader in general. I mean, like, look what he's doing to America. Like, he's bringing it, I think, more American. Like, the American dream is, better. Like, the housing crisis that we had earlier. I feel like houses are cheaper, right? It's easier to buy a house under Trump so families could flourish.
So a few things here. What you've said here is practically all wrong. If you're referencing the 35 to 21, that's just for the top marginal tax rate for corporate taxes. If you actually look at the up to $50,000 of corporate income, it went from 15% to 21%, which is a 6% increase. So you have to look at the different brackets. Also, if you want to look at tax cuts overall, Kamala Harris wanted to keep all the tax cuts applicable through the TCJA for income earners under $400,000 a year, and only wanted to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year in order to pay for her particular policies that she's advocating for. And she also wanted to expand tax cuts for working class individuals, such as the child tax credit, to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. Right? We can point to multiple things that were tax cuts that she was advocating for, comparative to the Republicans. Her tax plan. She had an entire policy website.
No,
that you could look at. Can I please finish?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. So in terms of tax increases, Trump imposed greater taxes through tariffs, which disproportionately raised taxes for income earners that are lower income because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer products. So those that were not being taxed prior because of standard deduction are being taxed now because of the increase in tariffs, which affect consumer prices, which every single person pays into. So it's actually increasing taxes on working class and lower class Americans while decreasing taxes on disproportionately the rich and wealthy, because income tax and corporate tax, because of the tax bracket structure, it's a progressive tax structure, it decreases taxes disproportionately for those that are richer. So you have to look at where the tax cuts are going. Also, your houses are cheaper thing, I don't think you have a basis for that, empirically speaking. And if you want to actually look at the conditions for housing affordability, I would love for you to mention a single policy that the Trump administration influenced to get passed that actually deals with housing affordability, or even plan that he ran on.
Okay, well, the first point you made, what was your source that he went from 15% to 21%?
21 to 15%. So the source would be the original Obama era tax policy. You can find that from the government themselves. If you look up government tax policy under Obama's administration relating to corporate tax rate.
Okay, and how do you feel about no tax on tips?
Okay, so that's an aspect of the big beautiful bill. It's a small portion of it. I think the deduction of taxable income for
What's so funny about that?
Is beneficial, but it was supported by the other side as well. It's a small portion of the overall budget, and it's also a pivot from my original point. And it didn't address any of the original points in terms of taxation.
Yeah, you're right.
I just had to say
and
it also didn't address the policy that specifically Trump was advocating for or has passed that would make houses cheaper or more affordable for the average American.
Okay, what was your question again about the houses, right?
Can you name one policy that Trump ran on or passed that has made houses more affordable?
The housing crisis policy.
What is that?
That it was like under COVID, it was harder to buy a house.
So now what policy did Trump advocate for or pass that
I don't
made
have to tell you a
houses more
policy. I'm just telling
affordable.
you what he did.
You don't know. Wait, I thought your whole point was that we should focus on the policies and not just the character or the person or their personality. But now you're telling me you don't know any of the policies that relate to him being a quote unquote better leader that would indicate that houses are
No,
cheaper because of his
I
policies?
don't know the name of the policy. I know what the policy is.
So explain the policy to us. What policy
I told you
in
about the
general?
tax.
What
Tax on no tips.
That tips have nothing to do with houses.
And then about the housing crisis. Here, can I go on my notes really quick? Because I don't know this.
I know you need them.
Thank you.
If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Give him a second to come back. He has to go search his notes again. Yes, I will ask him about the 50-year mortgage because that makes things definitely not as cheap. That makes things significantly more expensive in the long run.
Okay, so what? Okay. All right, so what he had was basically he lowered the mortgage on houses.
You're cutting out of the app.
All right, my bad. He said he physically it's easier to buy a house because the mortgages went down on the house. That's what he did.
So why did the mortgages go down?
I don't know. He enforced something about it.
So you don't even know. So when I brought this up while you were out of the app, if you listened, the 50-year mortgage, that makes things significantly more expensive in the long run because of how much the interest builds up. So if you just constantly want to be, paying month over month for your house and never actually build as much equity into your house, well then yeah, you could be okay with that or support that. But that also doesn't take into account the fact that if you decrease the overall payments, that increases access, which increases demand, which inevitably will also increase prices, so that they could just increase the prices back up to what they were based upon demand. And then you have 50 years of a mortgage and you don't even have better conditions in terms of affordability.
I mean, still better than what Kamala was doing.
Nope.
For
Kamala
sure.
Harris was advocating for a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes to help stimulate the building of houses in places where people want to live. That's actually a housing affordability policy that would benefit people who are trying to get houses in the first place.
Who are morally in the lower class.
Yeah, and everyone would benefit from this. Even you would benefit from this.
Slowly. I mean, not slowly.
Are you a first-time home buyer?
No.
You already have bought a home?
No. I'm in college right now.
So you would be a first-time home buyer?
Eventually, yeah.
Yeah. So you would benefit from that policy. Okay, if you're in college, you're literally paying more in taxes because of Trump. So you support tax policy that literally takes money from you and gives it to rich people. You might not think this, but this is the true legitimate impact of the tax policy that you're supporting. Is it's taking money from you and giving it to rich people. Why would you support that?
Okay, well, that is not true.
It is true, and I can
That is
explain it to you
not
if
true.
you'd like.
That is not true at all. Come on, buddy. You don't what? What? What do you even mean, bro? Like, you say he's gonna, bro. Explain what you just said, dog.
Yeah, do you buy consumer products?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you do. Tariffs, they increase the cost of consumer products. Therefore, it's a tax on you. Okay?
He took out the tariffs, bro.
No, he didn't. He put tariffs
Yes, he
on to a
did.
greater extent.
He took out the tariffs, bro.
No, he didn't.
He didn't?
No.
Sure you want to look back at that?
I have. And he
He
still...
didn't take, so you're saying he didn't take out the tariffs?
So he took off tariffs under your view. That means he at least put them there in the first place?
He did, and then he took them out. which is a good thing
Okay,
he did.
so he didn't take away all of the tariffs, by the way. I just want
Okay,
to clarify
no.
that.
But you said he took
You
out
need
none
to-
earlier. You said he took out none earlier. Now it's some.
Wait, by the way, I never said none. I just said he didn't take off the tariffs.
But then
You're
you just
actually
said he took off
misunderstanding
some.
what I'm saying. Yeah, there were some tariffs that he's taken off. Like, for example, he reduced the tariff on Switzerland when he got a gold bar and a Rolex clock from Switzerland. So he's literally
You're
doing
getting
so.
off topic, bro.
Wait, I'm not going off topic. I'm telling you a scenario where he's reduced a tariff. He reduced the tariff not because he got better conditions for jobs for Americans, but because they gave him a gift.
You're going off topic, bro.
That sounds like corruption to me.
You don't even know what corruption is, bro.
Can you define corruption?
You don't know what corruption is, bro.
Define corruption.
You define corruption. I asked you first.
I
buddy.
asked you first, actually.
I asked
Define-
you first, but
It sounds like it sounds like you're joking with me right now. You have about 5 seconds to answer my question before I kick you from my stream.
What was your question again? What is corruption?
Yes. Define corruption.
Would you like a textbook definition or?
You
I
have
would say-
literally 5 seconds to answer the question.
I think corruption is basically like, taking something that isn't yours, or like, I don't know, like being
Taking
like
something
a man.
that isn't yours. Okay, so you don't know what corruption is.
Not really, nah.
Did you really just say to me that I don't know what corruption is? After when I just asked you, you couldn't answer it. He just left. That was embarrassing. Karen, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18, dude. Hey, why do
What's your birth
people
year?
donate to you though?
What's your birth year?
2007,
And what month?
February.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump. Also, why do people donate you? I mean, you're paid by the DNC, bro.
You got to be trolling.
No, I'm not.
Okay, what makes you think
Why
I'm-
the actual fuck do people donate to you? I mean, those might be fake, bro. We gotta investigate you.
Okay. So tell me, what makes you think I'm paid by the DNC?
Well, because you go to all these Kamala Harris fundraisers,
Kamala?
and you go to all these Democrat
don't.
plants. Yeah, you do. You do.
Name one Kamala Harris fundraiser I've ever been to.
You've been to the Harris fundraiser at the DNC where she was speaking. She was giving
Nope.
her speech or something.
Nope.
Yeah, you were.
Nope.
You're lying again. You're lying again.
That never happened.
Stop. Just admit you're paid by the DNC.
Okay, he's being ridiculous. Luke, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat as well, the $5 and the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Good
Those are
for
fake.
Luke in
You're
the
just
comment
trying
section.
to flex, bro.
Patty, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much from Beep Boop, Kamala Harris fundraiser, DNC bot. Thank you so much. Devonshire, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Devonshire. I really
Those are
appreciate it. Thank
fake,
you.
bro.
Norm,
Those are
thank you so
fake.
much. Norm, thank you so much for the $10. Really
Those are
appreciate it.
really fake,
Mr.
bro.
Demon Sushi, thank you for the $5. Caddy, thank you so much for the $5. Brevin, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for them in the
Those are
comment
all
section.
fake.
Andrew, thank you so
You're
much.
just making them.
Let me say thank you to all my gifters, man. Let me say thank you to all my gifters. Adam,
Making
thank you
them
for the
up.
Leon the
Stop
kitten. Thank you so
lying,
much.
bro.
Hold up. Let me just say thank you first. I have to get through these first. Adam again with the Leon and Lily. Thank you so much. Shannon, thank you so much for the $2 for I'm fake and I was paid by the DNC to pay Parker. Thank you so much. Andrew, thank you for the $5 again. Caddy, thank you for the $5. Nico, thank you for the $10.
You're
I
lying,
really appreciate
bro.
it. Thank you so much. Jenny,
Come
thank you for the
on.
$5 for the
Come
fake
on.
donation
Don't-
from the DNC.
don't be like
Fiona,
this,
thank you for the
Parker.
$2 for the
Don't be
DNC.
like this.
Karen, again with the $2. I really appreciate it. Faith, thank you for
Bro,
the $5 for the fake
they're
robot
all
here.
fake, bro.
Thank you very much. Let me say thank you to all of them before we move on to our conversation. Chill
You're
out.
just making
Polaris,
up
thank you for the Swan.
names,
Thank
bro.
you so much.
You're just making up names.
I'm obviously not making up names. You can see them on
yes,
YouTube
yes,
as well.
those are the classic names that
Troll,
you
thank you for
can
the $5
always
from the
make
Deep
up.
State. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the Deep State, DNC, Dark Web,
Oh, that's not
Illuminati,
surprising.
Psyop, fake
That's not
donations
surprising.
signed by Kamala Harris. Thank you, Tin Man. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I understand that you're jealous, and obviously you would like these yourself, but you don't have to deny that they are real. They're literally public donations. Sai, thank you for the $5.
No,
Thank
no,
you.
I know
Noel with the
they're not
$10
real.
for the Illuminati
I know-
monthly. Thank you so much.
I know Joe Biden has been funding you to do these debates, so
Tiffany, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Tiffany. Thank you. Yeah, and I know that you are funded and paid by Russia to do this, man. Jordan, thank you for the
No,
$5.
no,
Thank
I'm
you so
not.
much.
No, this is
Okay,
out of my
it's
own
a
free will.
wait, wait,
I
wait.
know
This is
you're
out of my own
trying.
free will.
I
This
know
is out of
you're
my own
paid
free
by
will.
the DNC
Lizzie, thank you for the
voter. I know.
galaxy. Fiona, thank you for the $2 for the DNC stealing your
Those
money.
are fake. Those
Silent
are
with the
fake.
$2 for the DNC bot
Those are
reporting for
fake,
duty.
bro.
Yeah. Do you have anything else of
Why do
substance
you
to bring
have
up?
so many fake donations? They're all DNC bots, bro.
Okay, they're obviously not DNC bots. Like Devin, thank you for the $20 for the fake money from the imaginary land of Australia. Thank you so much. Caleb with the $20 for here you go from not a bot.
Oh,
Thank you
they
so much. I
definitely
really appreciate
stole
it.
that
Thank you.
money.
Karen with the $2.
They
Libby
stole
with the
money to give it to
$50
you,
for
bro.
I'm currently Joe
They
Biden
stole
paying
money.
you. Can we get some W's for Libby in the comment section for the $50 for I'm currently Joe Biden paying you? Ricardo, thank you for the $20 for the DNC. Thank you so much. Eclipse, thank you for the $2 for the
Parker, you
Aussie
better calm
DNC
down
fake
right
money.
now.
Thank you so much. Jessica with the $10 for definitely a fake donation. Keep it up. Anna with the $15 for
Parker,
from the DNC.
cool
Thank
down,
you.
bro.
Thank you so very much. I really appreciate it, Anna. Thank you.
Cool down with the fake donations, bro. I mean, I know you like to flex fake.
Peanut Butter, thank you for the $5. Stella, thank you for the $5 from the DNC. The fake donations, thank you. Patrick with the $2, thank you so much. Jolene, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much from the fake DNC donations. Thank you so much,
They're all
Jolene. I
fake,
really
man.
appreciate the $100 on
Just
PayPal. Thank
cool
you so much, Jolene. Okay, dude, you gotta stop saying that they're
down,
fake,
bro.
man. These are real donations.
Okay. Well, they're fake, but getting to the point right now. So where were
They're
we?
fake. They're so fake.
Yeah. Even you
Thank you for
agree
the
with
fake
me.
confetti. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the fake dollar. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Beheel. Thank you.
So, anyways, back to the main topic. Why do I support Donald Trump?
Go ahead.
Okay, so the main reason why I support Donald Trump is he's not bought and paid for like you and all the other Democrat plants in this country right now. Donald Trump is my lord. He's my fighter. He will fight for what I stand for.
He's
And
your wait.
honestly,
Stop.
I
Stop. Stop.
respect him
Stop.
for that.
Stop. What do you mean by he's your lord, bro?
That he represents me from the government's perspective.
Versus the galaxy. So was Joe Biden your lord in 2023?
No,
Wait, but
because
he was the president.
Because he was what?
But he was the president who
He
represented
does
you.
not hold my beliefs, and he's funded by the DNC.
Okay,
With Donald Trump.
So because you agree with Trump, that means he's your lord. That's a crazy statement. You're probably Christian too. ZMC, thank you for the $2. Apparently
No.
not.
Hold up.
Damien, thank you so much for the $10 from Jill, Joe, and Hunter. Thank you so much. Kiri, thank you so much for the $2 for the fake DNC money. Tiffany, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for Republicans against Trump. Trump is not a Republican. He is something else. Stop calling him a Republican. Love this channel. Thank you very much. Maria, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Maria. Get some W's from Maria in the comment section right now. Jessica with the $10 for the fake donation. Sarah, thank you for the under control. Thank you. So again,
many fake donations,
can you name one policy of Trump's that you like?
One policy that I like from Donald Trump.
Erica, thank you for the $20 from the big beautiful BNC. Thank you so much.
I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you right now, Parker. It's the one policy where he just goes up to your fucking face and just slaps the shit out of it and just farts on it, bro. Like, oh my God.
Okay, there's no way that guy's real. No way he's real. Vlas, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $69 on YouTube Super Chat. We get some W's for Vlas in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Vlas. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Vlas in the comment section. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $69 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's totally incoherent. Totally incoherent. Let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Let's go on to the next individual here real quick. Again, everybody, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Again, listed here on the TikTok screen.
Why are you
Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Why are you indeed ducking Andrew Wilson?
How old are you?
Why are you indeed ducking Andrew Wilson?
How old are you? Hello? Hello?
Yo.
Hello, how old are you?
Yeah, answer my question though.
Okay, they can't answer my question, so I've already debated that idiot too many times. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And also,
What?
I will debate Andrew as soon as he can open up an olive jar. How old are you?
I'm 15.
You got to be 18 plus to join the TikTok live. TikTok rules. Jessica, thank you for the $10 for the DNC bot. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Dana, thank you for the £5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for them in the comments. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go and get the next person up here. Do give it a second, everyone. Alrighty.
You are
Thank you for the
so
hand heart.
cute. Why? Why?
That was a child. That was a child. That was actually a zygote, chat. That was a zygote. Tiffany, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Actually, diabolical. Yes, that's actually MTG literally calling him out. I never would have expected this. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
And what's your birth year?
July 14th, 2005.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump, but I just wanted your opinion on DEI. Do you support DEI?
We'll do that in a second. FamCam, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, FamCam.
Are we just going to go on like 50 lists of names who donated to you?
Dude, why are you so angry? I said thank you to one person. Chill out, dude. FamCam, thank you for the $20 again on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for the fake money. I really appreciate it. Thank you. KJ as well. Thank you for the heart signal. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And then, yeah, I think I'm fully caught up. Let me make sure I'm fully caught up real quick. Give me 1 second.
There you go.
Make sure. Just give me 1 second. It's okay. Just breathe.
Okay.
Tiffany, thank you for the $5 again. Thank you. ZMC, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kiri again with the $2 as well. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. Alrighty. So, yeah, well, you asked me about DEI. Do I support DEI? Yeah, I think DEI is cool. DIA, actually.
Okay, so wouldn't you like hire someone for a job if they meet the criterias of, you know, their education rather based on their race?
So DEI doesn't just only apply in the context of race. And DEI doesn't necessarily mean that you're just giving them the job because of that. Someone still has to meet the qualifications necessary for the job. It's just that you extend the interview pool.
Okay, so like what about the pilot industry of they said they're going to hire more African Americans than whites? Isn't that kind of like reverse like racism?
That's actually not true. There's nowhere it said that specifically in any of those airline industries where they said that they were going to hire more people who are African American than who classify as white. There's not a single scenario where that has happened.
It's DEI. How's that not DEI?
DEI would be diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. In this circumstance, that isn't even what was the policies. Like, and by the way, those are private companies as well.
So if you said that we were gonna, let's say like 5 people that were like, let's say Asian, and then 5 people that were Hispanic, and they said we're only gonna hire Asians, but the Hispanics met the criteria better than the Asians. So how is that not like racism right there? Because they're doing it based on their race.
You don't know what DEIA is. That's not what DEIA is.
It's a real life thing that was used in the pilot industry. They said that they're gonna hire.
Tell me one company that did that.
One company?
Yeah.
I can't tell you, but it was the pilot industry.
So yeah, give me one company.
You're familiar with the.
Give me one company within that industry in which this was applicable to.
Are you familiar of what Charlie Kirk said about it?
Yeah, and I don't think that he was making justified assertions about it. And also, I don't think you should get your information from Charlie Kirk. I don't think he's a valid source.
How is he not a valid source? So, like,
Because
turning the whole Pennsylvania state to Republicans
he would say things all the time that were totally incorrect. You can watch my debate against him on Tubilee. Well, originally Jubilee, but the one on politics is on Tubilee, where I literally debunk so many of his statements. Would you like me to play a clip of literally him just like making lies up over and over and over again?
No.
I'll play it right now. Do you want to hear it?
I'm just saying, like, diversity, equity. I want to talk about DEI.
Yeah, and I talked to him about DEIA and as well, and I literally showed him that he actually supported that within the context of the our governmental system.
Okay,
He
but do I
literally
support with
supports
it? Do I support it?
DEIA for small states and rural populations.
Okay, but like, why are we talking? I'm talking about me. I just used him for an example of the pilot industry one. Like,
Yeah,
I don't
but
know
you
why you're
couldn't
bringing
name
it
a
up. Like,
single
what he
business in
thinks.
which that was applicable to because you just were regurgitating something that Charlie Kirk said, and you weren't actually like repeating something that you knew or had any understanding of. And this is the issue with just listening to things and then not going into them and looking them up and critically thinking about it. You're just regurgitating information.
Okay, so
you're not actually understanding it. There's a difference between memorizing something and understanding the concept behind it, but rather than just memorizing it. Okay, there's a distinction between those things. You have to critically think about it. You have to understand it, and you have to actually analyze and self-introspect on your own perspectives in order for them to have legitimate basis to it. Otherwise, you're just going to be saying random shit. Like, I'm serious.
Okay, so let me see. Okay, for about going back to DEI. So let's say like 10 people that are like back to my example, and they said that we're gonna hire more race of this certain race, and that's what it is. It's the higher race to get them a better opportunity. Correct?
Hey, can you give me one Democratic DEIA policy that you disagree with? That like a Democratic candidate for president supports?
What do you mean?
Can you name one example of a DEIA policy that a Democratic candidate running for president supported?
That's not my that's not my question at all. Like, why are you pivoting?
This isn't me pivoting. This is me wrapping it into the topic. Can you mention any of the DEIA policies
I know, but I'm
that you
asking
disagree
you a
with?
question. You just like didn't answer.
I did. I've answered this question multiple times.
Okay, I asked you the question. You just went saying which one did you support from a candidate? I'm not talking about a candidate, dude.
Because I had already answered the question you asked. If you would like to ask it again, because you can't respond to any of my points, go for it. But I'll answer it again after I've already answered it.
Okay, diversion, equity, and inclusion. They
diversity.
Do a specific inclusion.
Diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. Okay, what was the point you were asking?
Okay, the point is to give a certain racial or gender a better opportunity for a job, correct?
Yeah, so if people historically speaking a part of certain groups or communities have had reduction in their access to certain types of community fields or industries or positions of power, yes, I think that DEIA is important for diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility for marginalized communities, getting an equal opportunity as everyone else.
Okay, but why are they getting they're technically getting a better opportunity because they can't do as good a job as someone that is actually professionalized in that area. Just because they don't have an opportunity, they're not as smart as the person that can do it. Yes, that is true.
No. There's not a distinction in how smart they are. They have the same qualifications. They're just less likely to be hired because of certain types of practices that have existed historically, certain types of biases that have existed historically. So obviously this has been applicable and useful throughout the context of history. Do you not support any DEIA?
So just because they didn't have an opportunity means they should just be hired?
No, listen, you're misunderstanding. It's increasing the interview pool so that people specifically can go through the interview process and can get access to jobs at a greater extent if they are qualified. But the qualifications have to be present. Like in order for people to get into the pilot industry, right? Like to be able to fly, they have to get a license. They have to fly on their own and rack up a certain amount of miles. They have to have the legitimate qualifications in order to be able to fly in the first place. It's not people that have no understanding of flying that are just being put into a position of being a pilot. You're misunderstanding these points in general.
No, okay, yeah, I get what you mean. So if they both have the same qualifications, right? But the other person is more likely to get hired just because of their race. That's what point I'm trying to make.
They're not more likely. There's an equal likelihood of them getting hired based upon.
You literally just said earlier that they're.
Listen, you're not understanding. DEIA is giving people equal and equitable basis of opportunity in interviews, not just saying that people get into these positions because of their race, their sex, or gender, or whatever you're particularly referencing. It's that they get into these positions because they're qualified and they have been given the opportunity as everyone else. They have the same opportunity as everyone else. When we're talking about equity, that means that we are trying to put everyone on an equal playing field in terms of opportunity, right? Not in terms of outcome. We're saying in terms of opportunity, right? And that doesn't mean that we boost everyone up, give them the exact same amount. That means that based upon the different conditions for different communities, there's going to be a difference in how much accessibility we need to create to a greater extent, right? So it's predicated off of what is the amount of access opportunity other people have gotten versus this particular community based upon the fact that this community has been marginalized. And then you're saying, what can we do to make it so
What do you mean by
there
marginalized?
Yeah, so again, like throughout the context of history, women have been not allowed into certain positions of power, certain industries, just based upon them being women. Women have been marginalized throughout the context of history. Was it relevant to engage in DEIA policy to allow for women to get the same access and opportunity as men? Historically speaking,
They do
by
have.
the way.
They already have the
Listen,
same access and opportunity.
Historically speaking, did you support it?
Support what? The wait, say that
DEIA
again?
for women. Did you support it historically speaking? Like in the
Yeah,
past,
they should. They should
versus
obviously
supporting
have
it.
an equal.
So wait, you do support DEIA?
No. No, I believe that women should have an equal part and like opportunity and stuff like that. But
So
I'm
you
saying
believe in DEIA?
just because they are. No. Just like you're trying to like mix up my words here. They should already have that opportunity. They shouldn't just be lifted all the way up just because of DIA. I mean, they have to do as good as job as a man can do if they're doing it. Like, you can't just say they're a woman, oh, they should have the job.
They
Correct?
can do as good of a job as a man. They just were not allowed to get that opportunity.
Well,
So what we're
what are
trying
the
to do is
statistics on
increase
that?
the amount of opportunities so there's an equal basis for opportunity for men and women. Do you understand that what we're trying to do here? We're trying to equalize opportunity, right, for people. We're not saying that you just get into the position because of this particular factor of you. We're saying that historically speaking, because you are not allowed in this position because of this particular factor or because you're a part of this community, we are going to get rid of that limitation. That's all DEIA is doing, is it's getting rid of the limitations that have historically existed for certain communities. Okay, so you don't actually disagree with it. You, historically speaking, have agreed with DEIA in relation to women, as it's been beneficial specifically for allowing for women who have been marginalized in the context of like the labor industry, right, to get into the labor industry into a greater
Like,
circumstance
historically speaking, yes.
in situations in which they're qualified, right, as do men,
Yes,
right,
but
to the same standard. Does that make sense?
It's not the same standard.
It is. That's what we're saying. That's the
And
goal
today-
of what we're,
today
listen,
is
the
completely
goal
different
of
from-
the goal of DEIA is to make sure that there's an equitable amount of opportunity for everyone.
Okay, but like that's different. If you go back 100 years, women didn't even have the right to vote. Like, that's completely different. But like nowadays, everybody has the same opportunity, so that's why we should get rid of DEI. Everybody has the same, not maybe the education, but I feel like you should be always
you're just wrong.
Judged based on how good of a job you do and how.
I'm sorry, but you're wrong. There is not the same level of opportunity right now. That is just not true. There have been so many different studies that I can show you where there is not the exact same amount of opportunity. So these are just applied in circumstances to make sure that there is the same opportunity. If you don't disagree with equalizing opportunities for people, not just saying that you get into this position because of a certain characteristic of you, but you get into the position because you're qualified, right? Do you agree with that? Do you agree with equalizing opportunities?
Okay, but like, tell me how we equalize these.
I want you to answer the question.
Though.
Do you agree with equalizing opportunities?
Yes.
Okay, so then you agree with DEIA at least to some extent. So then now what you need to tell me is what DEIA policy that the Democratic candidates supported that you disagree with. And if you can't mention a single one, it's just a buzzword to you.
Okay. It's not it's not a buzzword, man.
Then
I mean,
mention a single Democratic
went
candidate
back
that advocated for a certain policy that's DEIA that you disagree with.
I can't think off the top of my head of a specific.
Do Then it's a buzzword to
area
you.
about it.
It is
But
a
they about it-
buzzword that you just heard from
but
Charlie Kirk. You
it's-
didn't actually do any research into it. You don't actually know what you're disagreeing with.
I did
You are
research.
just disagreeing with it because conservatives have said it was bad. It's a buzzword to you. There's no basis in you disagreeing with it. Why'd you come up on my live stream to talk about something that you've done no research into? That makes no sense. Why would you do that? You went on a live with 10,000
I've
people.
I've done my
and-
research.
No, you didn't. You couldn't name a single Democratic policy that you disagree with that they support.
I'm talking about the general, the general, like the policy about it. Like the DEIA is just like completely wrong. Do you want me to give you a certain policy? You want me to look at a certain policy?
Yeah, no. Have you said you already did research? So what policy do you already know you disagree with? And if you can't mention one, again, it's just a buzzword to you. It's just a vibe to you. There's no specific basis to anything. It's just a feeling to you.
How is it a buzzword if I know what the word means and that it is you? It's not a like
How
they
is
were
it a
used
buzzword?
in the debate.
Because you don't even know how
If
it's
I
been
know what it
applied that you disagree with. You're saying it as this big bad thing that you disagree with, but you don't even know what specifically you disagree with. You came up on my live to say that you support Trump because of this, but you can't mention a single DEI policy that the Democrats support as a reason as to why you disagree with them and agree with the Republicans like Donald Trump. It makes no sense.
Well, I didn't come on here to name a policy, dude.
You came on here to talk about DEIA, and you don't even know what policy you're referencing. What do you mean you didn't come on here to talk about policy? You
I
came on a
disagree with it in general.
You came on a political live to not talk about policy? Do you realize how incoherent that is? Do you realize how everyone here is laughing at you because of that? That's embarrassing. Why would you go
Well,
on
I mean,
a
most of
political
them are just
live
grifters,
about
just getting you
Oh,
money.
now you're just mad. You're gonna call us grifters because I've debunked you and you have no actual response.
You haven't debunked me.
That's so embarrassing. You got completely debunked, and you just called me a grifter because I debunked
Just
you so
because I don't
badly.
know a policy? Come
Yeah.
on, dude. Just
Yeah,
because I
you're-
don't know a policy?
Yeah, but
And
yeah,
now I'm debunked.
you called me a grifter because you have no explanation, because you got intellectually dog-walked.
I didn't get dog walked by anything. I'm
You
just
did.
saying you should be judged based on how good of a job you do better than opportunity. Let's just give everybody an opportunity and see what
Yeah,
happens.
and we're
I mean,
advocating
like, I don't
for
get
that
it.
too. We're just advocating to get rid of said limitations that have restricted people in certain communities from being viewed in that particular way, in which they do have an equal opportunity. That's what you're not understanding.
Shouldn't you be judged based on how base of a good job you do though? Like think like why not
Yes.
just judge based off that?
Yes, that's what we are judging based upon. That's what we want people to be judging based upon. But the issue is
So then why are we
because of-
funding all of
listen,
this
listen, because of biases that exist in our society that have been passed down due through education and society that's existed that's been bad, that has led to these negative impacts happening and people not being viewed the same based upon their evaluation of qualities. We're saying we want them to be evaluated just based upon their qualities, but right now they're not being evaluated based upon their qualities because of, again, these certain biases that exist that have been passed down.
Okay, so like how okay, let's think about it this way. How much money will we have to fund for all these people to come in and do interviews and all of this stuff? And how crowded would they really
these
be?
are private
I mean, if we just
company
give every
the only policy you brought up was a private company's policy. Why do you care about the cost? You don't give a shit. It's not your
why do-
cost. You're not internalizing that cost.
Well, it's
That's
not your
making
cost
it worse
either.
off for you at all.
it's the viewers' cost. I mean, they're paying you, but
No, what? What do you mean the viewers cost? People who decide to give me money? What? Well, I'm confused how that's relevant to the private companies engaging in DEI policy. What are you talking about?
I'm just saying they give you money. But I'm
What
what's
is
funny,
this guy
dude?
saying, bro? Like,
What's funny?
how this? Name a single Trump policy that he influenced to get passed that you like.
What'd you say?
Name a single Trump policy that he influenced to get passed that you like.
The tax cut, definitely.
The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act or the Big Beautiful Bill? Name one provision within
Yeah.
the Big Beautiful Bill that you like.
The tips. They don't tax the tips.
Okay, the deduction on no tax on tips. Fair.
Yeah.
Okay. What if I told you that the overall Big Beautiful Bill, most of the tax cuts go to rich and wealthy individuals, and that Kamala Harris supported keeping all of the tax cuts applicable to income earners
Just
under
because-
$400,000 a year, which includes the no tax on tips policy that she also advocated for.
So taxing everybody less is just helping the rich. How does that make sense if everybody else is getting their taxes cut down?
Because what you're not understanding is Kamala Harris would have kept all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year and would have only increased taxes on income over $400,000 a year. And she also wanted to impose greater tax cuts for working class Americans, such as the increase the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, which would decrease your taxes. She also supported the no tax on tips deduction, which just reduces the taxable income.
So tell me how they went up during the Biden administration. How does that make any sense? If you're naming all this stuff off and Kamala Harris says,
wait, so taxes went up under Biden's administration? Is that what you just said?
yes, the income tax did.
That's Trump's tax plan. We were under Trump's tax plan, so you're blaming Trump's tax plan.
So the big beautiful bill is just
it was the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. The big beautiful bill was passed here in 2025. The original policy was through the TCJA. It was Trump's tax plan that you were just blaming the Democrats for.
So how do we compare the income tax compared to 2016, 2023, and now?
Yeah, how do you the income tax again? Kamala Harris.
Which one's lower?
The income tax. The income tax is the same bracket since Trump's first term. For lower income individuals, the difference is the difference specifically is the tariffs have been implemented, which cause an increase in taxes for you and for everyone because they buy consumer products, and you spend a greater proportion of your income on consumer products.
If we buy products from those
1%.
tariff countries,
listen, you do, you definitely do. And many of the materials that people use, even produce goods in the United States, do come from countries around the world. You said you don't buy goods from other countries? That's BS. Right. Secondly, if there's a reduction in the level of supply, that also affects American-made goods as well, and it will increase the cost for them as well because there's a reduction in the overall supply, which increases the price given the same demand.
The reason of all these tariffs is to make American more independent and more self-reliant on each other. To make I don't get what you're trying to say. If we're more reliant on ourselves, and we buy other stuff from America, wouldn't that be a lot better than trying to buy it from China and getting tariffed?
So the issue,
or whatever, Mexico or wherever.
The issue is it doesn't make us more self-reliant because, one, we've seen actually a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment in this country since Trump got in office, and that's because it increases the cost of domestic manufacturing in this country, therefore disincentivizing it, because many of the aspects of the production process, such as materials, come from countries around the world.
Well, it's not going to happen overnight,
listen,
Parker.
Listen, which causes the price to go up and makes it less reliable to produce products here in the United States. Secondly, what doesn't make us more self-reliant is when Donald Trump cuts the investments in renewable energy production in this country, and it makes us more dependent on foreign nations for energy. And that's why right now Trump is trying to start conflict with Venezuela because he wants their oil.
He doesn't want their oil. They're sending drug boats in here, man.
DRUG boats. And by the way, most of the DRUGs are not coming from Venezuela. They typically are sending the DRUG boats that are particularly referencing go to Europe and Africa. And there have been conditions in which, again, no evidence has been given to Congress they had DRUGs in the first place, right? And by the way, the DRUGs that are coming from there, by the way, you can't say the specific DRUG names, are CDRUG and MDRUG. MDRUG is legal in many states here in this country. I love it. It's amazing. They should bring more. Now, if you're talking CDRUG, again, you can detain them once they get to U.S. waters, and you can literally ensure that that is not brought to the country. Secondly, Trump literally pardoned a CDRUG trafficker, right? A convicted one. The ex-Honduran president was a convicted sea drug trafficker. Donald Trump pardoned them. So Donald Trump pardoned a quote-unquote narco-terrorist under your own view.
Okay, so, I mean, that's just going to go over your head. We're not going to notice how we send sex traffickers and everything back to their country, though. You're not going to recognize that. You're going to recognize one of those. And drug boats actually kill 3,000 Americans per drug boat. So
repeat what you just said?
You're about, oh my God, here we go down this rabbit hole. I'm saying that Trump has sent back sex traffickers, or DRU dealers. Has he not? Yes or no?
Wait, if we're talking about
one in 4 immigrants that come
them.
across the border. Who?
Trump bombed boats off the coast of Venezuela, and in some of these circumstances, in one of the circumstances actually, they ordered.
So there were Venezuelan boats.
Listen, they ordered a strike on a boat in which it was disabled, not going to the United States, didn't have enough gas to make it to the United States. They surrendered. There was no reason to do that. In that circumstance, actually, because the boat was capsized, right? And they were trying to get on it and sliding off for like 45 minutes. In that scenario, you're supposed to rescue them. And they ordered
The
the
United
kill.
States is not responsible to rescue them.
They are. They actually, that's the U.S. way, is to rescue them in that scenario.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Why do we care about what other countries doing? In that case, let's go save every other country. Like what?
Wait, what do you mean? What?
You think
why are
Venezuela
we-
would
why-
save us?
You just said, why are we caring what they're doing? So then why are we blowing them up?
Because it's killing 3,000 Americans per drug boat.
You can prevent that from happening just by detaining them once they get to U.S. waters. Why do you have to murder them to prevent it?
So they're gonna come here and murder us, but we should let them on the land and then detain them.
No, I said
That's your plan?
I said detain them in U.S. waters. If you listen to what I said.
Well, that's why Trump's a better leader, because he says if you come over here, you're getting killed. I mean, as simple as that.
That makes no sense to
He's
do.
putting them in their place right away.
That makes no sense to do because, one, there was not verifiable evidence that they had DRUGS in the first place. Two, even if they did, that's not reason to murder them. Again, it's reason to detain them, not to murder them.
So they can murder Americans, but we can't murder them. That's your logic.
Well, I don't believe in the death penalty. I believe that we should put people in prison who murder people. We don't murder them, okay? But if they're an active threat to someone, that would make sense. In this scenario, they're not an active threat. You can detain them without them murdering anyone.
Yeah, but like that puts more seriousness on the United States not to come near here, because there's some drug boats that we don't even know of that are coming by here. And what do you mean? What? It puts us serious. It shows America how strong we really are by saying if you come over here, then you're getting killed. That's just like
That's
American.
not a good thing. That's not
what
the
it's-
American way. The American way is to ensure, one, that they've committed a crime. Two, is to give them due process if they've committed said crime. Let them go in front of a judge, right? Let them go through the court system. And then we verify whether or not they've committed a crime. We don't just extrajudicially murder people in scenarios in which we're not at war, right? In international waters where there's no reason that they would be able to get to the country, right? If we could just detain them. We have the ability to detain them. There's no limitation for us detaining them.
See,
we
man,
should
like,
do that in that scenario.
I
We are different than our enemies, and you should at least be able to say that. You could say other people might murder people in this scenario, but that does not mean that we should do that. Okay? You have to realize that there is a standard. There is an ethical standard that we should pride ourselves on where we actually care about this. And if you continue to normalize a lack of such ethical standard, it's only going to erode how we treat everyone around the world and our image abroad. Our image abroad is already dog shit because of the evil shit that our country has done historically speaking. Let's change that. Let's actually be the fucking beacon of hope that we fucking were taught as kids we actually were. That's what we were taught. Let's actually be that. Let's live by an ethical standard. Let's not just fucking blow people up for no reason. That's not the American way. And if you think that's the American way, well, then you're defining the American way in a manner in which I don't want to be associated with. I'm serious.
Okay, so I like your sympathy and how emotional you are for it. But if somebody's gonna come over here and try to threaten our country, we should
detain them.
We should let that stop. No, we should just
Detain
let
them.
that stop.
You don't extrajudicially drone strike them with no evidence given to Congress that they had DRUGS in the first place. One, you have to accuse people of crimes. Two, you have to have evidence. Three, you don't murder them. Four, you detain them. Five, in some of these scenarios, they literally were not even coming to the United States. They didn't have enough gas to make it to the United States. If they couldn't even make it here, why are you blowing up their boat?
What about the other half that was going straight for
Wait,
America?
no. Address what I said, and then we can talk about it. And I already
Okay,
told
go
you,
ahead.
detain them once they get to U.S. waters.
Okay, so we can detain them, and so America has to put up with them.
Yes.
We have to feed them in jail.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the American way.
So let's put them in jail. They get out, and let's just let them do the same thing over and over. So it's just a cycle.
No, you let them go through the process. If they have actually committed that crime, if they were trying to bring DRUGS to the country that can actually harm Americans, like such as the sea drug, then there is reason to convict them. Okay? But Donald Trump is pardoning them. Donald Trump pardoned a sea DRUG trafficker, right? Because of probably a political favor. Okay? The ex-Honduran president, right, was convicted of trafficking sea drug, and Donald Trump pardoned them. So you can't simultaneously say we should murder them and then also pardon them. Like, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Bro, I think that it all goes down to morality right here at this point. I mean, you don't want to. You said that we should detain them, we should put up with them, we should use our own money to feed them, and then send them back where they
How
came
do you know
from.
it costs money to drone strike them? You're saying we should use our own money to drone strike them? Do you have any evidence that drone striking them is cheaper?
They're not going to come back again. I'll
Do
tell
you
you
know how
that.
much those missiles cost?
And probably like $10,000 per go. I guess.
I think it's
But
more
our
than $10,000.
defense budget is really high.
I think it's
so-
a lot more than $10,000 to literally blow them up.
What's our defense? What's our defense budget, Parker?
It's $900 billion plus. And if you're saying now we have so
Okay,
much money
so-
to do that, well, then can't we use that money in order to defend the country and ensure that we can detain them? So now money is not an issue whenever
Yeah,
we're talking
using
about
missile strikes
So by
against
the way,
drug boats.
money's not an issue when talking about missile striking them, but it's an issue when talking about detaining them.
Actually, yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. That's obviously absurd.
How many people would we have to?
Here, I have a few
Uh,
people to
dude,
thank.
it
real
just
quick.
goes down to
I have a
morality,
few
dude.
people to thank real quick. Rachel, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Of course, thank you. Kenzie, thank you for the $5 as well. Gladys, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much, Gladys. I really appreciate it. Mark with the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, Lily, though. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I did see that. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I have some people to thank on YouTube real quick. Thank you, everyone, for supporting the grift. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Luke. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, though. Too Tall, thank you so much for the $5. Tiffany, thank you for the $2. Zach with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Zach. Thank you. No, seriously, though. Definitely. They definitely deserved a 0. Kiri, thank you so much for the $2. AJ, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll have to ask. Michael, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. ZMC, thank you so much for the $2. Luke, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Caleb, thank you so much for the $40. I really appreciate you. Some W's for Caleb in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. And Luke with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty. So, go back to what your point was, other than saying that I'm a grifter.
You are.
That was just like a point for deflection. Like, let's be real here.
Okay.
Can you define grifter for me, actually?
Do you think Dean uses the vape?
You can't say that on live. Do you think that? Can you tell me? Can you answer my question? What does it mean to be a grifter?
Oh, you just sit on live and debate random people and then get like a lot of money, get off, and then go with your daily life, and then come back on. We need more money.
That's not what grifting means.
What does it mean then? Since you know, I think you know.
Yeah, I do. So it's dishonestly
Because you
holding
did
a
it.
certain position in order to gain something from it, whether it be money, attention, other things like that. So you would have to say that I'm a supporter of Trump.
That's exactly what I just said.
No, it's not what you just said. You would have to say I'm a supporter of Trump in order to be able to claim that I'm a grifter, which would be absurd. I'm clearly, definitely not a supporter of Trump. Okay. If you're saying I do this for
So
money,
just because you're not a
well,
Trump
no
supporter
shit,
doesn't
no
make you a
shit, no shit.
grifter?
This is my job. Are you a grifter because you have a job? Wait, so people who do their
Yeah.
jobs for money, are they grifters?
You're grifting because you like. Oh, no.
No, I'm just saying.
People
it's a
that jobs,
question.
they work hard for their money. You
Right,
just
so
sit
your
here.
parents, your
you
parents,
just, no, you
your
just
parents
sit
who
here.
work jobs for money, are they grifters? Are your parents grifters?
No, they're hardworking. You just sit
Okay,
here
so
and
I
just,
can say the same
like,
thing. Grace, thank you for the racing debut. I think I'm pretty hardworking.
Bro, that was like $50, and you just said thanks.
John, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yes, I said thank you. Of course, I'm going to say thank you.
Okay, well, whatever.
Polar,
I'm
thank
gonna
you
let
so
you
much for
get
the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Polar. Again, you didn't.
Hey,
Answer, so again,
I'm
you
gonna-
just said doing things for money means you are grifting, and then you just contradicted yourself by saying that your parents doing things for money is not grifting. So the point that I would make here is that you're just saying this because you're jealous and you wanted to pivot away from the conversation because I debunked you. I destroyed your argument.
You just
and you
asked
got
me what I was. You didn't debunk nothing, dude.
Yes, I did. This whole time I've been debunking your position. Libby, thank you for the $15 for I hate my job. I pretend to like it. I must be a grifter. Literally. Heather, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you.
Gosh, I have 7,000 people coming at me right now, man.
Okay. So do you want to...
Would you say Democratic? Would you say the Democratic Party is like love and accepting?
I would say the Democratic Party is more loving and accepting than the Republican Party. Absolutely.
Oh, what's that one group? What's that one group called? Antifa? Is
Yeah.
that what it's
Are
called?
you Antifa?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Are you Antifa?
No, I'm not Antifa.
You're not. So are you neutral or pro-fascism?
No, I'm saying no. I'm saying that they do harmful things during their protests.
Can you answer my question? Are you neutral or pro-fascism? Because you said you're not anti-fascist. So are you pro or neutral on fascism?
Like I just like no. That's not my point though, man.
What, are you anti-fascism?
Dude, obviously I don't like fascism.
So you're against fascism, right? So you're Antifa.
No. I'm not Antifa because I don't go
Yeah,
around
you are.
and
You just said that
assault
you're
police
against.
officers
You
and
just said that.
do harm.
Wait. That's not what Antifa means.
Listen, what I'm saying.
Antifa just means that you're against fascism. I'm Antifa. You're Antifa. We're all Antifa. And if you're Antifa, then you're against Donald Trump.
No. That's not that. Donald Trump's not a fascist. Let me say one thing. You're not
by
letting
definition.
me speak. Parker.
We can. Do you want to tell me what do you think fascism is?
Grifter, dude.
What do you think fascism
let
is?
me. Can I like say my point, man?
Yeah.
You're just gonna keep interrupting
Tell me what fascism is.
No, before I say my point, because you interrupted me like a minute ago.
Okay.
Okay, so Antifa is like, how many arrests did we have in one protest? I think it was about like 26 people that like, I think like 10 or 14 of them had like assault against a police officer. There was a couple more about like, there were criminal records and criminal charges on them because of the harmful things they did. How is that loving and accepting? Because they just sound like.
So I wouldn't.
Like I'm confused.
I wouldn't brand people who have committed violence as everyone, specifically who would be on the left. That doesn't make any sense. As you could make the same point specifically about the January 6th violent rioters, and then brand all Republicans and MAGA supporters as domestic terrorists, because the domestic terrorists who beat police officers and were pardoned by Donald Trump did so on January 6th. So you see how that's not a good
so you
argument?
cannot say. No, it is a good argument. Because so you cannot say that the left is more accepting than the right because we both do bad things.
No, I just think that specifically the right does the bad to a significantly greater extent. Like, for example, they commit more violence, they have more violent rhetoric. Like, Trump has explicitly himself called for the execution of some Democrats who just said not to abide by unlawful orders.
Yeah, but you can't say one is more accepting than the other if they both do bad.
What? Yes, you can. You can. Because
there's either a good or a bad side.
Hey, dude, you have a difference in the level of bad. Also, again, just because people do bad things on your side does not mean that you are Listen, just because people did bad things on your side does not mean that you support those bad things. Okay?
Yeah, exactly.
That is a ridiculous assertion. So if you said it exactly, so then why are you saying that everyone who is anti-fascist or against fascism is described specifically by some people who consider themselves anti-fascism who committed certain acts of violence? That is obviously not a good argument, because you could say the same thing for people who are on the right. You could say the same thing of any ideological opinion, because there are going to be some people of said ideological opinion that have done bad things. That does not mean that everyone of that ideological opinion has that exact same perspective on whether or not the violence is acceptable in terms of promoting that particular opinion. So you understand that this is not a prescription of anything to do with Democrats as a whole.
Well, if you... Okay, so then why do you come at Republicans in saying that we do bad stuff too? Like you're basically saying that I'm doing bad stuff too.
Your presidential candidate has
Parker.
done. I point to things that your presidential candidate's done, and I say, do you support this? I'm not pointing towards random people on the right. Okay, I'm pointing towards
but you have
presidential candidate.
You have a candidate that went to the Diddy party. I mean, we can keep going back and forth.
Who?
Kamala Harris. There's a picture.
Kamala never went to a Diddy party. That's a fucking fake picture, you idiot. What are you talking about? Actually, you want to know who was good? You want to know who was good friends with Diddy? Trump. Trump said that Diddy's a good guy. Do you want to hear it?
So Kamala can hang out with him, but
Kamala, by the way.
Dude, whatever her name is, I'm gonna call her Harris.
Then do that.
Okay.
So you understand that picture you're talking about is not even a real picture.
What is?
That was a picture posted on Twitter by conservatives who have photoshopped the picture. This has been fact checked and debunked for years now.
Yeah. Okay. So like if Trump's such a bad guy, then why did he kick out Epstein out of his public what's it called, nightclub, and then called himself a P3DO?
That's not the explanation that Trump gave. Trump gave an explanation and said that it was because Epstein, quote unquote, stole one of his underage masseuses from Mar-a-Lago, who was a victim of Epstein. That's actually what he said.
No, dude, I mean, it seems like you haven't done your research because it came out of his mouth. He literally stated that he thinks that he's a creep and he's a weirdo.
Yeah, what I'm saying came out of Trump's
So you
mouth.
agree with that?
No, what I'm saying is that this came out of Trump's mouth more recently. What I'm talking about is what he claimed recently is the reason as to why he stopped being friends with Jeffrey Epstein. This is what he said himself. I'm telling you what Trump said.
So is that a bad or a good thing?
What? I'm sorry. It was one. He shouldn't have underage masseuses. That's diabolical.
He didn't.
He did. She was 17 years old.
Has that? But it hasn't. That hasn't been proven.
Yes, it has.
And what? And what?
And he verified
in what circumstance?
this.
Like, has he been charged with it criminally?
No, he said it, but you wouldn't be charged criminally for that. I'm just saying this is what he said he did himself.
Okay, perfect. So but tell me, answer this question: if he stopped being friends with Epstein, is that good or bad, Parker?
Stopping being friends with Epstein would be good, but I'm telling you,
okay,
what you're not
perfect.
understanding is that Donald Trump, according to Epstein, knew about everything that was happening. Donald Trump, according to Epstein, was the worst person he'd known. He knew lots of bad people, but he never knew them as bad as Donald Trump. He was best buds with Epstein for over 10 years. He said that he was a quote-unquote terrific guy that likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. Okay? You understand all of these circumstances, right? And there's even some emails that indicate likely that they could have had 2017 Thanksgiving together. Okay?
Okay, so if Trump is trying to release this himself, then why would he, if he was inside these files, why would he want to release them himself? And then the court deny it? Because Democrats are panicking because they know that he did not do anything bad in those files. If Trump himself said, "Hey, release it, let me see it. There's nothing. I have nothing to hide," and then the court of law literally declines it.
I'm sorry, Trump. By the way, you're talking about certain types of grand jury things. That's not what he was talking about. So he was. So listen, you understand that he was trying to limit it from being passed. He even canceled Marjorie Taylor Greene over it. Okay. He was not wanting this to be released. He called it a hoax.
Yeah, but did he not try to release it this year though? Correct? Like, did he not?
No, he has actively tried to limit it from being released. It's soon here going to be released. We're just obviously concerned about whether or not certain parts are going to be redacted, taken out, etc.
Well, I mean, it might be redacted because it was used as evidence in the court of that one.
But that doesn't mean that you should be redacting things that relate to Trump.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I would say that there's Democrats that were at the Epstein or wherever they were in New York or the island. There's Democratic candidates that have been proven that were there. Correct?
No, there hasn't been proof yet. But if there was, I would say that we shouldn't support.
There's no
any
proof
of them.
that Trump did all this.
Listen, okay? In any of the scenarios in which there's Democrats, I would condemn them, and you should be able to say the exact same thing for the Republicans. Literally,
yeah, I mean, that's
any
fair.
Democrat on that list, I will not support.
Okay. So if I support a different candidate that was Republican, and Trump, let's say he's vice president, do I support Trump?
If you support a different Republican candidate and they say they support Trump, would that mean you support him?
Yeah.
Not necessarily. But, I mean, you'd support someone who supports him. But, I mean, you already said that you support him. So
if Kamala Harris supported a candidate that was friends with Epstein, that means you support Epstein, Parker.
What? That makes no sense.
Who
did she support that was friends with Epstein?
Bill Clinton.
Okay. So,
okay.
if you're saying being friends with Epstein means that you've done something bad, correct?
No. I said that means
No?
you just said. No.
Wait, you
We're
just
not
said
gonna do
no.
this.
You just said no. So
Parker.
then this doesn't mean anything bad, right?
No, you said if I support someone that supports Trump, that means I support Epstein. That's what you said. Now, if Kamala
That's
Harris
not what I
supports
said.
Bill Clinton,
That's not what I said.
what'd you say then?
No, I said that you would support the person that supports that person, but that doesn't mean that you necessarily support that third person. You're misunderstanding. I clarified that. You just didn't listen.
You literally said that means that I support that. Like if I support a candidate that is
You
friends
should
with
go
Trump, does that
watch
mean I
back
support
the
Trump?
conversation, because that's not what I said. Your comprehension skills are very bad.
No. So if I support a candidate that's friends with Trump, does that mean I support Trump? Yes or no, Parker?
If you support a candidate that's friends with Trump, does that mean you support Trump? No.
How so?
What? How so? Just because
If I
you would
support-
support someone that is friends with another person does not mean that you support the person in which they're friends with.
That means that they have the same idol. I forgot how to pronounce that. They have the same
If you're
characteristics.
arguing,
they
if
have
you're,
the same
wait,
thoughts.
if you're arguing
opinions.
then you're saying that you support Jeffrey Epstein. Based
No,
upon
because
your own
Trump-
reasoning,
because Trump
based
kicked
upon
him
your
out.
own reasoning, then you're saying that you support Jeffrey Epstein.
No, I didn't. No, because he stopped being friends with him. He stopped contact with him.
Okay, well, Kamala Harris.
That's what I support about him.
I don't think Kamala Harris is like close friends with Bill Clinton, by the way.
What did you say? Kamala Harris supports Bill Clinton, though.
Kamala, bro, just say Harris. Jesus Christ, man. It is not
Okay.
difficult to pronounce her name. I don't know why Republicans have such a problem with doing it. Like, seriously, what is your problem? How many times have I told you in this conversation?
I don't
about her
mean to.
I understand, but Jesus Christ, dude. Like, it gets to a point, like, if you can't do it, why do you keep saying her name instead of just saying Harris?
If one of your grifters give me $5, I'll pronounce it right.
Shut up. No one's giving you shit. Why do you say that? Like, it's embarrassing. Did you just say that to like, literally try and deflect away from my point?
No.
Like, you literally just bring up grifting whenever you want to, like, pivot. Like, it's so cringe. You're clearly mad when people donate to me. Like, thank you for the hat and mustache. I really appreciate it. Blue. Creed, thank you so much. The $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said the cheapest missile is $165,000. That's diabolical. RJ, thank you so much. The $5 for the grift money. For some coffee. Thank you so much. Brian, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, that's so nice. I did Accutane when I was younger, so that's why I have clear skin. I used to have a decent amount of acne. I have some people to thank on YouTube, and then we'll go on and continue the conversation. Luke, thank you for the $5. Paul, thank you for the $14. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Paul. Luke, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tiffany, thank you for the $2 downfall. Thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Heather, thank you for the 5 as well. Thank you for the sending the 5 to the caller just begged to you. Oh, thank you so much. You know the one, the $5 that you wanted? They just sent it to me instead.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
That's awesome, dude.
Does that make you sad?
Yeah, you can go buy Dean some babes.
Is that the best you got?
Oh, I wasn't trying to make a comeback. I was just saying.
Seriously, that was the best you got. That's the only thing you could say. You could go get Dean an anxiety pen now.
I beat you in the debate. I have to beat.
Name one point you beat me on, bro. That's embarrassing. Vampire, thank you for the $5. And
That,
DRG, thank you so much. Really
you
appreciate the
support
$5 for the rage
Epstein.
bait. Thank you. That didn't make any sense. That was an incoherent point.
No, it wasn't because you
Hey,
said.
can I
that
ask
Kamala
you a few
Harris is friends with
questions,
Bill
yes or
Clinton,
no?
She supports Epstein.
Can I ask you a few questions, yes or no?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will?
Didn't happen.
No, I'm asking. It's a yes or no question.
You can't give me a yes or no question if it didn't happen.
I asked you, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will? I'm just asking you, yes or no? I said would.
No.
No, you wouldn't? Are you sure?
I would not support them.
Okay. Alrighty. So Donald Trump was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. Therefore, you don't support Trump, correct? And you would not vote for him?
So he was liably.
He was held civilly liable for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
So whatever her name is, I don't want to pronounce it like I did a Kamalato or.
Kamala. You purposefully just did that. That was purposeful rage bait. It just makes you sound stupid, dude. Like, genuinely. Like, I don't think you know what you're doing. Like, you just genuinely sound stupid.
All right. Okay, so about that Carol girl. So basically, he did not do that. He did not do this. He was not. He was liable. He did not get proof of what this happened. She lied about him. She tried to throw him under the bus. He got interviewed about it. People clipped that interview and then said that he did it because he actually didn't. You're gonna play the clip that he always did. That he's in a mic and he's with a room and he's talking about it. You don't look through the whole clip.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
Listen,
that's true. Where's the evidence?
Name one lie that she engaged in.
Where's the evidence? Because you said forcibly.
I will
so
tell
where's
you.
the
I will
the
tell
bumps
you,
and
but I want
bruises
you
on
to
her
answer.
body?
I will tell you, but I want you to answer this question first. Name one lie that she engaged in.
What you just stated, that he forcibly tried to whatever.
Okay, and how do you determine that that's a lie?
Because you have, if he forcibly did it, there would be physical. There would be physical bruising. There would be physical things that have happened to her. If she was,
no, not necessarily.
How come if he forcibly tried to do it?
Listen, because this is decades later that she came out, right? You understand that, right? Like, for many victims, it takes.
So how do you know
decades to
she's
come
telling
out.
the truth,
Listen. For many victims, it takes decades to come out. How do we know? Because there were multiple of her friends that verified that she told them the story at that particular time.
They can lie.
Therefore, can you please let me finish? Do I need to mute you? Do you need
No.
Do you need a baby bottle?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so be quiet. Good boy. So if you want to reference the case, again, there were multiple of her friends that specifically talked about the fact that she had this particular story decades ago, so it verifies a consistent story over multiple decades. There was a dress with DNA on it where Trump decided not to give up his DNA over the multiple years allotted that he could have given up his DNA. And in that scenario, again, it would have shown that he wasn't the scene of the crime, but he chose not to do that because it obviously would have incriminated him. We can also point to the fact that there was a psychiatrist that psychologist that verified the trauma that she went through. There were other victims that talked about the experiences that they had gone through. There were people specifically at Bergdorf Goodman that worked there that talked about how specifically on the floor that they were on, it was likely that there was no one else on that floor at the time in which it happened. There were plenty of verifying elements of this, right? And you don't accept any of it. So name one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute.
Okay, so if you're in a court of law and a woman's
I want an
accuses
answer
a man.
to my question, and then you can make your point. What was my question?
Okay.
Did you even listen?
Yeah, I listened to the whole thing about your points about the
So then
DNA
what was my
and
question?
the floor.
Kat, think of the flying jets. Thank you so much, Kat. What was my question?
Can you repeat it?
So you didn't listen.
Can you repeat it?
Name one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute.
Her quote unquote friends telling her that it happened. That's not evidence. That's word for word.
You didn't even clarify what actually happened. No, it's that she told them at that time, and it verifies a consistent story over multiple decades. That's not, by the way, that's not a piece of evidence to dispute. You can't dispute that happened, right? That's obviously it's them making a claim of they witnessed the being told about this at that time. All it does is justify a consistent story over multiple decades.
Okay, yeah, fair. Okay, fair enough. Maybe it was consistent, and let's say this all did happen. But if you're in a court of law and you have a man and you have a woman sitting there, and the woman purposefully wanted to have S3X with whoever she did, and she said that he raped her. Now, who would win in that court of law, the man or the woman? Most likely, what would happen, Parker?
Most likely in this scenario, the person wouldn't be held accountable. Because
no,
again,
the woman
in most
would
scenarios,
win.
Listen, in most scenarios in which this happens, the abuser is not held accountable, let alone in circumstances in which there's just an accusation. Secondly, again, people aren't just going around just creating false accusations for no reason. That is not a common thing to happen. It is incredibly unlikely, especially when there's 26 plus people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. What is the likelihood of every single one of those people lying?
I don't know. Are they Democrats?
That's such an embarrassing thing to say. Can you please just acknowledge what I said? What is the likelihood of over 26 different people accusing Donald Trump of sexual misconduct and every single one of them is lying? It's infinitesimally.
I would say it's
infinitesimally
50-50.
for 26 plus people to accuse him of sexual misconduct and for them to all be no, that's not 50-50. It's not even 50-50 if one person is to accuse him, because only 2 to 10% of cases are false accusations. Okay, and those are cases specifically brought to the context of the court system, not even taking into account the fact that Donald Trump was held civilly liable. Okay, so this idea
but like,
that you
what's
have in your brain,
But Parker, I'm confused.
it's
What's
50
the
to
evidence
50.
though?
I'm sorry, dude. If there's 26 plus people that have witnessed a certain thing happening, is that evidence to you that it occurred?
No, that's witness. That's word for word.
Okay, I have a question. Are you Christian?
That's witness. Say that again.
Are you Christian?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Do you believe Jesus rose from the dead?
Yes.
What reason do you have to believe that? Is it maybe the people you believe witnessed it?
Yeah, fair enough.
Were there more people that witnessed, e.g., like specifically being sexually assaulted by Donald Trump, than there were people that were specifically mentioned or claimed to have witnessed it in the context of the Bible?
It was 500 witnesses.
That's just a claim. I'm talking about individual people. That's like me claiming 500 people saw a floating pig. I'm saying specific people.
I mean,
okay. And by the way, that's about a miraculous claim about resurrecting from the dead. That's not even about a claim that typically happens within our society. Like, you understand that grape happens in our society. People aren't raising from the dead like a zombie in our society, okay? So if you're going to think that one is more likely to be the case, well, then you're going to think that it's going to be the people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. You accept witnesses whenever you deem it to be like good for your own position that you feel like is true. You don't accept facts. You put feelings over facts. You don't care about evidence. You don't care about witnesses. You just want to support Trump regardless. Dude, 26 different people accusing Donald Trump of sexual misconduct is a good enough standard for you to believe it, because you believe with less evidence that Jesus rose from the dead. You believe with less evidence that Jesus rose from the dead.
There's more evidence that he did.
That's just not true. Okay, by the way, Jesus raising from the dead, there is practically no evidence for that, because these were stories.
Israel, Jerusalem.
Let me explain. These were stories passed down word of mouth. You know that, right?
Spoken from the Lord.
Okay, if they were passed down word of mouth for over a generation or two, you understand that's like playing the game of telephone, okay? These weren't written down by the specific people that witnessed it themselves. These were stories passed down to other people through common tales that were talked about between generations, and then it was written down.
Okay, what year is it, Parker? What's the year?
Right now, it's 2025.
Since what? 2025 years ago, since what?
Since what? The beginning of the calendar.
No. Since the beginning of what?
You're trying to say Jesus' life, but
you're basing your calendar off.
Wait, when was Jesus born?
Well, we said
what
it's
year
0.
was he born?
It would be 0.
Actually,
80.
Many scholars indicate that it was after that.
Okay, they're scholars. They don't know anything. Scientists
you
and
think
scholars
you know
are
more
wrong
than
all
scholars?
the time. They can be wrong. You think they're just always right, Parker?
And by the way, there isn't a year 0. There would be year 1. I just want to clarify.
Okay, sorry.
Year 0 wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, but you're basing your calendar off since when Jesus was born, so.
No, it's not necessarily that. And even if it was,
do you know the probability that you're here right now?
What? That's again not even a relevant point to bring up. Can you just address my point?
What was your point? Because you just say it 5 minutes.
Yeah, my point is you have better reason to believe all the victims that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct than to believe that Jesus rose from the dead.
Okay, so who's most likely to lie? Okay, you said that it can't pass down from generations from stories. They
yeah,
just made it up.
who's more likely to lie? A pathological liar that cheated on every single one of his wives and still lies about it to this day, or the 26 plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct?
Yeah, really.
You tell me, who's more likely to lie?
You don't. I just think that I don't see any evidence.
You're stunned. You have no response.
Okay, dude.
Do you have a response? Seriously, what's your response? Who's more likely to lie?
26 people.
You think the 26 plus people are more likely to lie than the pathological liar with 30,000 confirmed lies in his first administration, who cheated on every single one of his wives? Really? Okay, if someone was a serial cheater, would you trust them? Right? To not cheat on you?
It depends on how they've changed.
Okay. So how has Trump demonstrated that he's changed?
Well, let's see. There's no evidence. People just make up.
No
make
evidence
up
of
stuff.
what?
Of that he's like sexually assaulted these girls, or
There is
whatever
evidence.
you want to say.
There is evidence. Oh, if witnesses are not
26
evidence,
people is evidence,
Wait.
man?
So to clarify, if witnesses are not evidence, then do you think there's any evidence that Jesus rose from the dead?
That's why religion comes to faith, not evidence, bub.
Okay, so you don't believe that there's any evidence, yet you still believe it. So you can believe in religion with no evidence, but you can't believe a victim.
It's different in today's world. I mean,
Why do you
gotta think,
need evidence to believe all these victims, but you don't need evidence to believe that Jesus rose from the dead, turned water into wine, is the Lord and Savior?
Okay, well, since you believe the 26 people,
and by the way, what stops you from believing in any other religion based upon that exact same?
Since you believe the 27 victims, why don't you believe 500 witnesses that Jesus rose from the dead?
It's just a claim of 500 people.
Okay, but like if you believe 27
there's
people,
no individual 500 people. We don't know the names of these people. There's no individual 500 people that have given their own accounts.
Name 27 victim. Name every single victim that was every 26.
I'm not going to name
victims.
every single one off the top of my head, but I could give you a list of them. You can't give me a list.
Okay. Matthew, Mark, Luke, John.
By the way, we don't even know
Acts,
if those are the we don't even know if they were the ones that wrote those particular passages, by the way.
Yeah, but you can't say that you believe 27 people and then not believe let's say just 12 disciples. Let's go with that. You can't believe 12 people, but you can believe 27. That just makes your logic.
You said what?
That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense because if you can believe 27 people that Trump was liably, whatever for that, whatever he did, I don't know about Carol, you can't. Why can't you believe that Jesus Christ rose from the dead if there's eyewitnesses too?
One, it's a claim
like
of
you're believing
other people.
an eyewitness
Two,
testimony.
we don't
from
have
other
firsthand accounts of these stories. Again, the stories were passed on word of mouth. And then three, it's a miracle. Okay, miracles by definition. Listen to what I'm saying before you cut me off. I will mute you every single time you speak if you do it again. Stop. I'm trying to explain it to you right now. Plus, miracles are the least likely thing to possibly occur. When we're looking at history, we're looking for what's the most likely thing to occur, what has the best evidence to indicate what happened. If it's a miracle, by definition, it can't be the most likely thing to have occurred unless there's only one logically possible explanation. Since there's more than one logically possible explanation, it is impossible for us, based upon the evidence, to accept that a miracle happened, because miracles, by definition, again, are the least possible thing to occur.
Okay, so would you say that you have faith that this? Okay, so I see what you're saying though. Like I genuinely do. But like, okay, so what would you? How would you know that this happened to Trump? You would say evidence, correct?
How do we know that Trump did this? Because of evidence, yes. I think it is vastly.
Okay, so if we go down,
it is significantly more likely to have occurred rather than to not have occurred, especially because the likelihood in which it would be the case that over 26 plus people lied about the set of circumstances about sexual assault. Again, it is unlikely in of itself for people to lie about that. Already unlikely.
So you say that if you say there's unlikely, then there's still a chance that they're lying.
Hey, how about this? I ate food earlier. Do you believe me?
Yeah.
Isn't it possible I didn't? What evidence do you have that I did? Is it because I'm trustworthy? Is it because it's unlikely that I'm lying? Huh. It sounds like that's enough evidence for you in this scenario, but it's not enough evidence for you in the scenario that we just brought up with 26 plus people accusing Donald Trump of sexual misconduct, let alone someone holding him liable in a civil court for sexual abuse. Yet him also bragging about sexually exploiting women and girls, right? Literally, an 18-year-old came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. We can also point to the fact that he said he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He sexualized his daughter on countless occasions. That heavily increases the likelihood that this happened.
I mean, if he's liable, then that means he's not proven that he did it.
Wait, one, that it's proven based upon the standard in a civil court, genius. So yes, it is proven in a civil court. Secondly, you're not taking into account any of the other pieces of evidence that I just mentioned. It is so likely that this happened, and you're not even responding to any of these pieces of evidence. You are just simply restating that, oh, you just don't believe it. So what standard of evidence would you believe?
I mean, if a video.
You'd only
evidence
believe
of
that
them
someone
walking
got
in
sexually...
there. Evidence
So by the
evidence
way,
of physical altercations on her body. That's evidence. Evidence is when you know something for a fact.
So one second.
Not that you're...
So you wouldn't believe it unless there are physical marks on their body and or there's a video. Okay? So if your daughter told you that she was sexually assaulted by someone, and it is the case that there was no video and no bruises on her body, would you believe her?
I don't know.
You don't know? You don't know if you would believe your daughter in that scenario? You wouldn't believe your daughter because she's trustworthy, because it's unlikely that she would lie to you about something like that? Why wouldn't you believe your daughter in that scenario? 1, you'd be a bad dad. 2, you're being unreasonable. And 3, if you look at the level of trustworthiness, then you obviously know that the pathological liar is significantly less trustworthy than E. Jean Carroll, significantly less trustworthy than the 26 plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct. The idea that you have in your head that he is not someone who has committed this is only out of the fact that you are going to come up here and defend a predator regardless. And you don't need evidence that he's telling the truth. Predator. You never once asked for evidence that what he was saying was true. You only asked for evidence for what E. Jean Carroll said was true. You only asked for evidence that the victims that have accused him of sexual misconduct of what they said was true. You never asked for evidence for what he said was true.
Okay.
Why don't you put the same level of skepticism on him as you put on the victims?
What would you say that the evidence would be?
What would I say? I already told you, and you just apparently can't remember.
You said DNA. You said DNA. Victims. And what else?
If that's all you can take from this conversation, I should kick you and go on to the next person, because your comprehension skills are absolutely dog shit.
What was the third one? I'm trying to get the third one down, dude.
There was a lot more than 3, silly goose.
No, but those weren't evidence, man. You're giving...
There's no angel. Yes, this is... What is evidence? Can you define evidence for me?
That you know for a fact, or it leads up to something.
Know for a fact. Again, you have to define this for us. Know for a fact that something is true.
If it either leads...
Okay, let me clarify. What is a fact, then?
A fact?
Yes.
It's true.
Okay, so let me clarify. Evidence is something that points towards something being true. Okay? So it would be like something that increases the likelihood of something being true. That's what a piece of evidence is, okay? So
okay.
What I just mentioned were all pieces of evidence that indicate this to be true, okay?
So wouldn't you say that it's evidence that there's a tomb where Jesus laid?
There was a tomb, but we don't necessarily know that Jesus was the one that was in a specific tomb. We don't know which tomb they were in. We also don't even have evidence that he was in a tomb in the first place, because oftentimes at that time period, they would just leave them on the cross to decompose. That's actually what was most likely to happen at that time period. Was there video of this happening? Do you know?
That's kind of inconsiderate to say.
Oh, is it? Was it not inconsiderate for you to say that when in reference to victims?
Wasn't there video and security cameras?
You only say it's inconsiderate when I say it, but you never said it was inconsiderate when you said it. It's ironic that you just said that, because then you just consider your own
How
basis
is it?
for that inconsiderate.
So I asked for video. How long ago was it?
No,
The
yeah,
ca-
I
the
know
ca-
it was
the
before there
case
was
you-
the ability to get
Sure.
video. I'm not disputing that. But the point that I would make is that,
Yeah.
again, for many victims, it's impossible for them to get a video. What do you want them to pull out their phone while it's happening? What the fuck are you talking about?
That's not what I
No,
said.
what are you laughing at? I'm serious. That is such a fucking absurd thing for you to say. It is
You
so
said they pull out their
inconsiderate.
phone.
It is so inconsiderate for you to say that about
You
victims.
said that it's inconsiderate because there's video cameras that were on every angle. That you said that they were at the top floor. What if
no,
there be
there's
video?
not. At that time period, there were not video cameras there. That's actually what the people testified who worked there said. There were not video cameras. There weren't people on that particular floor. It was likely that it would have been empty at that particular time period. So actually, if you want to talk about asking for a video, there weren't cameras in these dressing rooms in these scenarios. So the idea that you have in your head that it's inconsiderate for me to ask for camera footage of this scenario because they wouldn't have cameras in that particular instance, well, then it would be inconsiderate for you to do the exact same thing when they didn't have cameras in that particular instance. Why are you using this double standard? Why don't you acknowledge that what you said was clearly inconsiderate?
Okay, so when were security cameras invented?
I'm not saying that they weren't invented. I just said that they weren't in the particular building on that floor.
That's okay. So like, there's no security cameras that were outside of the building of them walking in or walking down the sidewalk or parking in.
No,
nothing at all.
By the way, this
Okay.
was across the street from Trump's tower.
So there was definitely security cameras in Trump's tower.
That wouldn't, him leaving Trump Tower wouldn't indicate this. Plus, they wouldn't give us that footage, and that doesn't indicate anything. So we're talking about in Bergdorf Goodman. There wasn't cameras in Bergdorf Goodman. And
Okay,
also,
so
this is from the 90s, so the likelihood that they would even have that on database is probably low as well.
yeah, but okay. So you said that it's unlikely though for 27 people to be lying. So there's still a chance that they could lie because you said unlikely.
Yeah, it is incredibly unlikely. It is so unlikely. It's so infinitesimally small that like the point you would bring that up is just ridiculous. That's like saying it is possible. It is logically possible that actually every person you've ever met in your life is not real and that you're just a brain in a vat that's being fed experiences. Okay? That is logically possible. Okay? It is not likely at all. Therefore, it would be absurd for you to believe that to be true. Okay? So why are you basing that on just because it's possible that every single person has lied in existence, right? That doesn't mean that it's true.
All right, man. I mean, I don't want to go down. I'm not really educated on this type of thing, but I mean, I was trying to talk about DI, but I get what you're saying. I totally understand what you're saying. We should believe.
Who is more likely to be right? The 26 plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct, or the pathological liar that still lies all the time?
I just don't think. Okay, I would believe if that happened in this instance, I would believe the 26 people, but I do not think that he's a pathological liar. Now I would use.
Wait, you're just lying.
Now I
then.
would use.
You're lying yourself. I can prove to you he's a pathological liar. You want me to do that? He still lies to this day and says he won the 2020 election. He still lies about the fact that he cheated on his ex-wife, even though he literally
because the ballots were thrown away from him in Virginia.
Stop. I meant cheated on his current wife, right? Even though literally he paid Stormy Daniels hush money. Okay, there's evidence that he's lied in these scenarios. He has 30,000 confirmed lies or misleading statements in his first administration. I can give you so many different things that indicate this guy's a pathological liar.
Okay.
And anything else you want to address for that? Because again, it sounds like you shouldn't support Trump. Because again, you said that you wouldn't support Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexual abuse. One, he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Two, you have really good reason to believe it. Right? So please, address this. You don't support Trump anymore, right?
Yeah, but you can't. No, I mean, I do, dude. I mean, I just
so you would support Trump if he were. So you would support Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexual abuse.
Quit putting words in my mouth, Parker.
I'm asking you a question. I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm asking you a question, genius.
No. Yeah. So if he was proven and that this act, like if it was proven
It
that this
was, and you don't
actually
even
happened,
accept it. He was held civilly liable in a civil court, and you still don't accept
so
it.
why isn't he in jail if this happened?
Because of statute of limitations on criminal cases that say after a certain amount of years you can't try someone in a criminal court, regardless of the amount of evidence.
Okay. I have to do more research on it. If I do more research on it, then
You don't need to do more research. I've already given you enough reason to believe this to be true. You're going to deny this to the very end because you're a cult. You're literally a cult member. Okay? You'll support Trump no matter what. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
the reason that you gave me just there.
Okay. So then you don't support him anymore, right?
No, I do.
You see what I mean?
Because I'm
a cult member.
I'm gonna do my research. I'm gonna do my research.
Yeah, and I guarantee you're not going to do the research. I would so bet that. I would so bet that. I doubt you're going to do the research. I'm so serious. I think you're just going to be like, "Oh, Parker's a grifter. I don't even care to look that one up."
Like, okay, man.
I mean,
you're saying.
By the way, you don't
we
even
can use.
You don't need to do more research to determine this to be true. I've given you all the information that you need. I'm serious. That's how I know you're not going to do the research. That's how I know that no research would change your mind. Because I've given you enough information to make the determination. There's nothing else you could look at on the internet right now that would change your mind. Literally nothing else that you could point to and you could look at that you could ever see that would change your mind, right? Because one, you're not going to do the research. Two, right, you don't care. Because I've given you all the information you need.
I mean, I do care. I literally
It's
just told you I'm
so
open about
likely
it.
to be true that Donald Trump did this. It's so unlikely to be true that he didn't do this.
Okay, but like look, man, look. Let me talk for a second.
Go ahead.
You said it's unlikely for them that this did not happen, and that it's likely that it did. So you cannot give your 100% proof fact that he did this. You can't be 100% on something that you're unlikely about. That does not make any sense, man.
Does your mom love you?
So some part of you tells you that he actually
does your
may
mom
not
love
have done
you?
this.
Does your mom love you?
Yes.
It's possible she doesn't. How do you know?
She gave birth to me and she raised me my whole life.
That doesn't wait again, but it's still possible, even though that's the case, that she doesn't love you, right?
Okay, so everything's unlikely.
Wait, no. Based upon your reasoning here, because it's possible that she doesn't love you, means that you don't have good enough reason to believe that she does love you, right?
Okay, so then therefore your logic is that everybody is unlikely.
No, you're not listening, right? I believe that you have a trustworthy reason to believe your mom in that scenario, and that it's unlikely that she would lie about that. Okay? So even though it's possible she doesn't love you, I'm saying all the best evidence indicates that she does, probably. Even though that's very hard to do.
Yeah, but like you can't. So if you said that there's 100% evidence and there's 100% proof that he did do this,
Wait, you don't need 100% evidence because there's not 100% evidence that your mom loves you, and yet you still believe it. You still think it's true.
Okay, well,
even though there's not 100% evidence.
You
know, I think we should all just say that his mom doesn't love him.
You don't need 100% evidence for everything.
Your mom doesn't love you.
Thanks, man. That's love coming from the left side.
No, I'm just telling you, like, based upon your reasoning here, you don't have good reason to believe that. You are unreasonable in believing that your mom loves you.
And to be straightforward with everybody in this live, I do not support Gray. In that, I support 100%.
Wait, can you acknowledge my point? Like, what's the point I'm
putting that
making?
out there right now.
When
like, I do not support it whatsoever.
Hey, listen. When I say what I just said, what am I trying to tell you?
That everything is unlikely. That's what you're trying to tell me.
No, what I'm trying to tell you is that just because it's possible that something like this is the case, like that it is the case that your mom doesn't love you, does not mean that you believe that, because you don't need 100% evidence to believe things to be true. The standard of 100% evidence is an unreasonable standard to hold. And that's what I'm demonstrating with this example. Okay?
So why not believe in God, Parker?
Because there's not enough evidence.
So if religion is based on not evidence and faith, that just means you have lack of faith.
Yeah, I don't believe things without evidence. Evidence means things that increase the likelihood of something being true. Okay? If there's
How-
nothing increasing the likelihood of it being true from 0% or even 1%, why would I accept it? There's no good reason. There's no good reason to accept one religion over the other. There are thousands of different religions. What tells you
So-
that yours is right and all
So-
of the other ones are wrong if your only standard is just you choose to believe it? Because a lot of other people choose to
Because
believe in
one
other
came back
religions.
to life.
Wait, are you saying
One came back
evidence?
to life.
Are you saying evidence? Because there's been other people who have claimed to have resurrected historically. You know that, right? And you don't believe that they resurrected from the dead.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough, but like I believe in that. If I see 500 people witness something back in the old days, if they witnessed and they saw,
It's not even
I would
500
believe
people
that they wrote
specifically.
it down.
It's a
They believe what they
claim.
saw.
Dude, it's not even 500 people. It's a claim of 500
Do you have a
people.
certain number then?
No, dude,
Do you have a
listen.
certain
If you
number then,
if you
then?
actually read the Bible, which you clearly haven't, it just says that there was 500 people. It doesn't give any individual accounts of that.
So how many people?
How many people? I don't think any. I don't think that there's any legitimate firsthand witnesses. But are there claims of firsthand witnesses in terms of the descriptions from like the gospel, for example? Yes, there are descriptions and claims about seeing Jesus resurrect, but there is not firsthand accounts that we can point to that are specific, right? That are written by the people in which experienced them.
Okay. I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna debate you later on, and I'm gonna beat you.
So you admit
I'm
you
gonna be
didn't beat me
smarter.
right now. Secondly, you still have yet to
You defeated-
acknowledge that you do have enough reason to believe that Donald Trump is a predator and has assaulted women, and that you shouldn't support him. And by the way, the standard I asked you earlier is, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse? He was held civilly liable, so regardless of whether or not you think that it was true based upon the civil liability claim, it doesn't change the reality that he was held civilly liable. Therefore, you should still not support him because you said you wouldn't support someone or vote for them if they were held civilly liable of sexual abuse.
Okay? So would you support that if an old man sniffed a kid?
Would
you
I
support that, yes or
support
no?
Joe? Would I support Joe Biden over Donald Trump if he sniffed his grandkid's head? Yes.
Wasn't
Because
a
I
grandkid, it was
don't think that's
grandkids.
comparable to Donald Trump sexualizing his kid. I don't think that's comparable to Donald Trump perving on women and girls and bragging about it. I don't think that's comparable to Donald Trump being held civilly liable of sexual abuse. I don't think
because
that's
Trump did
comparable to
something worse-
so many different things that Donald Trump has done.
So because Trump did something worse doesn't mean that Biden. It doesn't matter what Biden did.
I'm not saying it doesn't matter. I'm just saying that there's such a distinction between them that it would mean that we should support Biden over Trump.
So. All right. All right, man.
Like, if that's the best you got, you had to literally reach back to, what about Biden? In order to be able to respond to what I'm having to say here, you clearly know you've lost. You clearly have nothing to stand on. You're grasping for straws.
I'm not grasping for Charles, man. I mean, you said if there's videos of Biden, like in personal bubbles of kids, and then you said grandchildren, which is not true, and then you said, well, but Trump did something
Well,
worse.
it was
which
his
makes him
grandchild. I
a
think in the
bad
other
person.
scenario that you're referencing, it was
In
like
what world
one
does
of
that
his
make
friends'
Biden a good
kids.
person?
In another scenario, which they said that there was nothing wrong with it, right? By the way, and again, in that scenario, not even comparable, and doesn't even indicate sexualization at all. But is it like a little bit weird? Sure, yeah. Like if it's someone else's kid, like yeah, sure, you could say that. But bro, come on.
Yeah.
What is
So
this
that means you
comparison?
support sniffing kids.
What's that?
So that means
No,
you
I
support
didn't.
sniffing kids.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that. But like again, I'm just saying that it's not even comparable.
Okay, well, I didn't say I support
I said
Greg, and then now you're
the
telling me I
most it
support-
could be
I
here is
support it.
weird. The most it could be here is weird. Genuinely, that's the most it could be in this context.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. But like, just like if you support Biden and then he sniffed a kid, that doesn't mean you sniff kids, man.
Yeah, no one said that you have assaulted women because of this. We're just saying that you support someone and support the exact reasoning that protects predators. And I'm saying actually,
I don't support.
Listen, I'm saying this, and maybe this is different than other people, but I don't think that you actually support this. And I think right now, you're just so ingrained into the cult, you're so misled that you legitimately do not believe that this happened. And I'm telling you, there's so much evidence to believe that this happened that you should not buy the bullshit, misleading statements from the Trump administration and from Donald Trump himself. He's lying to you. I'm not lying to you. I'm giving you evidence. I'm explaining things to you. I'm showing you how to critically think about it and to self-introspect on your own thoughts. And I'm giving you a basis for that. And they're just lying to you.
All right, man. Okay. All right, I'm gonna end the conversation here, man. I appreciate your conversation with you,
Alrighty.
Parker. I really do
Alrighty.
appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah.
I hope you change your mind. Let's go on the next individual. Daniel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. I really appreciate Daniel. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Daniel in the comment section. Thank you very much. Thank you. Lincoln, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it, Lincoln. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Dana, thank you so much for the 5 pounds. Of course, as always. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Clutter, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Heather, thank you for the 5 as well. Thank you. I do have some people to thank on YouTube, but let's get on to the next person before we thank them on YouTube. Give me 1 second, everyone. Hissy, thank you so much for the 1 membership subscription. Thank you. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people, everybody. It will help get it out to more people. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everybody. Again, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me again over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
06.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Alrighty, let me say thank you to a few people, and then we can move on to our conversation. Do give me 1 second real quick. Wait, by the way, I have a question. What state do you live in? Because someone said you're British. I didn't even pay attention. Hello? Yeah, I can't hear you when you swiped out of the app. Okay. Just going to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Seriously helps send it out to significantly more people. So I would really, really, really appreciate it. Also, if you're on TikTok here, make sure to follow me if you haven't already, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? If you're on TikTok, you might be following me on my other account and not on this main account. So make sure you're following me here. It's probably the best way to see my content. Jan, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker?
Yeah, how old are you?
28.
Yeah, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. Let me say thank you to a few people on YouTube, and then we can move on to the conversation. Do give me 1 second. Alrighty. DRG, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I might actually, to be honest with you. Tommy, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Put some W's for Tommy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Tommy. I really appreciate it. Put some W's for Tommy in the comment section right now. Thank you. Luke with the $5. I really appreciate it. Too Tall, thank you for the $2. Luke again with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Seriously, though. Daniel, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Tommy again with the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Can we have some W's again for Tommy in the comment section right now for the $100 in all. Thank you so much, Tommy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. TY, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, TY. Thank you. Ricardo, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tiffany, thank you for the $2. Winnie, thank you for the 10. Too Tall, thank you for the $2. Emma, thank you for the 5. Brevin, thank you so much for the 5. DRG, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Necro, thank you for the $5. Luke with the 5. Thank you so much. I think I'm fully caught up there. Benjamin, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think that's something they don't even take into account. But yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and the pinned comment on my YouTube. But let's go into the conversation real quick. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I wouldn't say, I don't know if I would articulate it as like I support Donald Trump.
You just said you would vote for him if you could go back in time, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that's what I mean.
Yeah. So what's the question?
Yeah. So why would you vote for him in that context?
Because I think Kamala was
Kamala.
a worse option.
Why so?
I just felt like it was, the country was heading in like a very negative direction, and I don't think Trump's perfect by any means, but I don't know. I think to some extent he has exposed kind of. I think he's his own worst enemy in some right. I think he's exposed just how corrupt all politics are in general.
Because of how corrupt he is?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
So why do you support a corrupt candidate?
I'm not saying I support him. I'm saying his
You
presence.
said that you would vote for him over Kamala Harris. So why would you vote for him over Kamala Harris if you believe he's corrupted?
I'm saying he has made it aware to everyone how corrupt politics are. And so I'm not like a fan, but I don't support, that's not the right word. I'm grateful for his presence because it has made everyone aware.
Are you on the left?
I don't know if I'm on the left.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you saying? Why the hell would you support someone who is corrupt? Knowingly.
I'm not supporting him. I'm saying I'm grateful.
How many damn times do I need to clarify to you that support under my definition just means that you would go back in time and you would vote for him over Kamala Harris? Do I need to repeat that? Do I need to write down on a calendar or get some crayons and draw a picture for you?
Did I lie? I said I would.
Yes, when I say support, I don't need to clarify every single time I say support that that's the way that I'm using it after I just clarified that multiple times.
Oh yeah,
Jesus
God forbid
Christ.
you have a fucking actual conversation with someone.
This is not an actual conversation.
Yeah,
this sounds like a waste of my time.
Yeah, you're smarter than this, Parker.
I had a better conversation with the last guest. They actually responded to what I had to say. Respond to what I have to say right now. Why would you support someone knowingly that is corrupt?
And I told you. I told you why. I told you why.
You didn't.
Because I told you I supported Trump because he is bringing to light all the corruption.
Okay. One, not everything has been brought to light in terms of the corruption. Two,
obviously not.
Two, are you saying that there's nothing Donald Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him because of the fact that he's corrupt and that's shown people that there is corruption in government?
So you're asking me if there's nothing he would do?
Is there anything Trump could have done that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yeah, of course.
Give me an example.
No. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, no, because I don't support Trump as the person. The idea and what he has brought to light is what I am supporting. So,
Okay.
like the
Can I ask you a
individual,
question?
I'm not supporting.
So, if he raped a child, you'd still vote for him?
No, but I would. No, obviously not.
No. But if he raped a woman, you would.
No, I'm.
No, you
I
wouldn't.
Don't support...
So do you believe that he raped E. Jean Carroll?
Do I believe that he did that? I think the benefits of Trump are still. I'm not supporting the individual. I'm supporting what he has brought to light.
So, can I have an answer to my question?
Sure.
Do you believe that he raped E. Jean Carroll?
I haven't looked into it, but sure. If that makes you happy, like sure.
It's not about making me happy. I'm asking you what your position is.
I don't know anything about the case.
You don't know? Would you vote for Donald Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
No.
No, you wouldn't? He was. Look up Trump liable essay, AP News. Therefore,
Right.
you wouldn't vote for him now?
Parker, you did this with the last guy. You're like
Yeah.
we're like trying to talk. You just keep bringing up this crap. And
Should I not?
It's like,
Should I not talk about the fact that the
No,
president of
but
the
I
United
just think
States
you're
was
sm- I just
held
think- I
civilly
just think you're
liable
smarter
of
than-
forcefully
I just
penetrating a
think you're
woman's
better
vagina
than-
against her will, and that's a disqualifying
you're
reason to
better
not support him?
I just think you're better than this. I just
You,
think you're
you think
smarter
you
than
think
this.
I'm better than calling out people who support rapists?
No one's supporting.
What does that
a
even
rapist.
mean?
No
What
one's.
does it mean I'm better than that?
You're smarter than this. Like, there's.
What do you mean I'm
there's a-
smart? This is a smart thing to bring up because it's a disqualifying point. You even conceded to it. You just
Well,
don't like
obviously
talking about it
anyone
because it
would.
makes you feel uncomfortable.
Oh no, I'm totally comfortable with being against that.
Then what makes me not smart for bringing this up?
Because you know that there's more to talk about in this.
There is more to talk about. I don't dispute you there.
Yeah.
That doesn't
But,
mean that I can't
you
bring
do
this up.
But you do this with everyone.
I
And-
don't do
and-
this
and
with
you-
every single guest.
No, I saw you do it with the last one.
That
where you
doesn't
bring
mean I
up
do it
the
with every guest.
Eugene Carroll. It's like
Eugene Carroll.
You pivoted,
Eugene Carroll.
Okay, you pivoted to this because you want to talk about Eugene Carroll.
Yes, I want
You
to talk about
pivoted to-
Eugene
to
Carroll.
this.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's not a
And-
pivot. It's not a pivot. It's me saying, is there anything that Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him? You said yes, and I'm trying to see where you draw that line. And you're not being very clear because to me it sounded like you were some like a left winger that was just saying that you support Trump because you are like an accelerationist or something. That's why I'm asking this question because I'm trying to see, is there a disqualifying point? That's the reason why we went into this conversation, because of the types of things that you were saying. Because you were saying you support Trump because he was exposing the corruption because he himself is corrupt. That to me sounds like you're on the left, and I'm trying to see what is the point that you get to that's too far. If you watched any of my conversations with people for the last 3 hours, I didn't do this with every single guest. I did this because of what things you said on the live. And for you to sit up here and to tell me that it's not smart for me to bring this up tells me either you're fucking stupid or disingenuous. Genuinely.
No, I think I'm just honestly, Parker. I admire you so much, and I think you're like fucking brilliant and way smarter than me. Can out talk me, out argue me all day, and I don't know. I just wish I could see you. I don't know, going a little deeper than just what you're doing. You know, to be honest. I'm being completely honest. I disagree with you on so many things, but I just see you on here, and I think you could do better, man.
Yeah, can you explain to me what that means? Other than I've talked about other things on the stream. You're acting like I haven't.
I mean, I've only been listening for like about 30 minutes, but
we've been talking about more than that for the last 30 minutes.
Talking about what?
If I went back 30 minutes ago, I bet you we talked about things. I'll literally pull it up right now. I'll go back less than 30 minutes ago, and I'll be talking about something else. And he still he still lies to this day and says he won the 2020 election. He still lies about the fact that he cheated on his ex-wife, even though he
Yeah, because the ballots that were thrown away from him in Virginia.
Stop. There weren't cameras in these dressing rooms. Actually, we were talking about it for about the past 3 minutes. So I see you.
Yeah. No, I'm like, yeah. I mean no ill will. Like,
you know what's frustrating though? If you like me, why the hell would you do this on my live stream?
Do what?
Do this, where you act like this is beneath me. This really frustrates me. It really frustrates me. Like, people bring up like it's beneath me to call out people who support this. If anything, I think people don't bring this up enough, and I think that people need to put more focus on this. And it is only people, when they don't want to have this conversation, as to why they get mad at me bringing this up. And I think it's important to bring this up, and I think not enough people talk about this enough. And I could be substantive while simultaneously talking about this.
That's fair. You're allowed to talk about whatever you want to talk about.
But still, stop saying I'm beneath this. That makes no sense.
I guess,
any smart, reasonable person would realize that this is a disqualifying point. That's why it's so important to talk about.
Right. No, I mean, if the guy, sexually assaulted someone, it's like, sure. But we're sitting here and Parker, you're fucking brilliant, and you have a live stream that says who supports Trump. It's like, Jesus, like the guy's already in office, and I know it's like, what are we talking about here? Like,
Yeah, so because you haven't watched any of my other live streams, you've never heard me explain this. I'll explain this to you. This is irrelevant to the live stream, by the way. Why do we talk about this? One, he's the president. Two,
I
his
get it, yeah.
ideology and his ideological beliefs are heavily prevalent within the Republican Party, meaning that these are going to be the topics that people vote on going into the next election cycle. Why am I still talking about politics? Because he's our president. I think it's important to call this stuff out. And I don't want a culture that justifies supporting people like Donald Trump so that if in the future there are candidates that have similar qualities to the ones that are like Donald Trump, people don't support it to the same extent. It's important for education.
It feels a little clickbaity though. Like when you're like, "Do you support Trump?" It's like, what are we?
So any topic would be clickbaity based upon your definition. And by the way, that's the natural aspect of social media. If you don't think in social media there are certain things that you're going to bring up as general topics to get people's attention to bring them to the page in the first place, then you don't know how social media works. This is the reality of social media. Right. These are topics, okay?
Yeah, that's
of
fair.
course, I want people to click on the stream. I want more people to engage with the content.
Fair enough.
And like if you look at my titles on YouTube, that is the best example. I literally do put things that people would quote unquote consider clickbait. That's the reality of social media platforms. That's how they work.
Totally fair.
In order to get people to click on the content, to engage with said content, you have to get them to click on it.
You got me here. It's I get it.
I understand where you're coming from, but these are things I have to think about when I'm a content creator, when I want my message to be heard by other people. And I understand that some people are going to have these positions on it and are not going to understand this about it. And one thing I've come to realize is that I don't need everyone to understand. I don't need everyone to get where I'm coming from.
Doesn't it get boring as fuck talking to people about like who support fucking Trump?
Sometimes it gets boring, but I have a lot of passion for what I do. I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing right now without said passion.
My God, I just listened to this guy like.
People said the same thing about me. I used to listen to this.
You're so fucking smart, and I'm listening to these fucking idiots.
Well, then one second. And I'm like, 1 second before we go into this. I used to just debate random people on Omegle all the time. I would just talk to random people, and a lot of people might think, "Oh, that's so boring. Why do you just want to talk to people all the time? Why do you spend hours doing this with no one else hearing it?" Because I genuinely want to learn. I genuinely want to critically think, and this is an incredibly good outlet for me. Right now, it sounds like you're just a supporter of me, and you just lied to get on my stream.
Oh no, Well, I can be a supporter of you, and also everything I said was true about. I did not lie to get on your stream. Does that make sense? Like,
I mean, you could say that and not, but it's typically when people say things like this, it indicates to me that they're actually a fan of mine and they're just lying to get on my stream. Now, it's possible, but it's very unlikely. That's why I asked the question.
I'm actually flattered that you. Well, I don't want to be assumed as really anything. Like everything I have said is true. It's so funny to me that it's so hard for you to wrap your brain around the fact that I can be a Trump supporter and also give you credit.
I just said it's unlikely for someone to give me credit in the manner in which you just said if they are a Trump supporter. And dude, I think I'm pretty qualified in making said determination. Wait, I think I'm pretty qualified in making said determination as I literally talk to Trump supporters for a job and for a living and for hours every single day of my life.
Well, I guess you've never met anyone like me. Because
I have, but it's unlikely.
Well, here we are. Because I disagree with just about everything that comes out of your fucking mouth, but I think you're fucking smart. And I know that's impossible for you to wrap your brain around, but
it's not impossible for me to wrap my brain around. I get it. I was just saying it's unlikely. Now, again, so then why do you still support Trump at this point? After, again, I just described to you that he was held civilly liable for sexual abuse.
I voted for him. I voted for him both times around. No, it's like we can have a good conversation.
If you could go back right now with the information that you have right now, you wouldn't vote for Trump?
I don't think I'd vote at all if I could go back in time. Okay. You know,
I'll take it. I hope I can convince you on shifting more towards the Democrats, but at least you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump in that context. So we are going to go on to the next person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It helps get it out to more people. Let me see how many likes we're at on YouTube. I think we're at like 1,500 right now. Let's try to get to 2,000 real quick, everyone. I would really, really, really appreciate it. And on the route to 3,000, I'd really appreciate it. If you're on TikTok as well, everyone tap that screen. Try to get to 2 million likes here on TikTok. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
The gummies?
No.
The cookies?
Yeah, the cookies. The bonus.
Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Again, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria, again, listed on that TikTok screen. Release the bats. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Also, for all the conservatives that ask me like they want us to go further, well, we have to talk about all the crazy shit that Donald Trump's done because that's very, very much a priority and to talk about. And we won't have to talk about that to the same extent if you guys didn't support it to the same extent. So maybe that's an important thing to think about as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Oh, you sent a guest request back. You said hello as soon as I kicked you. I was like, yeah, Trump supporters, if you want to be able to talk to me about other things to a greater extent, stop supporting Trump. There you go. And then we'll be able to talk about other Republican candidates in the future, man. That sounds like a good idea. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And by the way, what was that last person's name, everyone? I want to bring them back up because they probably... We'll see if they support Trump. Russell? Okay, I'll make sure to look for Russell. Russell, make sure to send a guest request back. I'll make sure to bring you up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Yo. I'm 12.
Jesus Christ. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Are we there yet?
Yeah, how old are you?
55?
You said 55? Do you support Donald Trump?
I did. If I had my way to go back, I would support Harris, to be honest.
Oh, okay, based. We are just looking for people who, if they could go back in time with the information they have right now, would support Donald Trump. Alrighty. Do give it a second for us to get some people up here. Make sure to follow if you haven't already. Subscribe if you're new. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck, whoops. Fuck the Marmalade Messiah. This was an accident.
What? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. I'm trying to get this next person up here. Do give it a second. Think of the greeting heart. Thank you, Maria. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 35.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump?
Before you ask me that, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why do you believe the United States is the greatest country in the world? Do you live in it, right?
Do I believe the United States is the greatest country in the world?
Yes, sir. Why would you believe that if you do?
I don't actually. I don't think I would have. I'm not like I don't have a specific position on what the best country is in the world.
So you don't believe in diversity and freedom?
I do believe in freedom. I just think that other countries around the world have more freedom
What
than we
about
do.
diversity? What do you believe on diversity?
I believe in diversity. I think that's great.
Okay, so then so you believe in those, right? So you're like just like I like you too. I think you're very smart, like the last guy said. I really do believe you're a very smart guy, and I believe you're just like what you just said. Charlie Kirk believed in the same thing: diversity and freedom. And I believe you are doing a good thing by trying to get your people to vote young and do your way. I do believe in that. I believe you're a very young man that's very smart. But also, you know why people don't like liberals, in my opinion?
Why not?
Because they lose in their election. They lose. And why is that?
Wait, so you said they don't like my opinion, or they don't like your opinion? I'm confused.
No, I said, why do people do not like liberals? And I said,
Why don't they
lose.
like liberals? Because they lose?
Because they lose.
I don't think liberals always lose. But I mean, one thing to say is that just because someone loses doesn't necessarily mean that they're not liked at all.
Right. That's just like I want to ask you, did you believe in the United States, greatest country of the world? You said what? You did not believe in that?
Yeah, I don't believe that. I don't have like a specific country I'd name as the best country in the world.
Well, it's because we're not the best country in the world. I mean, people say, well, we have freedom. Well, so does Canada. I mean, Japan, right? I mean,
if you actually look at the
UK,
Human Freedom Index, we actually rank lower than a bunch of those
Germany,
other countries.
Spain, how many
Economic freedom.
countries going on with?
What's that?
Can you ask me a question?
Go ahead.
In literacy, what are we percentage-wise in?
I'd have to check. I don't know.
We're the 71th in literacy, right? I mean, come on. We're 27th in math. Okay, we're 49 in life expectancy. So why is that?
I think that's because of Republican policy. A lot of that.
Now,
and I
why
think
would
that we
that
could
be
make it
because we're-
better to a greater extent if we addressed Democratic policies.
I mean, we're 178 in what?
Actually, apparently, according to the OECD average, some reports put the U.S. around 14th through 16th among participating developed nations.
Well, we're third middle class. I mean, we're fourth in labor force.
Sure. I mean, I'd have to look at these. You're talking about in labor force size?
Yes, sir.
So then
We're fourth in labor force.
So then would you agree with increasing the level of immigration that we have so that we could increase our labor force?
Well, you know, that depends. Yes. If you were here legally, yes, I would. Right? Would I not? Would you not agree with that as well as me? If you're here legally and you go through the process to increase the labor force, say, well, yeah, you could be. We're all here. We're all here to do everything we need to do for everything we need to do for rights, anything. Now, what do we lead in America, really?
So there's a few things I could say for that, but I just want to clarify this first. So
We
I believe
lead in what? The number of incarceration by capita. We lead in that, right?
Hold up.
That's for sure.
Hold up. Let me make my point I was going to make.
The biggest defense fit. Listen. We have the most. We spend the most on defense. So we also have the biggest following of angels. Who was that said by?
Okay. So I believe in a quicker legal process. I think that should go significantly quicker. I also believe in making the process quicker for undocumented immigrants. So what I realize is that the current system takes too long, and that they should have deserved that system to be quicker as well. They didn't get that system quicker. So I believe that we should provide mass amnesty for undocumented immigrants that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, and make said legal process go quicker. Now, once we have a quicker legal...
How could we do that? How could we do that, in your opinion?
Yeah. So the way that we could do that is by investing in a greater amount of immigration judges and the amount of people who are vetting people. So that's the type of process that I would like to do. So take the money that they're putting into militarizing ICE and put that into a quicker legal immigration process.
Okay, well, yeah, okay, that'd be taking less money from our military, though. So if we take less money from our military, how can we be the greatest country in the world without a great military?
So we could actually cut our military budget in half and still have over $100 billion per year more than the next largest military in the world, which is China. So if
Well,
they
right
can,
now we're at we're at 1 billion. How much is it? Is in our military right now? It's at nine. What was it? 900 or something? I can't remember what exactly it
it's
was.
like over 900 billion. So if we cut it in half, it would be
It's,
over.
it's actually right at 1 trillion probably by now.
Yeah. So if we cut it in half, we'd have 450 to 500 billion dollars a year, which is over 100 billion dollars more than China. I think China's like 350.
But how would
They
you
might
be
even
able to
be
cut that in
less.
half? But if we have to protect our people, why would we cut that in half though?
Because I don't think that we should be putting so much into military. I don't think we need to.
Because you said earlier you
think
didn't
about it
believe
this
in the
way.
United States is not the greatest country in the world, correct?
Yeah, I don't think it's the greatest country in the world.
Okay, what do you believe in the greatest country in the world is?
I told you already that I don't have a specific country I designate as the greatest country in the world.
So then, I mean, where do we go from here? Then when you say you don't believe in, I mean, I don't know where to go from here because you say I believe in the United States is the greatest country in the world. So I need to know your thoughts on the greatest country in the world.
So wait, you believe the United States?
I told you my
Wait, so to
defects.
clarify,
I told you my defects.
can I clarify quick? So you believe the United States is the greatest country in the world?
Oh yes, well I do, but I told you the defects of it that I don't believe in.
Okay. So you do believe it, or you don't believe it's the best country in the world?
I don't and do at the same time because we have
That's
the greatest
contradictory.
population. We have the greatest population of liver
Cody,
fatty.
Cody, let me clarify. That's contradictory. You can't be the best and not the best
Heart disease,
simultaneously.
obesity. We have the largest. Everything we have in our population is because everything wants to go to. Okay, I hurt because when the government got shut
Do
down.
we have the largest population?
I hated because children.
Wait, answer
had
this
to
question. Do we have the largest
Yeah.
population?
The largest population, yes.
No, we don't. Okay, the
Who's the
United
largest
States does
population?
not have the largest population. It would be India and then China.
Well, China's China, but India comes in very close.
China's number one, actually, or not China.
Yeah,
India,
China's
sorry.
number one, but India comes
India's
in
number
like,
one. No, India's number one.
I don't think India's number one. China's
is.
number one.
No, it's not.
I'm not near a computer right now, but I can't look it up. But you can.
I am for you. I'm pretty sure it's India.
I'm pretty sure it's China.
Yeah, it is. It is India.
What's the population?
1.46 billion versus 1.41 billion.
Well, that's pretty close.
I think that's according to the United Nations, apparently. So
What was that source off of?
the United Nations.
Okay. I would just say I think you're a very smart man. Like I said, I like listening to you. I love listening to you. And then we'll go on about. I'll let you go on about what you want to go on to in a minute. And then I heard the other dude speaking earlier, and then I see your triggers when you get triggered. Is what was weird when he was talking about the beliefs of God when over the whole Stormy Daniels thing. And you got triggered very quick because that's when your attitude came out. I don't see you very hardly get your voice raised and an attitude really quick unless you're triggered. I seen you get triggered over that guy, and it kind of bothered me. I was like, why do you get triggered so quick? Because I don't normally see you get triggered to the point to where you're like, oh man, hold on now. He's overcapping me a little bit. I'm going to step over him and get high, raise my voice, and get pissed off.
So to clarify, you think I get triggered quick and I also don't get triggered quick? So what you're not understanding is that there's different contexts of scenarios. Some scenarios I might get angry or triggered quick, but in other scenarios I don't. But in typical, it's not likely to be the case. Now, if you want to reference this, like, of course, I'm going to get emotional or quote unquote triggered by people that like literally support Trump, even though these particular things are too relating to SA. That's definitely something that makes me emotional for sure. But I do.
Yes, sir, I understand that. But you got triggered really quick off Jesus. That triggered you really emotionally quick.
No, that has nothing to do with triggering me.
It triggered you really quick when he said 26 witnesses versus 500 witnesses. You said, what's the difference? And you said,
no, it wasn't. It wasn't
video.
related to the. So I used to talk about religion all the time. I definitely am not triggered by religion. I grew up in a Christian conservative household. I'm very familiar with like engaging with like religious.
I know, but
debates.
you got very mad real quick when he started. You literally.
I think that was for other reasons.
what was the other? What did you get triggered over? Because you got really
I
high
told you.
voice. What was it then? Because you got really high
I told
voice.
you already.
and-
It was him saying that he was supporting Trump, even though he sexually abused a woman, because he was claiming
sir,
that it didn't happen based
can I
upon
ask you
illegitimate
something?
basis, and he
Can I ask
believes
you
it in one
something?
scenario but not the other.
And on that point, it's Donald Trump, correct?
What about him?
Have you ever hung out with like any high, uh, any high man like, let's say LeBron James, right? Have you ever hung out with anybody like that? Like just like hung out with them?
No, I've never hung out with LeBron James.
Okay, okay, let me ask you something. Well, if you hang out with these people that has millions of dollars, you know what they do when they have you know what, with the women, you know what they do? They wear what and they make sure everything gets taken care of afterwards so these women can't say, we did this, I got them pregnant, because they don't want to have this lawsuit on their hand. So would you not believe it? So let me ask you something. So, okay, if you have a 27 times convicted felon on the street committed an SA, he's nobody. He's just a nobody. He has no money. He's nobody. He's 27 times convicted. 27 times, because he's a nobody. But let's say you take a millionaire, and earlier I heard this too. You said about it takes, Stormy Daniels, all this, and say, okay, here's what happened. She said this. She said this. There's 26 people saying this. 27. Okay. Can you not believe at one time, if you're a millionaire in your life, that these women would claim that on you to get money out of you? Or would you just say, nah, that's the truth, because they're telling it? Because, look who's in jail right now. Danny Masters is in jail over it right now. And what'd he do? He done the same thing. And what's he's getting his conviction overturned. Look at Danny Masterson. His new evidence is getting overturned.
Okay. So there's a few things here. If 26 different people accuse someone
Yes.
of sexual misconduct, that's a very good
Yes.
likelihood for it to be true. In plenty of these cases, actually most of these cases, there wasn't a civil case where they got money out of it.
It could
so
be.
if you're claiming it's just for money, that doesn't make sense. Plus, Eugene Carroll was already a millionaire, right? And also,
How
again,
does
if
that-
they
okay.
don't have the ability to prove it, they can be subject for heavy costs as well. So you understand
you
that,
would
like,
not-
so you understand
Yes,
that,
I
like,
do.
again,
But
this is
how
not
would
like
you not-
a.
how would you-
This is one. This wouldn't be like a quote unquote lucrative thing for like someone to do. It doesn't make really sense
There
for
was
them to
no
do that.
DNA.
And also,
like you said,
well,
no
Trump
heavy
didn't-
conjuct.
Listen, Trump
There
didn't
was
give up
nothing
his.
heavy.
Why, actually, how about you tell me this? Why didn't Trump give up his DNA?
Does he have to? Do you have to? If I ask you to give up your DNA, do you have to?
In a criminal court, yes, but in a civil court, no. Now, in a
No.
civil court, I believe that he should have given up his DNA, because one, if he believes that he didn't do it, that would allow for him to prove that he wasn't at the scene of the crime. And
So
you
you
know,
don't- you
Donald,
don't
listen,
agree-
listen,
you
listen to
don't
this. You
agree
know,
with
Donald
American
Trump. Listen,
citizens then?
listen. You know, Donald Trump is super egotistical, and if he has a way to own the libs and prove his innocence, he's going to do it immediately. So if he actually had that evidence, if he actually had that reason to think that he never met her, there was no possibility of that being his DNA, well, then he should have done so to prove his innocence, right?
So,
He
sir,
would
do
have
you
taken
not
that. He
give
would have
the
jumped
right-
on that immediately. We know how Trump is.
Keep going. Do you not agree with your right to say, hey, I don't, what is the amendment saying? I don't have, what's the fifth? To say, I don't have the right. I can shut the hell up. I'm not doing nothing. I don't have
well,
to submit
you
to
know
nothing.
that if someone pleads the fifth in certain scenarios, it's indicative of what their answer is, or what it's very likely to be, because
Yes, I do.
because
Because
if
anybody who
because
pleads-
if there was a particular claim, if it was wrong, you would say that it's wrong. So
Okay,
again,
do
I
you
think
want
we
bullet-
all know. I think every reasonable person in this live can acknowledge that there are some circumstances where someone says, "I plead the fifth," and it's probably the case that they committed the crime. They're probably guilty
Okay, you got a
because of
computer
it.
beside you, right? Because I don't. I'm not tonight. I don't have my laptop. I'm out on business. But listen, okay. So pull up how many people have pleaded the fifth that said of a great crime who pleaded it and was not convicted because they said I don't have to
I'm
do
not
that.
going to be able
But
to
then
give
when
you
the
a
court-
specific number on that,
Then
even
when
if I
the
look it
court
up.
ordered it, they said it was right because he said I'm still using my amendments as an American, saying I don't have to agree with this. I don't have to. And then you should see how many cases are on there who plead the fifth and said, I'm not doing that right now. When the court ordered it, guess what? They was proven wrong. You should look how many documents and cases of that are. Parker, you are a smart man, and
Yeah,
listen,
so
you're
if
versus
you-
another smart man.
Hold up, can I
But-
make a point? Can I make a point? So if you want to look
Go
at
ahead.
the overall amount of cases, we look at probability. Okay, I think the probability indicates that Trump's very guilty. What? Why? Because one, it's only 2 to 10% likely that it's going to be a false accusation, just in the context of a court system, not even taking into account the fact that he was held civilly liable, but just in terms of an allegation in the context of a court system. Now, if you were to multiply that again 26 different times, what is the likelihood that there's at least that every single one of them are lying? Is extraordinarily low. Extraordinarily low. Okay? So the idea that you have in your head that you are going to believe Donald Trump, the pathological liar, on what happened over the 26 plus people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct doesn't make any sense.
Okay, then I'm gonna agree with you. I'm gonna agree with you on that point. But what I agree with you on this point, if it was a low down nobody who had the same case without millions of dollars, built trillions of dollars, if it was the same 27 women blaming it on the guy who had no money, what would it be then?
Everyone would believe it then. Everyone would believe it then. Thing is, if it were anyone other than Trump, people would believe it.
So everyone would, right?
If it were anyone other than Trump, Trump supporters would believe it. But because it's Donald Trump, they don't believe it. If it were an undocumented immigrant, you wouldn't let them into the country. If it were someone trying to legally enter the country, you wouldn't let them into the country. But because it's Donald Trump, you would let him into the position of the Oval Office and you'd let him be president.
Hold on, back that. Say it one more time. Hold on, you just said something. Say it again.
Yeah, you wouldn't let someone legally enter our country if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. So why would you let them become president of the United States?
Sir, look.
If they're not qualified to be a citizen, why are they qualified to be president? That doesn't make any sense.
Listen, proven guilty. Guilty. If he was proven guilty.
He was held civilly liable. Yes, we said held
not
civilly
guilty,
liable.
Though, not guilty.
Wait, okay, so then you would let someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman legally enter the country?
No, I would not.
Exactly.
Or not
you wouldn't
guilty.
let them enter the country, but you let them enter the Oval Office and be president. Do you see the irony there? Do you see how you're putting significantly more qualifications on U.S. citizenship than you are putting on the presidency? And obviously there are plenty of U.S. citizens that are not qualified to be president. He won't listen to me right now because he knows that I'm right.
Guilty, not guilty. Don't pivot. Which one is right? Guilty or not guilty? When you get proven guilty, you are what? It's a fact. Guilty, right? It's a fact.
He was held civilly liable unanimously
a
amongst
fact, and
a
that's
jury
not
of
guilty.
9 people.
Oh
That
my
is a
God.
fact.
Parker, quit. Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
When you get proven in court, are you guilty or not guilty?
Well, likely guilty.
Okay, so what was he proven?
He was held civilly liable unanimously
Not
amongst a
guilty
jury
or
of 9
not
people.
guilty? Which one? Parker.
Hey, dude, it wasn't
guilty
in
or
a
not guilty, sir?
Dude, liable means guilty in a civil court.
Sir, guilty or not guilty? Really?
Guilty.
No, he was not.
Guilty.
He was proven, like you said earlier, he was not proven guilty or non-guilty. But go ahead, you can keep going. We're gonna keep going with this.
I don't know what this whole point is. You're trying to make it like this own that it was a civil case, not a criminal case, when you've already conceded that you've already conceded someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman should not be allowed to
Guilty
legally
or
enter the
not
country.
guilty?
Listen.
One
Stop.
you go to jail for, one you don't.
Dude, I'm sorry.
Correct.
How many beers have you had tonight, sir?
Sir, I don't drink, but go ahead.
You don't drink?
No, I do not. Why would you assume that I drink? That's even worse.
Yeah,
Now
this
you're
is you
assuming that I
sober?
drink. Yes.
How?
I'm off tonight. I'm going to go to work tomorrow, but go ahead. But why did you say guilty or not guilty?
Dude, if you're sober right now, that's actually concerning, like, genuinely.
No, it's not, because I take sleeping medication. I do my thing and I go to bed.
Well, I'm sorry.
I'm talking to you.
If it's sleeping medication that specifically can cause this, like obviously, like that I wouldn't want to like make fun of you for that or anything like that. But I genuinely like.
That's nice of you, yes, but not to accuse me of being an alcoholic. That's awful.
I'm not accusing you of being. Wait, by the way, saying you're drunk in one circumstance doesn't mean you're an alcoholic. What?
Well, sorry, I wouldn't include you being drunk either. I mean, I'd ask you the same thing.
Well,
but
because
I'm not
I'm not saying things that are incoherent, right?
You're incoherent. Don't try to pivot this. Quit. You're pivoting. You are pivoting so hard right now on drinking over the whole fact that we was talking about guilty or not guilty.
Yeah, because you keep asking me that when I've clarified
Parker,
already.
quit.
Listen.
Come on,
listen.
dude.
Hey, listen.
You got a million people in this room. Quit.
Listen, I've clarified already that someone held civilly liable of sexually abused
No,
women.
you held
Can I please
people in
finish
this
a
room
statement?
who
Hey,
was
dude.
dumbasses for 45 minutes earlier and made them clout, and you clouted on them. You won't do that to me. See, that's your
I've
problem.
already done it to you.
No, you have not. Run it back when you did, because you have not. You tried to pivot and said, "Sir, how much have you had to drink?" None. Okay. Now, why would you pivot to that? The one of me saying we was on a point
Because
of
you kept
not guilty or
spamming.
guilty.
Because you won't even let me speak right now. You keep cutting me off, right? And you keep
Sir, speak all you
spamming.
want. Go ahead.
Dude, you
Go
keep
ahead.
button mashing and you're spamming, right? This one fucking move over and over again. You're like, guilty or not
ahead.
guilty, guilty or not guilty, guilty or not guilty, instead of actually engaging with the point I'm making.
'Cause I'm
you just
asking you a
you
question,
keep
but go
button
ahead.
mashing the same move over and over again, dude.
I'm not button mashing nothing. Go ahead.
So like again, let me make my point. So again,
Yeah, go ahead.
I've already clarified in a civil case, okay? Someone held civilly
Oh my
liable of
God.
sexual abuse. You would not let them legally enter the country. So the point I'm making is that if they're not qualified to become a citizen of the United States through legal immigration, then why are they qualified to become president of the United States?
The same thing I was asking you earlier, and let's pivot off your point now. You want to pivot off your point? The same thing I was asking you earlier when I asked this: why was we 71st in literacy? Why was we 178 in infant mortality?
Cody, I think you're
Because
leading that. I think you're the reason why.
Donald Trump is trying to change
Cody,
that.
Cody, I think you are the reason why we are behind on education.
Well, not
I think
really,
you are
'cause-
pulling our test scores down.
Oh man. Well, I mean, are you really going to drop me, or are you going to keep talking? Because
I'm not
we can't-
dropping you. I'm not going to drop you at all. I'm just.
You can't one
I'm
guy
just
here for
saying.
45 damn minutes.
Hey, you told me specifically to give
Yes.
you the same energy I gave the last guest. So I'm just trying to do what you told me to do, man. Because you said I was
love
being
the
too
energy.
nice to you.
But I asked you earlier. You said you are for diversity and freedom, right?
Yeah, but I don't even know why we're just not even addressing my point. I made it and you didn't even address it. Like,
Okay, go ahead back to your point. I'll answer yours. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll answer yours first.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Sure. If they're not qualified to become a citizen through the context of
Yeah.
legal immigration, why are they qualified to become a president if they were held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
Because they was not guilty or guilty. I answered your question on it. You're not answering mine. If you are found guilty of what you just said, I'm gonna say it, Smate. If you are found, no shit, would I let you into my country? Why would I want to let you here? If you're found guilty, if you're found not guilty, yeah, you can come here, get you a job, be an American citizen. Hey, provide. What's the problem with that, right? There's no problem with it.
Damn.
There's no problem with it at all.
Maybe
If you are not guilty, not guilty.
Maybe the issue here is that you don't understand what liable means in a civil court. Is that maybe what it is?
Sir, really, you're not either, because guilty or not guilty is, I don't care if you're what court you're in. I don't care if you're in the Supreme Court. There's a not guilty or a guilty charge always. Or you can plead no, you can plead what? What's the third plea you can plead?
Okay, so again, I just want to fully get this point. Do you understand what liable means in a civil case?
Yes, you are liable of your actions. But listen, you're not understanding
Which
me
means
either.
what? You are
Not
legally
guilty,
legally held responsible?
no consequence.
So the only difference between being held legally responsible in the context of a civil case and being held legally responsible in a criminal case would be the standard of evidence of beyond a reasonable doubt or more likely than not in terms of preponderance of evidence. So if that's the basis in which you're disputing it, we can have that conversation, but it doesn't even seem like that's the basis for it right now.
Oh, it's Dean. Hold on. Hold. Dean's coming up back. Oh, is that Dean?
Cody.
Oh, man.
Cody.
Yeah.
Cody. Motherfucker. I
So-
remember you. Do you remember me, Cody? Do you remember our chats?
Not really.
Are you, dude? You're telling me that I remember talking to you better than you remember talking to me?
Sir, I talked to like 1,000 different people a night. I mean, really? Can I really remember talking to you?
Dude.
Look, Parker don't even remember talking to me, and Parker's talked to me plenty of times. And I promise Parker don't even remember talking to me.
Wait, so you remember talking to Parker, but you don't remember talking to me?
Well, I've talked to
I
Parker
definitely. Well, I probably don't remember because I was probably elevated. Like that's. I feel like that's a reasonable explanation. And also, by the way, I think I talked to more people than you talked to. What do you mean
Yeah, I
you
was
talk
about
to
to say
1,000
that.
people a night?
Dean,
Who the
how to
fuck
bring
are you,
back-
Cody? Who the fuck
Parker,
are you?
bring back up. Go ahead. Dane, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, Parker really does need backup with you. You're so like, just so intelligent.
Yeah,
You just-
genuinely,
Well, he needs
I
backup.
can't handle him. I can't handle him. Yeah.
Hey,
You're right.
Cody, remember? You just told us you didn't remember this. Now I do remember this.
Well, go ahead, Dane.
Remember when we were talking about Donald Trump and his attack/assault on the Constitution, and you told me if Donald Trump said "quote unquote," this would allow for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, including those found within the Constitution, that you would stop supporting him as president. And then you said, "Yeah, Dean, I'd stop supporting him." And
No,
then
you're not. I think you got the wrong Cody.
no, you're the right Cody. And
You
then
got
I
that on
remember,
video or something to prove that? Because
and then I remember the last time I talked to you, you ended up saying something like super sexist.
what was
Oh
that?
shit! What did he say?
I don't remember what it was. He just said something crazy.
Then what was it?
Cody, what are your thoughts on women?
Parker, you really gonna bring people up here like this to try to put me down?
Yeah, I am.
He don't even know what he's talking about.
Well, I mean, I think that's
No,
what
say that again.
he's trying to clarify here.
Say that again. I said something about women. Go ahead.
Listen, I'm trying to clarify here. What are your thoughts on women?
What are my thoughts on women?
Mm-hmm.
They are beautiful, and they have the same human rights as we do as men. They should be able to work in a workforce we can. And I don't even want to say her name. They got unalive, but a few months ago, that went into work just doing her welding job, and a grown ass man took her life. But let's go ahead, keep going.
Okay. All right, whatever. I don't know, man. I'm usually correct in my convictions. I don't know, Cody.
No, you're not correct on me because I think you're talking about the wrong Cody. I think you might got somebody different.
I'll let it rest. But I don't
I think you
feel
might
like
got
we-
somebody different. I mean, Dean, I think you might got somebody different because there was a young lady unalived just like in the last 2 months that went into work at 6 o'clock in the morning, and a grown ass man took something to her that he shouldn't have, and he deserved to spend his rest of his life where he's going.
Well, I mean, I think that it's possible to be like sad over a woman being murdered while like still holding.
It's murdered. It's not murder. She got murdered. But go ahead. Let's be friendly to the live. Dean Parker's got a lot of people up here. Dean.
Yeah, you know more about TikTok terms of service than I do. You're
Well,
right.
I mean, I don't know a lot because I'm at least I know to tell you what to speak right.
No, I appreciate you for correcting me. You know what? I'll let it rest. I'll let it rest.
Thank you, sir.
Alrighty, Cody,
Parker.
I'm gonna go on. I'm gonna go on to the next person. I've already talked to you.
All right.
Dean, I appreciate you coming up, man.
Oh yeah, how you
Or
doing? tonight?
unless you wanted to stay, you can stay as well.
Dude, honestly, I feel like I got time to stay for another guest.
Oh, okay, all right, based. Sorry, I just assumed that you were gonna leave. By the way, I have
that's
a
good.
few people to thank, and then we can move on to the next conversation. Taylor, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Adriana, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Brandy, thank you so much for the $1. Courtney, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Courtney. Sarah, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sophie, thank you for the $10. Orange, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Ty, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Ty. Appreciate it. Thank you. Kathy, thank you so much for the 10 membership subscriptions. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Shannara, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Kim, thank you for the 2. Adam, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Jason with the 10. Thank you so much. Thank you. Luke, thank you so much for the $10. James, thank you for the 5. Mind, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10 as well. Colton, thank you for the 5. Sheila, thank you for the 5. Luke, again with the 5. And Chris, thank you for the $10. Thank you. As well as Release the Bat, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Do you want to know something crazy, Parker?
What's up? What's up?
So I just went to buy a Christmas tree from my local Home Depot. They're the only place in town that really sells them. And the person working there gave me a discount because they like they knew who I was and like they know what I do, and it was just like crazy. It was like so kind of them.
That's so
I don't
crazy.
know, man.
That's so crazy.
I know.
W
It was
discount.
so
W
kind of
discount.
them.
That's so nice of them.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
19. Yep.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you have to vote for?
Yeah, Trump because he's a Zionist.
Are you trolling?
No, he's not.
I'm a Zionist. Can you give the argument against Zionism?
Yeah. I mean, do you believe in ethno-states?
I don't believe that Zionism necessitates an ethno-state.
Okay. How do you define Zionism?
Jewish self-determination on 8,500 square miles worth of land.
Okay. And what do you mean by self-determination? Does it mean that you have to establish
The right to
a
self-govern,
certain...
self-represent.
Does it have to maintain a certain percentage of the population as Jewish?
Not necessarily, no. Not through law.
Wait, so then what do you
so then you would be
specifically mean
okay
by-
with if less than 50% of the population were Jewish?
I would not necessarily be in favor of that, but the law wouldn't necessitate it being otherwise.
I also have a question. What do you mean by Jewish self-determination? Because under my view, I think that everybody has a right to self-determination. And
I
if you're
don't.
telling us that you don't think that everybody has a right to self-determination?
Not all groups or not all people with different ideologies. I think self-determination is going to rely on who is self-determining. The reason why I'm okay with Jewish self-determination is because I believe that we hold a lot of like views that Israel would hold, upholding common law, fighting against Islamic fundamentalism and terrorism.
What do you even mean
upholding
by
the
what is
republicanism.
common law?
Now, for example, if someone were to ask me, do you believe in self-determination for ISIS? The answer is no, because we share no values with ISIS, and ISIS, has a goal to destroy the West. So it depends on the group in question whether they get self-determination.
Okay, can I ask you a question? What common law do you think that America is founded on?
It would be Magna Carta, essentially. The right to fair trial and basic jurisprudence set in 1215.
So like due process, right?
Essentially, but don't run away from the, arguments from Zionism.
Wait. You did not just appeal to due process.
Because you still haven't
Hold on.
debunked
Can I make this
Zionism.
point? Can I make this point without you cutting me off, please?
Is it about Zionism?
Can I make this point without you cutting me off?
Because you still haven't proven it wrong.
I would love to. I will totally get to that. Just let me make this point. I understand that you're
Because you're for
mad that
Palestine.
Okay. Can I make this point without you cutting me off? Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. So you made a point about common law, which was based in due process, but then you support a candidate that literally violates due process to a greater extent.
Right. So that's a conversation specifically in reference to due process, in reference to how Trump uses the executive branch. That's not Zionism. So again, I support him because he's a Zionist and because he's the most Zionist president we've ever seen. And you haven't given an argument against Zionism yet, and I'm waiting for it. Hold on, I have a quick question for you now. Right? So you obviously support Palestinians. Hold on, you support Palestinians, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is a Palestinian?
I think it's going to be a certain people that's designated in a certain area of land, right?
So
Historically
so Netanyahu is a Palestinian because he lives in that set area of land?
No. So I'm saying in a certain designated area of land that is designated.
What is the certain designated area of land?
I'm again when you're asking for the certains for every single people group, I don't think that I could establish that for every single people group throughout the context of history. Right? If you think that you can do that for every people group, well, then I could ask you about some arbitrary country, and then you could tell me like what the particular standards are. But you're not going to necessarily know the conditions for every single country around the entire globe.
If I do the research, not every single country.
Well, if you do the research, but I don't think right now in the conversation we're in right now, you've done the research on every country to know the definition of every person.
Only
from
on the
every
topics
country,
I talk about.
Yet it's designated certain people within this land. I don't think the
Hold on.
definition.
It's not complex, Parker. It's not complex.
I understand, but that would require certain types of facts to know about like the designations of land, the certain time periods in terms of history relating to a certain.
If you do the research,
Wait,
right?
Can I please finish speaking? Why are you cutting me off so much? I will give you your time to speak. Do you think that you won't have time to speak?
No, it's not that. I'm just making sure you know that your definition for what a Palestinian is a set people that live in a set specific land. You didn't name the land. You didn't give the name of the territory.
Again, like I just said, I don't think I can give you the certain characteristics of every people group around the entire world, but I don't think that necessarily means that I don't know what a certain people group is. Okay? So I think that this is a bit disingenuous here. Would you like to get me to give you an example of that?
No. So for example, I'm not even asking you to name every single.
Wait, hold up. Would you like
Hold on,
me to
let me
give
get a general response to what you said, and then
So
you can do it.
disingenuous,
I'm not asking you to
it's
give me a general.
diabolical.
I'm not asking you to know every single people group that have ever existed throughout history, or even every single ethnicity that exists
But
in the
yet
world.
you still,
What
but
I'm
yet you
asking
still
you to
know what
find.
they are.
Hold on. The
That's
reason why that don't make any
disingenuous of you.
sense.
You still
the
know what
reason
they
why that
are,
wouldn't
yet
make
you
any
don't know the
sense-
specifics.
The reason.
You still know what they are. You still know
reason
who
why
we're
that wouldn't make any
referencing.
sense.
You still know what they are. You still know who we're referencing. Dude,
I'm
listen.
responding.
You still who know they
Responding.
are without specifically knowing the specifics. Is that clear? Do you
Actually,
agree?
you don't know who the people are. You know that the people so-called exist, right? So, for example, if
Wait,
I'm
you
asking
do know
you
who
about a
the people
topic
are.
that you're not defending, if I ask you, like, can you explain to me what the Han population in China are or is, and you've never mentioned them, you haven't said that I'm pro-Han, then I don't expect that from you. But given the fact that you said that you're pro-Palestinian and you don't know what a Palestinian is, causes problems, okay?
Wait,
Now,
no, clarify.
it's a simple-
That's not to know. Wait, that's disingenuous. I do know what a Palestinian is, as I know
don't.
other people groups, but I don't have to specify the specific conditions in which would identify someone to be a particular member of this particular group.
What
You
ethnicity are
understand-
they?
Wait, let me give you an example. Could you tell me? Could you tell me what it means to be someone from Argentina or an Argentinian person?
Yeah, it's going to depend on the context of like tribal groups or like nationality. So if we're referencing nationality, then to be an Argentinian, you have to be of the nationality of Argentina, obviously. But if we're talking about like certain ethnic groups within Argentina, obviously there's going to have like different factors. Now, please, let me ask you a question about Palestinians.
So then again, could I just describe as like a Palestinian as someone of the nationality Palestinian?
You can describe them as that. Now we're working with something. So you're saying that if all the people who are born in America,
that's incredibly vague. I feel like that's not distinct from what I was particularly saying.
no, exactly, which is exactly my point, is that we don't really know what a Palestinian is.
Well,
right?
we do.
It's arbitrary, and it's everywhere.
Wait,
Thank you for proving my point.
based on your definition, it's just a member of that particular nation group.
No, I don't have a definition for Palestinians because I don't believe they're a real group of people. But I believe that the definition.
I do believe that they're. Wait. So then why do you say Palestinian?
Yeah.
So then why do you refer to Palestinians then? You did refer to them as a people group.
So when I'm referring to so-called Palestinians, it's not like I'm giving
you just referred to them as a people group.
So want me to respond? So the reason why I use the term Palestinian is because the reason why I'm referring to them as Palestinians is because that's how you colloquially understand the people. But it's funny that
the people. Oh my God, the people. Oh my God,
you
just conceded to people group by saying the people.
The ethnicity are the ethnicity
Wait, did you say a word? Wait, did you say a word in reference to a group of people?
Yeah, but people can be black,
Is that what
white,
Palestinian
brown,
is? Is that
Hindus,
what Palestinian is?
Buddhists.
A word in reference to a group of people? That was so disingenuous of you.
What
How
people?
How
What language?
disingenuous?
What culture?
How disingeous? Like I literally just proved it's
I'm making
disingenuous.
you win the debate.
I already did. You lost. You just said you conceded that it was a people group.
Yeah, but people doesn't mean specifics. People is not reference to a certain tribe.
Matt, real quick.
There's multiple different tribes.
I just have something like quickly to add on.
Sure.
I think like it's like incredibly outrageous to say that Palestinians aren't real people, just because myself nor Parker are like highly educated on the historicity of the Palestinian ethno-national.
Yeah, you talk
group,
about it.
to be able to give you a functional, strict, and clear definition of precisely what it means to be a Palestinian. You know, like for instance, I don't know if I'd be able to tell you precisely what it means to be Hispanic. This doesn't mean that I can't identify individuals who are Hispanic. And then when we're talking about Palestine, it gets more complex than like just an ethnicity because it's more so an ethno-national group. And like, we're not going to bullshit you, man. I'm not going to be able to give you a clear, strict, and clean definition of what it means to be a Palestinian. But I think
so what ethnicity are they?
I'm almost done. But I think then using that fact to turn around and say, therefore, Palestinian individuals don't exist is fucking crazy. And you're asking me what ethnicity they are?
Yeah.
Well, I like the little bit I do know about, like, you know, the way we have these
You don't know much
discussions is
about
I
them.
view being that a Palestinian is like it's an ethno-national group.
What ethnicity?
So I think that-
What's the ethnic part?
I think that being a Palestinian can be a subcategory of the Arab ethnicity, specifically Arab individuals from the Levant region.
Okay, sure. Well, hold on.
Can I make this point? I wouldn't be able to tell you specifically.
My response.
Dude, chill out. If you don't do this, if you don't let me say something here, I'm gonna kick you. Stop. Just chill.
You're scared of me. You're
I'm not. I just said I want to talk to you, but you have to let me.
Let me respond to him.
No. I will let you respond right after I say this. I wouldn't be able to give you specific context of a definition of what an Israeli is either. That doesn't mean that I can't make claims in general about Israel.
can.
I wouldn't be able to do the same thing specifically, right, in terms of someone specifically from China, from India. There are plenty of different contexts where if you ask me a question about the specifics, I'm not going to know a lot of the specifics of a bunch of different countries in terms of the reference of the people, particularly of that national group. But that doesn't mean I can't say that I don't care about them.
My turn to respond. I'm
I don't want bad things to happen to them.
Right, sir. My turn. My turn to speak. I'm responding.
Yes, go
So
ahead.
it's really simple. That's when we talked about the Palestinian identity, right? And you reference like people living in a set area. The reason why that was fallacious is because Palestinians like apparently live in America or are born in America and are not of Palestinian citizenship, yet they're still Palestinian. So there's like an ethnic part to it, and the ethnic part to it is Arabs. Arabs are from Arabia. Just so like Dean knows also, Arabs don't come from the Levant. They migrated there through the Arab conquest of the 7th century. So they're not people, they're actually from that general area. Now, this is the thing. I did refer to them as a people because it's not like it's not like the people in reference to being Arabs don't exist. Yes, there are people who call themselves an ethnicity or a group that does not have validity. Now, I'm not saying there aren't people who call themselves Palestinians or people who we can colloquially refer to as so-called Palestinians, but I'm saying that the identity is not rooted in things in historicity, which is the thing.
Okay, well, I do think that there is at least some history establishing that. I think that's a bit ridiculous, but I think that point is kind of irrelevant. I do think a more relevant point would be is like, do you think intentional starvation of a civilian population is wrong?
I think the intentional starvation would be wrong, but let me give a longer answer. Over 2.2 million metric tons worth of food has been allowed into the Gaza Strip since the start of the war, and the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has delivered over 200 million meals. And when there was a small polio outbreak in Gaza, the IDF allowed over 1 million people to be vaccinated. So there's no intentional starvation if you allow food inside the Strip.
So there was intentional starvation. I can give you plenty of different reports specifically about Israel blocking aid and food specifically going into the region to a degree in which it wasn't able to feed the Palestinian population. So I do think that that is not true. And I think that you are objectively wrong on that. And I can give you plenty of different sources for that if you'd like.
Well, I mean, I've already read up on this. And actually, what's funny is there was a recent study that actually showed that the per person caloric intake in the Gaza Strip was 4,000. And the humanitarian standard is about 2,400, not to mention the fact that we have not seen mass starvation on any large scale. And by the way, humanitarian law...
And we have seen mass starvation.
There's a PubMed site on this. It's totally true. And by the way, humanitarian... You can look at the caloric intake study. This was done like a few months ago in the Gaza Strip specifically, and there was also a new UNICEF report.
What's the title? So I can look it up.
I'd have to go to my computer right now. I'm not. I'm downstairs, so my connection's better. But if you can go also on JNS and look at UNICEF, the UNICEF report, which actually shows that the category, like what would be needed to necessitate a famine, was never actually reached in the Gaza Strip. So it would take about 15% MUAC, which is mid-upper arm circumference, and that was never reached in the Gaza Strip for a famine to actually ever be declared. That's also a new report that came out on that.
And also, it would depend on what you mean. So do you think that there was any intentional starving or a limitation of the amount of food that they would need in order to feed the population?
No. So, for example, there was a blockade for 2 months.
So
there was a blockade for 2 months, but that's not intentional starving. A blockade is going to be when you do not allow something in for a temporary time. It can
is that intentional? Yes or no?
The blockade is intentional. The starvation is not.
So to clarify, when you block food, is that going to lead to starvation?
Not necessarily. Not if you put enough food before the blockade. Hold on. Let me give you the explanation.
If there's an intentional blockade for two, stop talking. Let me make the point. If there's an intentional blockade around Gaza, right, and around the Palestinians, right, specifically for a 2-month time period that does not allow food in, how is that not intentional starvation?
Yeah, because because before the 2-month period, there was 6.1, no, not 6.1, but specifically, but there were 6 months worth of food in the Gaza Strip during the 2-month period, which is not intentional starvation. So, for example, if I say I'm not going to come back and give you
what's the source for that
next week. That is going to be COGAT. You can go on the COGAT, which is where all the data is specifically on that.
Can you give me like a title of some, go to your computer and give me a title.
You can go on
we're
COGAT.
We're gonna need actual sources.
Sure. You can go on COGAT and literally look at the months, and it tells you everything.
6-month food supply before 2 month.
Let's see.
Before 2-month blockade. Palestine. And also, I would love to ask you a question about like how far you'd be willing to take your Zionist views too, like in terms of.
Yeah. Hold on though. Let me.
Hold
Let
on.
me
Can I
try to
ask
find it
Can I
again.
say it real quick before you just try to cut me off? So,
No,
like,
let me find you the
would
data.
you like if you found out that Trump was like in the Epstein files and assaulted children? Would you still vote for him?
I wouldn't change Zionism. Why are you trying to run away from the
No,
conversation of
I'm
Zionism? in
not.
Israel?
I'm not. I'm just asking you a question. I asked you. I was gonna say, how far do you take the
No, because you're using
Zionism?
this as given the fact that you're using this as that's not Zionism. So there's a difference between a political ideology
Wait,
and specific
I never
individuals
said this was
that
Zionism.
may be
Hold up.
associated with a ideology.
You're being dishonest. You're being dishonest. Let me clarify. So I'm just saying, when I say how far you're willing to take your Zionism, I'm not claiming that this is Zionism. What I'm claiming is that would you say that just because he's slightly more Zionist, because Democrats still are Zionists, right, which is something I disagree with Democrats on, but if you're saying that they're slightly more Zionist, right, means that you're willing to support them no matter what they do. Well, I think that's going to be absurd under your own standard. Like, if he was held civilly
Yeah, so
liable of
no one
sex
is going
abuse in a
to-
woman, if he
right, I
bragged
agree
about
with you.
walking into the changing rooms of naked
Yeah,
women
you're
while
running
they're
away
changing
from the
without their consent.
conversation. We're
This
talking
isn't
about
running-
Zionism. We're
Why are
talking
you
about the
cutting
Lord
me off
intake and
instead
the
of letting
Gaza
me
Strip.
finish my point? It sounds like you're scared of letting me finish
Let's look
my
at the
point.
data on the
While
on
you're
the
looking it up
starvation.
right now, so I'm saying this while you look it up. Stop complaining and let me make the point.
He's
You're
trying
so
to run away
scared.
so bad.
I'm not running away from making
You're
a point while
running,
you're looking it up.
Parker.
Hey, I'm not running away by making a point while you're looking it up. You're literally looking
We're
it
not
up.
going to run away
and
from
you're-
this no matter how much you want to run away
I'm
from
not
it.
running. I have talked
You are.
about this. I'm gonna keep talking about it. But will you? Why are you running
No,
away
you
from
don't.
my?
You don't
why
care
are
about- you don't
wait,
care about Gaza.
Wait, Matt. Why are you running away from my point?
Because this is not the conversation. We're
It
doing
is the
it right
conversation.
here.
Wait, what do you mean? We're
Yeah, you
talking
are.
about
Yeah,
why
you
you we're talking about why you support Trump. I'm just saying how far
They were
would you be
talking
willing
about,
to
and
take
I gave you
your?
the reason being
You
Zionism, and now we're getting
clearly don't want to answer this question.
now you're running away from the specifics around Zionism.
Wait, again, you're not even there to the source yet. You're
You really
giving me
can't
the
defend
source.
Palestine, man. This is really bad.
I
the
can't,
source is
but would you-
Kogat.
Again, you have yet to give me a title. You're going to your computer to go look it up.
It's
Can you
Kogat, so
please-
it's really simple. So
you're a master at pivoting. Please address the point. I will. Matt, we have all the time in the world to address both of these points. Please.
Rob, I have it right here.
Please,
Right.
Matt, can you address this point? Answer my question.
Go on Gaza Aid. Go on.
This guy's
Gaza
so
Aid data
dishonest.
dot
Do you see how he's like trying
run.
not to answer the question so
We're
hard?
talking about the data, right?
Hey,
So according to according to the World Food Program,
You
62,000 tons
purposefully-
is necessitated for every
He's
month.
so
in
annoying. He purposefully held off on that. He purposely held off on that just so that he didn't have to answer that in between, so that he could just do
stay on
this. It's embarrassing.
Hey, real quick, Matt. I'll be super duper quick. I'll likely only take around like 20 through 30 seconds. If you think that Parker's running away from you because of the question that he asked you, then you'd be arguing that Parker runs away from nearly every single guest that he brings up on his live. I would say
Probably
that
does.
these debates, for the most part, have around like two sides. One side of the debates that I or Parker have with the guests surround the reasons that the guests grant insofar as why they think he's a good president. Meanwhile, the other 50% of the debates surround, well, like to what extent would you be willing to go to defend these reasons suggesting that he's a good president? And would you hold any red lines against the president that he's maybe crossed, right? So when Parker's asking you, for instance, would you be willing, right, to defend the Trump presidency in consideration of the fact that you think he's better for Israel, and that's an important goal to achieve, in lieu of the fact that maybe he's sexually exploited kids, raped Eugene Carroll, so on and so forth.
Like Joe Biden.
So I just wanted to clarify that it's not Parker running away from you, but it's rather Parker having a holistic focus on the debate as a whole.
By the way,
Instead
guys,
of
since we're
somebody who's qualified to serve as the president of the United States of America, compared to you attempting to like manufacture a subtopic of Zionism instead of a recognition of the umbrella topic as a whole, which is Donald Trump a good president? Is Donald Trump somebody that should be president?
Right, so I think that would have made sense if I came up here and gave like a multifaceted reason for as why I support Trump, but I came up here and gave one specific reason, which would be reference to Zionism. So if he wanted to say like, oh, Matt Nuclear, what would make sense is not like, would you support Trump if he did all of these things that are not in relation to Zionism? What he could have said, which would have made a lot more sense, is would you still support him if he went back on all of his Zionist policies or would have done something different in relation to Israel? Because I didn't give a multifaceted reason for support. I gave one reason for support. By the way, I can show him the data right now if he's not scared to look at it.
This is going to be the last thing I'm going to say, then I'll probably go back on mute. One very simple question. Are you basically saying that regardless of all else, if Donald Trump continues to be a Zionist, you will continue to support him?
Yeah, for the sake of this conversation, yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. I bet that. I bet that.
And
You
by
can
the way,
imagine,
just
like,
so
about a
everyone here
billion
knows,
questions that, like,
believe.
follow.
By the way, just so everyone here knows, believe all women. Nine women credibly accuse Joe Biden of SA. But just to believe all women, guys. By the way.
Wait, which women? Which women
just to
are
clarify,
you referencing?
so just to clarify, don't run away.
No, I'm serious. Wait, which women are you referencing? Because I'll totally address this.
Don't run away. Don't run away. Don't run away.
Wait, I'm just asking you about the claim you just made. You just made a claim. I want to ask you.
Yeah, Tara Reid is one of the women. Tara Reid is one of the women.
That's one. What about the other women?
That's one of the women, right? So we're not going to go into every single one.
Wait,
we can talk about that later. But I
genuinely want to know what you're referencing.
We can talk about that later, but let me show you the data first.
This is so dishonest for you to make a claim like that and not even tell me. I'm just trying to know. Hey, dude, I want to have a productive dialogue with you. I'm not scared for asking you for what you mean.
Not all of them have made that information public.
Matt, this is very childish. If I'm asking you what you mean or like what's the source for that because I've never heard the claim before, that's not me running away, dude. Holy shit, dude. Why are you saying everything is running? It's like the boy who cried wolf.
Well, I think
if you claim everything is running, no one's going to actually believe you when you say it about me.
Right. So Tara Reid is one of the women, right? I believe some of the women have not come out officially public about it because, you know, you've talked about how women don't want to come out and put their name out there and potentially like worsen their lives or get a lot of backlash. But Tara Reid is one of the women.
Where'd you read this then? Because I haven't seen this. So I just genuinely want to see it.
Okay, yeah, Tara Reid. So she was a congressional. She worked as a Biden.
Hey, dude, I didn't ask you about Tara Reid. I asked you about the others. I have heard about Tara Reid. I'm asking you about the others.
Okay, let's talk about her first then, if you want to stay on that.
I don't need you to talk about her
because I data, which you're running from.
Matt, I've already heard about her. I'm asking you about the other circumstances because I haven't heard about those. Is it
one at a time?
Fair for me to
let's
clarify?
prove one at a time.
We can talk about that in a second. I'm asking you just who the others are.
Why would you want to like do all like? Why would you want to do a bunch at one time?
Because I'm trying to clarify information that I haven't heard yet. Why are you being so insufferable? Like I genuinely, this is like this is not even fun to even engage in a conversation with you if you won't even engage with the points.
Yeah, so just to like be like super, Matt, just to be super clear,
just to be super clear, in reference to the
Matt, just real quick, just to be like incredibly clear, I don't think that Parker is asking you for the names of the other 8 women so he could debate all 9 accusations simultaneously, but rather asking you for the names of the other 8 women just to ensure that the original proposition which you suggested, which was Biden has been credibly accused by 9 individuals, is true. Like obviously, well, one moment, like obviously, it is incredibly fair if we are engaging in a linear debate to first ensure that your original claim, which was Biden has been credibly accused by 9 individuals, is first true prior to discussing the credibility of the individual accusations. I think it would be fair for you to first ensure that that first claim is true, right? To grant us more information so we could agree that Biden has been publicly accused by 9 individuals. Then we can start the conversation by discussing the first claim surrounding Tara Reid. But I also just want to add on a quick takeaway. I just want to add on a quick takeaway for myself. I personally do not understand why Trump supporters will respond to Donald Trump being a rapist by trying to suggest that Biden was too. Obviously,
well, I would suggest that you don't say rapist because you know ABC had to pay $15 million for saying that.
If Biden and Trump were both rapists, then the obvious takeaway would be to support neither of them, not to continue to support your guy because the other guy was as well.
It's not what you guys have done.
Not to mention, Biden didn't run against Donald Trump in the last election. Kamala Harris did. You didn't even have as much as a parking ticket on her.
And she almost tried to get a guy killed by withholding evidence that would have.
Okay, you're just continuing to throw misinformation at me. That's fine. I could go D&E. And then C, it is a case that you just said that ABC had to give Donald Trump $15 million because they lost a suit that demonstrated that it was unfair because I'm still responding to the misinformation that you're espousing. And then C,
so
you said the ABC. No, I'm not holding on. Okay, I just want to clarify.
Parker can't hold his own?
You were the one that espoused misinformation directed towards me.
So why can't Parker debunk the misinformation?
Oh, sorry. Should I just tag team Parker?
Am I on your live or Parker's live?
Hey, dude, he was already on the live when you joined in. I don't know what you're complaining about.
Yeah, but I'm debating you. It's your live. You made the live, right? So I'm debating you. So focus on topic.
I understand, but when you joined up, both Dean and I were co-hosting.
Yeah, listen, bro.
I'm trying to give you the data on Gaza.
Listen, dude, if you're gonna rapid fire like different sub debate arguments that are like evidently false that I could prove to be false, I'm obviously gonna take that as an opportunity to prove them false. Like for instance, when I was in the middle of my statement, you jumped in and said, "Well, you can't call him a rapist. ABC lost to Donald Trump. Had to pay him $15 million."
$15 million. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, it sounds like you're a well-researched guy, so then you know that they didn't lose to them. He settled outside of court with ABC, likely because ABC didn't want to go to discovery and give private internal dialogues between the members of ABC publicly to the court through to the to the discovery process, and we know that it is
Why not?
true that you can call Donald Trump.
Why
a
not go
rapist
through the
because of
discovery
outcome of the
process
civil
and let
court.
everyone see the
One
outcomes
moment.
of it?
One moment. We know that it is true that you can call Donald Trump a rapist.
The settling imply guilt.
Well, I mean, I definitely can't speak when you're speaking over me.
Settling can imply guilt, right?
Okay. I don't believe that it is in this case, and I'm trying to give you good reason why.
Okay, that's not the conversation. The conversation is Gaza and Zionism. Stay on topic.
Okay, so I'm
I
getting
was
off
supposed to
topic
give
by
the
attempting to
data,
respond to a point
and
that
you
made.
guys kept like mentioning all sorts of different things and scapegoating from the main conversation
Wait,
because you can't defend your position on Gaza.
I just want to clarify. I'm getting off topic by attempting to respond to something that you said. Really?
Yeah, because I did exactly what you did and Parker did, which was scapegoat from the main conversation.
Okay. So then when you said that like Donald Trump, right, was able to like find ABC guilty of defaming him by calling him a rapist, that wasn't like
Not
a
find him
legitimate
guilty. Civil litigation does not equate to guilty.
Wait, you just said that settlement.
Do you not know
could
the
equate to
difference
guilt.
between like criminal court and civil litigation?
You just said that a settlement could equate to guilt.
Admission to guilt and not in the philosophical sense, not in like the criminal court sense, obviously, given the fact that it's civil litigation.
Wait. And how did you know that I was using?
I don't think you
guilt?
understand these terms.
How did you know that I was using the term guilt in a criminal court sense, not a philosophical sense?
Well, I'm assuming you did because you asked a question as if you were confused.
So you got to like presume the definition.
Yeah, because you acted like as if you were confused.
Well, I mean, arguably, I'd say that you're confused since I was operating off the definition.
No, you're very confused.
You said that
settling outside of court and not going into discovery specifically can indeed be a admission or an implication that you are guilty of the said action that you're accused of.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it can indeed be that.
Yeah, absolutely, right?
Yeah. So it's funny because you won't even let me say one word. If you're scared, I understand why you didn't.
I still want to show you the data on Gaza, by the way.
I think that'd be great if you could let me respond. I mean, are you going to let me respond to this claim? I think that I would have already responded to it if you didn't stop interrupting me. Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to go to take that as an opportunity to speak. So, yeah, the judge presiding over the Trump v. Eugene Carroll court case clarified inside of the case that, yes, using the common usage and definition of the word rape, that Trump was found to have raped Eugene Carroll. And then when Donald Trump tried to launch a countersuit,
we're talking about the 15 million.
One moment.
Right.
When Donald Trump tried to launch a countersuit against Eugene Carroll for calling him a rapist on live TV, the countersuit was then thrown out on the judge since the claim was substantially true. So I would argue, because of these reasons, the common usage of the word rape and the newly updated legal definition of the word rape, not only in the state of New York, but also in 33 other states, it is incredibly fair to call him a rapist. And if you want to argue that he's not a rapist and that is defamatory, then you would not only be denying the common usage of the word rape, but you'd be denying common sense. It is commonsensical to suggest that the definition of the word rape would include the penetration of a woman's female member without consent forcibly.
Which there's no like genetic evidence that ever happened to Eugene Carroll.
Oh, well,
all right, so let me clarify something, but let me respond to the general argument that you made. So in reference to the settlement terms, $15 million donation to the Trump Presidential Foundation/Museum, $1 million for Trump's legal fees. So ABC News specifically paid even Trump's legal fees, okay? An editor's note added to the online article of the interview expressing regret. So they had to also express regret. So even themselves, they've literally found themselves essentially guilty of wrongdoing, or at least not using terms correctly in the sense that they were talking about, right? So that is specifically in reference to ABC. They did indeed admit guilt, and you referenced like certain states in which you could use the term grape. Now, you'd have to show evidence that that term obviously could be used in the specific state in which, George Stephanopoulos was at. Because I don't believe that's true, given the fact that, they essentially lost.
Yeah, I'm just going to go and give you around a 20-second response here, then pass the mic back to Parker. I think that ABC admitted regret for the same reason that they fired Jimmy Kimmel. I mean, I think that we see many media empires wanting to bend the knee to Trump because Donald Trump has been defunding those. Has been defunding those, right, that don't like him. PBS didn't bend the knee. They stopped getting federal money. NBC didn't bend the knee. They stopped getting federal money. And now we even see CNN arguing that they're going to make their channel more pro-Trump if Trump allows them to, force themselves into the deal that
the monarchy is working phenomenal. Monarchy is working phenomenal.
Okay, why are you interrupting me every 3 words?
Because he's king.
Because Donald Trump is king. Okay, I mean, it doesn't really sound like you're here for debate since you're interrupting me every 3 words. So is it like seriously possible for you to allow somebody else, somebody other than yourself?
I mean, I think we should go back to like the main conversation. Like you're trying to fill in for Parker here because he was getting
Jesus
annihilated.
Christ, Matt. No, I'm just trying to respond to what you said, dude. Why are you being so
Stop trying to
insufferable?
butt in, dude. You guys are losing a 2v1. Let me debate Parker on the subject of Zionism and the date on Gaza.
I think if we were losing a 2v1, then you wouldn't be trying to pivot away from the conversation that I'm attempting to have with you in
That's
response to
not
things
the
that you said.
conversation. That's literally scapegoating.
Come
But
on,
you're
you
bringing
literally,
up
you
this
literally
issue.
just
But
gave,
you're-
you unironically just gave an argument that it's defamatory to call Donald Trump a rapist. I'm trying to prove you wrong, and you just won't let me because you keep on interrupting me every 4 words.
Yeah, because rapist specifically, if we're not explicitly saying or using it in the philosophical sense, it's specifically referencing the criminal sense, which is exactly why they had to settle, right? So if you want to say that he was, this is why, by the way, Dean, every single time you do a live, you specifically say found civilly liable. The reason why you say that is because you even are smart enough to understand that it's more intelligent to say that and phrase it that way than to outright say rapist. And ABC News was apparently not intelligent enough to say that, which is why they now have to pay Trump's museum and library, right? So you just got annihilated yet again.
Eugene Carroll called Donald Trump a rapist. There was an appeal of that in court, and Trump lost that. Can you explain that?
Yeah, and then
Great,
also,
great,
like,
I'm not
there's
talking
no,
about it. I'm
there's
talking
just
about
like
ABC.
no.
Wait,
There's
what do
just
you mean you're
no
not talking
annihilation
about
that's
that?
taking place.
You said we were talking
I'm
about whether or
talking
not
about
it's
ABC
justified to
News
call
and
him a
that specific
rapist.
civil litigation.
We're talking about whether or not it's justified to call him a rapist, and the judge themselves specifically said that Donald Trump did in fact grape Eugene Carroll based on the colloquial usage of the term. So if that's not a relevant point to bring up, I don't know what is. Because you said it was defamatory.
I'm specifically
but it was
referencing
determined
ABC in
in
their
that
case, but
appeal.
we're still all away from the point.
It was determined in that appeal not to be defamatory, and that it was actually true. So I don't know why you're doing that. And also, I do want to say this because I genuinely. Hey, Matt, I'm gonna let you make a point here, and I also want to offer this because I will debate you later on as well. I'm past the time for my live to be done, right? For a bit, I will let you make a few points if you want to, and I also will offer you to be able to come up on the stream and continue like an hour-long, 2-hour-long conversation.
Can we set up an actual
whether it's on
debate?
YouTube or whatever you want to do?
Hold on, Parker. Can we set up an actual debate? I've been on Jubilee. You've been on Jubilee.
Yeah, I
I
know.
believe that it's fair that me and you. Okay, Okay, great. So message me. Let's set up a formal debate where we have a moderator and discuss this. Where you don't have Dean trying to like save you. Okay.
Would you like to just do like a live where we do like a YouTube thing or like a call with each other?
I mean,
and
we
could
can
just-
do like a joint live, right? Where you can like what is it? Where we can't mute each other. Whatever. It can be on TikTok as well. It doesn't matter.
I meant like could we do like a just a call where we just call each other, and I could just like stream it to YouTube.
Sure, if you want to do that, sure. On Discord, call on Discord.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I
Okay.
genuinely
Yeah, we can
like,
do
I want to have this conversation.
Send me a message. Send me a message, and we can do that.
Yeah, for sure. Do I
Honestly,
follow you?
Parker.
And by
you
the
know-
way, Dean, you're not safe
Yeah.
either, bro. I need to debate you as well. Okay.
Jesus Christ, man! I've been trying to debate you for the last 10 minutes. I don't think that you want to.
Well, I came up here specifically to debate Parker on this subject, which is the only reason why I'm.
Also, like, I mean, we could even debate in what was it like? You do Jubilee stuff, so like you could come out debate on Jubilee, right?
Listen,
Yeah, but I think it's better that we guarantee an actual formal long conversation between the two of us and to like trust Jubilee with it. Don't they have a new series though that they're doing?
I meant like you come out to LA, like you can do Jubilee stuff in person. Like so then like you could come out to LA
Yeah,
and
I've already
I could debate you in person.
Also, Parker, I'm just gonna be honest,
Sure.
bro. Just from my perspective, and Matt, don't get offended by this. I don't think that like Matt is somebody, with a. I'm trying to find a nice way to say this. I think that Matt's kind of a random. like if I was in
kind
your
of a
shoes-
random.
just Matt. Allow me to finish speaking, man.
Feeling the popularity. Nice.
Just allow me to finish speaking.
Doesn't
I
make
think
my
that-
arguments less wrong.
Hey, Matt,
by the way.
I'm not saying that the validity of the propositions in which you make are more likely to be false, given the fact that you have a.
Then why
certain
mention
platform.
it?
Well, I mean, you're about to learn if you're going to let me finish speaking.
You're trying to save Parker from a debate.
Well, I mean, if
We're
you're going to
not
let me finish
saving
speaking,
I already
you'll learn
told
that
you
the
that I have
opposite
to
is
get
true.
going here in a minute, and I was going to ask you for your sources, but let Dean make his point.
Like, dude, Matt, I think that your big struggle is the fact that you've allowed me to speak for smaller intervals than you've ever lasted engaging in sex with a woman in your life. Okay, and that's like.
Well, I mean, didn't you
twice a
say
day, considering the fact
that you
it's been 15
like
minutes.
being on the receiving end
Oh yeah,
when you
no,
debated
love,
Nick Fuentes? Didn't you say
Yeah,
you
lo-
like
lo-
being
lo-
on the receiving end?
love being on the receiving
So
end,
you're
love
on the
being
receiving end during sex, aren't you?
well, I mean, it's funny that you're the one
well,
imagining me engaging in sex, but I mean, I don't think that's. I
Is
don't
that
think
supposed
that
to
that's
be
the
funny
own
or something? Like,
Yeah, I
what?
don't think that's the own that you want it to be, considering the fact that you're the one imagining me engaging in gay sex in front of your house. Well, I mean,
Is that
well, I
supposed
mean,
to be
I
like
don't know.
funny or something?
Listen, bro, I'm just going to tell you to pipe down, go write the Wattpad story. I'll read it. You got it. I'll give you a couple dollars, put it in the coffee cup, whatever. If that's what you're into,
Appreciate it.
that's what you're into. I'm here to engage in rigorous intellectual discussion. I understand.
Which you're not
right,
capable
that's
of.
too much of that's too much of a threat to you. So you got to start imagining me engaging in gay sex. But I'm now going to, at this point, try to continue what I was saying. Okay. Hey, Matt, do you seriously lack an ability to not interrupt?
No, it's just that I like doing it to you because you're not supposed to even be up here.
No. Oh, wait.
I'm
I was
supposed to be
on
debating
before-
Parker, so I'm going to continuously interrupt you.
Wait. I was on the panel when you
did the same
joined the
thing to
panel.
me.
Pipe down.
Yeah, exactly. And I came up here specifically to debate Parker, and you kept unmuting yourself to try.
Well, I'm not going to mute you, right? Yeah, it's funny because you think that you set the rules of the live. Yes. Join Parker's live, try to talk about something other than the topic, and ignore the co-host. I was on the panel
I'm
before
actually
you
talking
joined.
about something that is specifically.
Sounds very narcissistic. Now, can we not forget that Parker has to go soon? I still have something to say. But every single time I try to start saying it, you interrupt me. So I'm now going to try to speak it this time. If you interrupt me, you're conceding the debate. You admit that I'm more intelligent than you, yada, 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 yada.
I'm more intelligent than you with this, and it's not even close.
Shit. Well, you just interrupted me. You kind of conceded that I'm more intelligent than you. I appreciate you for that concession, buddy.
So if you keep talking, I'm more intelligent than you.
Okay, well, you're still in my joke.
You kept talking.
I get it. You're still in my joke.
You
buddy.
kept talking.
Try to be original.
I can play the game. I just used your game on you.
Yeah, exactly. My game.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Did you care about the civil rights?
I'm actually not going to allow you to ask me a question, considering the fact that I'm still trying to finish the statement I tried to start 5 minutes ago. What are you doing, dude?
Keep crying. You're not going to be able to.
Hey, Matt, can you please just let him make his point? I don't have all day.
If he makes it in 20 seconds, then yeah, sure. Yeah.
Listen,
you're
Matt,
you're limiting my ability to even hear out your points that you're making. So I genuinely I'm gonna have to go. So
Hurry up, Dean. Let's get it.
Listen, Matt, I understand, right, that you have the attention span of a toddler and a very small brain.
At
and that you're
home.
more-
At
okay,
home.
well-
Get to the actual
Hey,
facts.
hey, Matt, so an ad hom would be attacking your character in an attempt to
No,
discredit
you're
your
attacking
argument.
my
I'm just
character in
attacking your
response to my
character.
argument.
That's actually not true because I don't think it was an argument when you. I don't think that it was an argument when you.
Oh, you
stated
don't think it was an argument? Doesn't matter what you think. It was objectively an argument.
It actually does matter
the
what I
actual
think.
facts and stop
It actually,
doing meta. I don't care about your meta.
Quite frankly, it does matter what I think because I'd build my argument predicated on what I think. Dumbass. Yet another reason.
No, it doesn't matter what you think about me in terms of character attack on me.
Oh my God! How
right?
long is it gonna take, dude? Just let him, please, dude. Please.
Yeah, man.
Dean is such a little crybaby. I'm offending him so much.
Well, Matt,
dude,
the only
just
individual crying here
He's
is
being
you.
on the receiving end.
Hey,
that
Matt,
sounds like you want me to be on the receiving end.
Matt, I'm about to remove you from the live because you're just not even letting him finish the point. I have to get going, dude.
As long as he doesn't do character attack, sure.
Okay, dude.
Okay,
Jesus Christ, Dean, don't make a character attack because it's gonna take for years.
Good boy, Dean.
Good boy.
Oh my God, dude, he's so childish, dude. I'm trying to level with you and get you to actually just, dude, you're being ridiculous right now. This is actually so childish.
We would have been done if Dean wasn't up here crying about,
Matt, I think, to be honest with you, I think you're the one doing it right now. I have Dean on my live all the time.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Dean. Finish your point.
Yeah, with all due respect, Matt, I don't think I'm crying, man. I just think I'm trying to speak. I understand that you're intimidated by myself, and that's what has led to this childish bullshit. But regardless, it's fine. But anyways, to get back to what my original statement was supposed to be 5 minutes ago, don't take offense to this, Matt. This is directed to Parker. And I'm being genuine. I'm not just trying to attack the guest here. I'd argue that I don't think that Matt, right, is relevant enough.
Meta.
This isn't a debate I'm having with you. I'm trying to talk to Parker, Matt.
Crying. Make your point.
I'm seriously kicking him because he can't stop. He genuinely can't stop.
No, the legitimate point that I was trying to make is that I don't think that Matt is relevant enough to warrant hosting a single YouTube live specifically for him. If you want to continue a debate with him, just bring him up as a guest on another stream. But dude's kind of small time. I don't think that warrant a standalone debate. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, I totally get you. I honestly just do it because it's someone on Jubilee. So I'm just willing to debate. Also, it's just bro, if you're gonna actually debate me, let's sit down, let's have a productive dialogue. We can do it. There's plenty of time for us both to speak. I will actually have a long form dialogue with you, but you got to actually engage with the points that we're bringing up. And I wasn't even bringing it up as a point to deflect. And I wanted to hear the sources, and we never even got to that because 70% of the conversation's meta. And it's bro, I want to actually have a conversation.
Well, children aren't capable of productive dialogue.
Yeah. Alrighty, well, I have to get off here, man. I appreciate you coming up as always, man.
Yeah, have a good one. Take care.
Take care. Take care. All right, everyone. I think I have a few people to thank real quick, and then I can definitely we'll talk to that guy. Just I'd love to hear the sources. I followed him, so he can send me and DM me the sources. I'd love for you to, Matt, if you're listening to this, DM me the sources. I will take a look at them, and we can also schedule a time to have that conversation. But I like how you ask for a conversation to like not interrupt at all, and then even when I level with you and try to productively engage in a conversation with you, you don't even prevent yourself from interrupting like that. Like, there's no circumstance in any of the debates I've ever engaged with, like on Jubilee, where I even interrupted to that degree. Like, that's just like an obscene level where it doesn't even allow for like an actual dialogue. But Luke, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it, Luke. Thank you. Johnny, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you so much, Johnny. Some W's for Johnny as well in the comment section. Fatigue, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you. I think that's some random person. Jamie, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Luke, thank you so much for the $5. Caleb, thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Caleb. Can we get some W's for Caleb in the comment section? W's for Caleb, thank you so much. Mind, thank you for the $10. Luke, thank you for the 5. Shannara, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Kim, thank you for the 2. Let me make sure I'm caught up on Venmo and PayPal, and then I have to get off for tonight. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It was diabolical. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $2. Sarah Ann, thank you for the 10. Orange, thank you for the $5. Courtney with the 15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sarah, thank you for the 5. Sophie, thank you for the $10. Thank you. As well as Amy, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Catherine, thank you for the 10. Adriana, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And I think I'm fully caught up. All right, everyone. I'm getting off for tonight. I love y'all so much. I will see everyone tomorrow. I'll be on tomorrow. I love y'all. Have a good night, everyone. I might be on earlier tomorrow. It depends on whether my girlfriend has work tomorrow. Earlier on. But yeah, I love y'all. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see y'all later. Peace out, peace out, peace out.